Good afternoon. Today is April 22nd, 2026, and it is 3:45 p.m. U.S. Central Time. And I'm recording this video from my office at the 2302 of Britton Ridge Drive, Katy, Texas, 77494. My name is Rinaldo J. Aguiar Marchano, and this would be Declaration 133, 133. And, this is basically a follow-up after the D133. I have to apologize because it's been a while since I've made one of these, with the camera and, like the actual video. So, it feels a bit weird to do this again. Um, but a lot of things have happened. I also want to apologize because it's been probably almost 2 weeks, I think, since the last time I recorded one of these recordings, and it's because there's a lot of things that have happened, and I've been working through them relentlessly, really. So there's a lot of things that have accumulated, and I want to basically summarize them here. In case they're helpful, right, to anybody that at this point I'm sure that somebody must be looking into this, right? And I'll give you more details of why I make this statement in a second, right? So I have kind of a list of talking points that I've been, collecting over the last 2 weeks to be able to make this process of summarizing this easier. But it's a lot of material. Like, it's very dense because there's a lot of things that have happened, more than usual, right? So it's very dense. So I'm gonna, make my best effort to try to summarize it, but I'll have to read the notes because there are a lot of details, and the details are important. Like, if they made it to this document that I have, it's because they're really important. So I don't want to really miss anything, right? So I think probably it's a good idea to kind of show you the of what I'm thinking, right? For this, let me see. I think it would be this one. Yes. Yeah. So this is a list of like the main items, right? So I'm going to start by describing a set of experiments that I'm running with hardware and software in my computers. To understand, and what I'm trying to do is trying to isolate, which I think I accomplished at this point, to isolate where is exactly that they are weakening the encryption of everybody. I'm going to also talk a little bit about the OFAC and some things that they did after in the last 2 weeks, I guess. I noticed this yesterday, but this is something new because the last report I filed was probably 2 weeks ago. The last disclosure I filed, and this thing wasn't there, but they did something to it. I mean, to the whistleblower portal of the OFAC. So I'm gonna describe that a little bit, and then I'm gonna also talk about what happened, because at the end of demo one, or declaration 132, I was saying that that it was hilarious, really, that I'm using my own inventions and the patent applications that I created based on those inventions to counterattack them. And it's funny because the sorry, sorry, I think I hit by mistake the mute button. Yeah, okay. So it's funny because they've been using patent law to attack everybody, right, and to steal the inventions of everybody for decades. So I think it's hilarious that I mean, if what ends up happening is that I defeat them with the patent applications. I mean, expose what they're doing using those patent applications as a weapon. It would be really hilarious. But after I said that in the declaration 132, I really implemented that idea or that approach, and I did a lot of things. I want to kind of give you an update on that. Then, on the same train of thought of the patents, I'm going to talk about kind of an experiment that I've been running with the patent applications. I haven't mentioned this before, but the way I've been filing them is on itself an experiment, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. Um, Also, I'm going to talk about Speedy Gonzalez, and this is funny, but it's also very interesting. Um, and I'm going to talk about Lieutenant Colonel Bernard from Lake Point Estates, Katy, Texas. Which, from what I got back from this person that gives me information to help me, um, apparently, that was a hidden nerve with that, basically. Um, So I'm gonna talk a little bit about that situation, and then I'm gonna go into more like technical observations that are low level, are not really, are important, but are not comparable to the things that I described before in terms of impact, right? Of potential impact on the outcome of all this. Um, so yeah, that's basically the plan for today. I'm gonna try to make this one in under an hour. So I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Um, and if there's things that afterwards I'll do QA on the resulting recording, and if I see that there's something that is missing, I'll supplement it with a link or something like that. I'll try to improve if there's anything missing. Um, so with that, um, let's get started. So let's talk about the Bill experiments. So the Bill experiments is a set of it's basically a set of experiments that I've designed and I've been running. Um, and the idea is to try to understand where exactly is that they're weakening the encryption, right? Because at this point, it's clear to me that they're doing this at planetary scale. When I say they, I mean the Communist Party of China or the Chinese Communist Party, um, and all their, you know, their network, really. Um, so obviously, this is something that is industrialized, right? Yeah, I wanted to test and understand, to try to understand, exactly what are the points that are exploiting the most to affect more people, like the biggest number of people. Um, so what I did, I approached this problem as I would approach a problem at Google, basically. I designed, I have a baseline, which is my setup, which I know is compromised, right? Like I know that anything I said. Or any messages I sent over the internet, they know about the exact context of contents of what I said or wrote within seconds, like within 2 seconds. And I know this because I've measured the response time. So that's basically the baseline, right? So the idea is, knowing what is my setup, meaning my computer internet setup, um, at this office, for example. Then I can start like changing components of the computer, for example, or changing the way I am connected to the internet and testing, whether they can, they can decrypt what I say or what I write. And also, I have the added bonus or benefit that I have this person that passes me information, and allegedly he works in the Venezuelan intelligence. I say allegedly because I don't know him; like he's an anonymous source, right? But the information he has given me, I can tell you, has been life-saving multiple times over the last, I don't know, 8 months. So, this person tells me, right, whether what I'm doing is having an effect or not. So that way I can run experiments and I can understand exactly what is that. Uh, so I have to tell you. Okay, so long time ago, I figured out that the Logitech keyboards and pointing devices like the mice and things like that, they're compromised, right? And I think at this point it's not my keyboards. Like I think all the Logitech keyboards have this capability, where it's like a keylogger basically. Every key that you press, it gets sent to the agents that live next door to you, or that they are placed next door to your house or to your office. And then they exfiltrate that data to the CCP. So they act as a proxy, really, for the bug keywords. And I imagine, right? Like I don't know exactly the mechanics of it, but I imagine it's something that they can enable or disable. Like I don't think all the keywords in the world are constantly transmitting this data. I think they only enable this capability if they have an agent placed next to the target. For obvious reasons, right? Because they wouldn't want all these keywords sending data. It could be easily detected by the authorities. So I think it's only if you're a target, they will enable this feature in your keywords. And this is, I mean, in the case of Logitech, it's serious because I was looking at some stats, and I think if you look at the number of people that use Logitech products on their computers, it's something like 58 million people in the US. So I mean that is a lot of keywords. So it's a lot of potential targets to choose from if they need to, right? So, but for these experiments, because I've known this for a long time, I ablated. When I say ablated, I mean I killed that component. I replaced it with something else. And here I have to tell you what I've been doing. I described this in a recording that I made a few days ago, but it's, I'm not going to repeat it here. I'm just going to append that recording to this demo at the end because I already explained what I did in that recording. But basically, what I've been doing is I've been buying uh, old computer parts. Like I bought keyboards that are 20 years old because those are less likely to have the chipsets that the CCP uses to bug the keywords. So my theory is that what they do is that instead of bugging the keywords in Logitech, what they probably did is that they compromise the supply chain of Logitech to make sure that Logitech bought a specific chip that it's used in most, if not all of the keywords. And that way, if they can compromise the manufacturer of that chipset, then they have effectively bought all the Logitech keyboards, and they don't have to buy Logitech. They don't have to own the company. Right? All they have to do is to make sure that Logitech buys this particular chipset and that it's included in the design of every single keyboard. That would be enough. So anyhow, I updated the keyboards, right, and I replaced them with very old keyboards that are like 20 years old. And then I've been running different experiments, different things. Uh, like I think I probably shared the results in a different format, right? But let me show you something. I think 1 second. Let me show you a couple of things, right? Yes. So I mean, this is a very simple spreadsheet, but it basically has these numbers that I gathered for number of users, right? In the US, all this is only in the US. In other countries, the distribution might be different, but so basically, it's trying to measure how many users or people are actively using these particular different things in the US. And this list contains things that are hardware and also things that are software. For example, you will see things that Windows is in there, and Windows has 172 million users in the US, which is, I mean, it's almost half of the and you would see things that is hardware, right? Like that are hardware, like for example, memory modules, right? Like DDR3 RAM, 8 million users. And I did this exercise because like trying to put myself on their shoes, right? Like if I was the CCP or if I worked for them, and I had the task of creating this industrialized process for weakening the encryption of everybody. Naturally, what you would want to do is to create the conditions to weaken the encryption. Let me back up for a second. The theory is that what they do is they compromise the companies, and as in the example that I just mentioned with Logitech, right, where they would compromise the company, uh, place an agent in the design department that makes sure that this particular chipset is included in the designs. That's step number one. And then place another agent in the purchase department that makes sure that this particular vendor for that chipset is chosen for all the keywords because the price was good, because whatever reason, right? So only with two people they would be able to pull this off at Logitech, for example, right? I mean, probably more than two people because I imagine this has levels of approvals, right? These people cannot make these decisions in the vacuum, but um, with a limited number of people, you could make such a thing, right, happen. So that's the theory. So thinking in that way, if I was them, what I would do is to naturally go for the things that have the biggest number of users. This is, I would call these aggregators of users, right? Because if you manage to compromise the aggregator, and a big aggregator, you can effectively weaken the encryption for a lot of people in just a single place, right? If you don't go this way and you start targeting smaller products or companies, you would have to compromise a lot of things, and this will require an army of agents, right? So it's less efficient. It doesn't scale well if you don't take the aggregators. So that naturally, I need to understand what are the aggregators, right? To understand where is that they're probably hitting me, right? And hitting everybody else. So that's basically what I did. Right? So the first thing you will see is that the biggest aggregators, I mean, at least, right, for me, what jumps out of this chart, of this table, is that the biggest aggregators are really the operative systems. Like if you look at, there's only three. Well, if you count the mobile OSs, then there's five, right? But there's only three really operative systems, and it's a handful of companies, right? And with these, you can basically target the entire country. I mean, if you manage to compromise these companies in a way that allows you to weaken the encryption of all the users of these products, of these OSs, you would have effectively you would be able to listen in into the conversations and messages and emails and everything of all the population of the US, right? And it wouldn't require it wouldn't require an army of agents, right? Like you just need to compromise the right things in the right places, in the right companies, right? So I mean, this is a good example of what I called in the, in the research that I've done, and in one of the books that I published, the 2% attack, right? This is a prime example of that. You don't need to have an army of agents to do this. All you have to do is to have the right people in the right places, and that's enough. So naturally, right, when I see these, what worries me is the OSs, right? And I have to tell you, I've been fighting with this setup that I have for years, trying to get to a point where I'm able to communicate without them listening in, and I haven't been able to. But when I saw this, right, I updated the OS, right? Because at this point, until this point, I was using, I mean, my last setup, I've tried everything, right? Like I've already tried Windows, I tried Ubuntu, I tried many things, but they always are able to listen. The last setup that I had was Chrome OS. And my reasoning there, I mean, I was naive, right? Because my reasoning was that, well, that Chrome OS is produced by Google. It's made by Google. And because I used to work for Google and I have high respect for the company, for the technical people that work there, I thought, it would be hard to compromise. But of course, I was right. Like they have weakened Chrome OS to a point where it doesn't. I tried different things. Like it's not my installation of Chrome OS. I've tried installing it from different sources. I even tried once buying a computer that came with the Chrome OS installed, and the same result. They could easily decrypt my traffic without effort. Like on the first attempt. So obviously, right, the Chrome OS is compromised. So to give you the story short, well, I mean, what I'm going to tell you is it's how do I say this? It's I don't want to make it an inflammatory thing, right? Like I don't want to make a comment that could be seen as inflammatory. So I want to be careful how I frame this, but I'm going to give you my opinion, right? This is just my opinion, based on what I'm seeing. I mean, based on, let me tell you on what I'm basing this opinion, right? On what I'm seeing through this journey of fighting with the CCP for years. And when I say years, I mean 25 years in my case. Um, and also based on the database of Diosdado Cabello that was leaked to me in 2024. Diosdado Cabello is an individual that was the head of the Venezuelan intelligence at some point, right? And he has a database of crypto payments that was leaked to me in 2024, and I have in my possession that database. And in that database, there's prominent people marked in that database, people that are famous people that you would know their names, right? So one of these people is Bill Gates. And I've mentioned this before. I mean, this is no secret. It's, I mentioned this in my books. I've mentioned this in different demos in my website before. But, when I come to this realization that the OSs are, like, all the OSs are bugged, right? Because I tried them all. like through the last, I don't know, when I started experimenting with the OSs was probably 4 years ago, right? When I started switching to Ubuntu. I tried all the Linux flavors I could find. It doesn't matter. Like they always encrypted. So, my opinion is, right, based on the data of this leaked database and based on this observation that the OSs are the biggest aggregators of users that there could be, it seems to me like what could have happened is that, Bill Gates, who controls Microsoft, and it was the first commercial, OS that the world saw, probably what he did was to colonize the other OSs. I like to place people because he's a very important part of this network. Like uh, in my previous demos, when I talked about Elon Musk and Travis Kalanick and those people, you have to understand, like these were my technical adversaries. Like they were the ones that were stealing my inventions for years. But they are not the creators of this, right? They are like the second generation. Like the creator of this is Bill Gates. Um, so he predates all of my technical adversaries, right, in terms of longevity in the network. So I don't know. My opinion is that, if I had to guess, what probably happened is that he created the network itself, like the technical side of the network, and then he dedicated himself to colonize all the technical companies in the way I'm describing, right, by inserting people in the right places, with the goal of weakening the encryption of everybody else, and that weakening of encryption is what enables the Communist Party of China or the Chinese Communist Party to listen in the conversations of everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a government employee, because if you're a government employee, you likely use Windows, right? And Windows is controlled by Bill Gates, and it's weakened. So I mean, it's a big, if you think about it, right? It sounds like a big civilizational problem, because if this is the case, what it means is that nobody has any privacy on the internet. Like Bill Gates and his network and the Chinese and they can listen into anybody's communications and conversations. There's no privacy. Um, so it's a very concerning situation, right? But anyhow, going back to the experiments, I think yes. Let me show you this. This is also interesting. So I built with this AI a chart that I think is very interesting. Let me try to see if I can. Yes, this one. Yes. So these are the different OSs through the last, since 1985 to 2026. And the colors represent in this chart. Like, I mean, we could, if I'm gonna post it with this video, and so you can go in detail into the. But basically, what the different colors and the continuity of the bars represent is a grand chart, and the bars represent when AOS was born and when it died, if it was deprecated, right? And also the colors signify different tiers in terms of how transparent the OSs are in terms of their source code, because that is the only protection to this thing that they're doing, right? That weakening the encryption via the OSs. The only protection really is whether the code is public and visible to everybody. Because if the code is public, I mean the source code of the operating system, if the code is public and visible to everybody, they could not put malicious code in there, because somebody will see it, right, and will say, hey, they're weakening the encryption here. So they can only do this if the code is proprietary, right? And you would think, well, but you try Ubuntu, and Ubuntu is open source, and that was my mistake. I didn't check this before until this week, because I thought, well, Ubuntu is open source. They cannot be possibly weakening the encryption in Ubuntu. That's what I thought, but it's not true. No, it's not true in the following sense. Not all the open source software is born the same. There are different kinds of open source. Like there's different levels of open source. And like I imagine like there is a more formal definition, right? But this is what I came up with. I started chatting with this AI, like trying to put the operative systems and the software in general in tiers, like different tiers, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. where tier one is really open source, meaning 100% of the code is open source and everybody can see everything. Right? There's tier two, in which the code itself, the base code, like the core of the operative system, is open source, but it uses drivers or third-party software that is not open source. That they get the binaries injected into the operative system, but the code is not. The code that produces those binaries is not transparent. Nobody can see what is in there. You can only get the compiled version of it, which is unreadable to a human. Right? So this would be tier two. Tier three is a combination of the two things. I mean, where the two things, both the core and the drivers, for example, for the video card or the driver for the network card, are proprietary of a company like Realtek or NVIDIA, right? So in those cases, if part of the code of the operative system is proprietary and also the drivers are proprietary, then that's tier three. An example of this would be Windows, right? You cannot see what is the code source of Windows. Like you have to work at Microsoft in that team, right, and get permission to see the code. Or Chrome OS, right? Some part of Chrome OS is open source and visible to everybody, but not all of it. There's parts of it that are proprietary and you cannot see them. And there's also the drivers, like the NVIDIA drivers, the Realtek drivers, etc. And tier four would be where the thing is completely closed. I think like Microsoft would be an example of that, right? So you see, there's only one operative system that is really, truly tier one in terms of transparency, and that would be pure OS. The video cards and the network cards, that most of them, if not all of them, the drivers are proprietary, right? So even if you install the operative system, you will not be able to see the video. I mean, it won't boot, right? For the majority of video cards, right? So that's why the adoption is low. But if you look at this chart, it's clear that everywhere you look, you will get into a situation where you are using an operative system that is a black box in one place or another. And in that place, they can weaken it. Right? They can make something. And how they weaken it, that would be a more technical conversation, but I understand the mechanism. Like I understand the ways they can weaken the OS. I mean, I've done this as an engineer, right? I've reverse engineered the weaken, and I know how they do it. I mean, not all the ways they can do it, but I know some of the ways. Let's put it that way. I imagine there are ways that I don't know about, but I know some of the ways that in how they implement this weakening of the encryption. But I think that would be outside of the scope of this conversation. Like some of them I've described in previous declarations or demos before. But the other thing that is interesting in this chart is that there's some OSs that you can see here that fluctuate in the sense that at some point in time they were tier one or tier two, and then something happened and there was an inflection point and they transitioned to tier two or tier three, right? And then some time passes and then they go back to tier. So you see this fluidity in the ecosystem, right? Like it's not a fixed scenario. And I think this has to do with dynamics in the markets. For example, like the Chinese could come and invest money in a company that then goes and buy. And this has happened before, right? Like I don't know, Oracle, for example, bought one of these OSs at some point and took it from tier two, I think, to tier four, from one day to the next. And then some time passed, and then they open source some of it. Then it went to tier three, and but you can see this. This is why in some of the bars you can see. Like for example, the Android family, you can see that it started being blue, and then around 2015, it turned yellow, and then on 2020 it turned red, right? So it would be interesting. I mean, this is a more heavy endeavor, right, to take on, but it would be interesting to understand what were those inflection points. I mean, why these particular important platforms took these radical shifts in terms of things that could affect the privacy of multiple, millions of people. To understand, right? To see if, I don't know, at least to me, right, it would be interesting to understand if there's maybe correlation between this fluctuation and, I don't know, geopolitical events, for example, or I don't know, changes in policy or changes in leadership of the company, right? Acquisitions, things like that. IPOs. I mean, there's a bunch of interesting things that could be correlated, right? Um, I don't know, just food for thought. Um, so yeah, so that's basically what I've been doing, right? So I have to tell you, at this point, I got to a point where I mean, I think, but it's, I think, and I got information from this guy that they cannot decrypt my traffic at this point, right? So what I'm using right now is Debian, the live version, because if you install it in the hard drive, that also on itself introduces a lot of conditions that could be used to weaken your encryption. So I'm using what they call the live version, which is basically you install the operative system in a USB drive. And to boot your computer, you put the drive in and you turn on the computer and you boot from the drives, from the USB drive. So it's kind of a transient machine in the sense that when you turn it off, everything is lost, right? Like there's the cookies, everything is destroyed because there's no hard drive in a way, right? So what the computer is doing is using the USB stick as a swap memory, temporary file, right? And when you turn off the computer, that file goes away. It's a temporary file system, basically. But that also protects your privacy, right? Because when you boot the computer again, everything is brand new. There's the browser, the software, like the settings, everything, right? And there's no way to fingerprint your computer. There's no easy way because it's a brand new installation again every time you put it up. Um, and I'm doing this with Debian right now. So it seems to work well. And I'm running on Comcast, and Comcast is dangerous because they have the company heavily compromised from the inside. So, what I'm trying to say is that if I can get to this point on Comcast, which is a wired internet connection, which is more vulnerable to what they do, because they can do a man-in-the-middle attack in multiple places in the network, right? Because my traffic goes from my computer to a router, to that router, to another aggregator, and jumps multiple times within the Xfinity network, or any ISP really that is, cable, wire, or fiber optic. But I also have a satellite connection, which is a single hop straight from the computer to the satellite. Right? So that is harder for them to intercept because it requires, physical interception in the middle of the channel, right? And it's only one hop. There's no routers in between me and the satellite. Um, so, if I can get to this point where they cannot see what I'm doing, or at least not as they did before, with the ease that they did before, maybe they can do it, by brute force. Maybe if they, put a lot of computing power and a lot of time using those resources, maybe they can decrypt it in a few hours, right? But at that point, the information is useless, right? They need it real time. So what I'm trying to say is that, when I started experiments with the satellite connection, and I also have other experiments in which I'm going to use the legacy hardware that I purchased in this store where I bought the legacy hardware. I bought another computer that is like 20 years old. Well, like, I don't know, 15 years old. And, that is going to be more resistant to what they do because the hardware is older, right? And the firmware and the drivers and everything is older. So it could not be possibly as sophisticated as the things that they have put in these Hewlett Packard computers that I have, which are more recent than from this year. So that's the plan. So now let's go back to the agenda. Let me read to see. Yeah, so I basically delivered all this. Yeah, so this is important, right? So this morning, being April 22nd, I got information from the informant, and he told me about the side channel attack that they are doing. A side channel, and I'm not going to go too much into the details here because I already described this before. But it's a way, like, imagine that you want to decrypt the traffic, that you're the Communist Party of China, right? And you want to decrypt the traffic of somebody. So what you would do, one thing that you need to do is to understand how many characters they type. Because if you know the length of the message, if I type, I don't know, REINALDO, if I type 8 characters in a sequence, they would know that I probably typing my name, right? Because my name has 8 characters, Rinaldo. That's just one example, right? But if you know the length, you probably know the words. And also the timing in between. I mean, and this is more technical, right? But if you measure the timing, the delay between the keystrokes, and if you have a lot of recordings of somebody typing, you will notice that the timing, the delay between two keystrokes is variable, and it depends on the sequence that you type. Why? Well, because the shape of your hands, right? Like your fingers have a certain length. So if you want to type, I don't know, let me give you an example, right? If you want to type B as in Bob and then P as in Peter, those two letters, you have to use these two fingers, and the distance that you have to move the hand is longer, and that takes more milliseconds. But if you want to type, I don't know, F followed by G, you can do that just by doing this, right? And you can do that in a more shorter time. So the timing on the sound of the keystrokes is a very strong signal that could allow you to guess precisely what the person is typing. There's just a few set of possibilities because you can reduce that set of possibilities by using the dictionary. I mean, if you know the person types in Spanish, there's only a fixed set of candidate words that could have those letters in those sequences. You see? So it's an easy problem, really. So, and this is important because if they can guess, if they know the lengths and what characters are likely to be and in what order, they have already 95% of the decryption problem solved. Like they might as well guess the message just by listening to the keystroke, right? But I mean, that's not what they do. But they use that information to constrain the problem of breaking the encryption. Because if they know the length of the message, the words that are likely contained in the message, etc., if they have context about the communication, the more context they have, the easier they will find the decryption key. So this is the side channel attack. So to do this, they need microphones, right? And I know that everything I say, they listen to, right? I know that for a fact because I've tested that. So anyhow, the informant finally told me he found out, and I've been bugging him for months to tell me. But he told me first that he didn't know, and then he was looking for the information. Eventually, today, I got the information. He told me where the bug was. And this is, it's kind of obvious. At the same time, it's hilarious and it's scary. So the bug was in the HP computers that I bought at Walmart and Micro Center. And the bug was actually, here the informant got the information a little bit wrong, right? He told me that it was microphones that were placed in the enclosure of the computer, and he described them to me, right? I open the computer and I see the devices, and they look exactly the way that he described them. So I removed them, right? But when I look at them, they're not really microphones. What they are, and I have a photo of them here, right? At some point, yes, this one, right? What they are really is, they seem to be, right? The Wi-Fi card of the computer and two antennas. But he explained to me that he told me that he was sure that these two black things that you see in this photo are not just antennas, right? Like these devices are high gain, high gain, microphones. He told me that these were like specially made microphones that are very expensive. Like they are not commercial. They're priceless. Like you cannot buy these two that I have. These are not the ones that are in every HP computer. They probably do the same with every HP computer, but these ones are like extra special, right? Because they know that I have a database, right? That was leaked to me, so they're concentrated in harming me. And to harm me, they are sparing no resources. Like they are going to give me the best possible microphones they can possibly buy with all the money they have. So these are special, right? But they are the Wi-Fi antennas, right, and the chip. So those two things, those two black things, were connected to that chip. You see, it's an especially made chip. This thing fits on these HP computers, right? So this is something made by Realtek for HP. And those two antennas go were connected directly to the chip. So I removed the ensemble, the array. And after I did that, I received messages from him, and he confirmed that they lost the audio capabilities. Right. So I know now that these are the actual high gain, and these things are amazing. Like, and I can tell you because I've said things in this office before out loud in places far away from the computer, and I know that they've heard them because the informant told me before. Like I'm talking about a month ago, right? So I mean, the gain of these microphones is really amazing. So anyhow, I have them safe well for when this thing comes to light and eventually the FBI investigates. I imagine, right? They will be able to test these things and verify if this is the case or not, right? Like I don't have the tools to make this assessment, right? I'm just relaying to you the information I got. Now I have to tell you, when I got this information and I opened the computers, I saw something interesting that I want to share with you here. Uh, uh, so let me see. Let me open a new tab, and I'm gonna put one image in here. I'm gonna do this multiple times until I find the image that I'm looking for. There is one image that I took that is of the actual case. Yes, so this one, I think, or maybe this is one. I think I have one better. Let me see. Yes. So this is how they were mounted, right? And this is interesting on itself because if you look at this, right? First of all, the case of the computer was made and molded to accommodate these two devices. Right? That's the first thing, right? So it means that they put, I mean, HP, Hewlett Packard, put a lot of thought and engineering into creating, designing, and molding these cases to accommodate this. So the case is not custom made to me, right? They do the same with, at least with this model of computers in HP, right? The difference is the quality of the sensor, right? My sensors are probably higher grade because they are desperate, right? But the mold exists for everybody, right? So this means that they're doing this at a scale, right? Just with different levels of precision. And they probably gave me the highest precision they can achieve. That's the first observation I can tell you from this. Right? The second is disalignment. If you look at disalignment, the two antennas, they're supposed to be antennas, right? Wi-Fi antennas. And they're positioned in this L shape. This is a tell. Because I mean, and here I have to tell you, I'm out of my depths. Like I'm not a Wi-Fi engineer, right? Like I don't. Maybe I'm wrong here, right? But observational. I can tell you this as anecdotal from what I observed in the world in my time in this earth. Usually, when you see Wi-Fi antennas, they are positioned in a way that they're usually standing up or maybe inclined a little bit, and this has to do with optimizing for killing interference and things like that. That I understand, right? But what catches my attention more than the L shape is the fact that the mold in the case was made to, like you see, these are precision screws, right? And the devices, the antennas, they have kind of a thing that holds them that pins them in position that is high precision, it's millimeter. Like if you put that screw in there, you are guaranteed that these two antennas will land in those exact places. Like there's no way that you can mess it up by even 1 millimeter. Like this is a high precision position. So that made me think that probably there's a third. There's probably a third. Just give me 1 second to check something here. Yes, there's probably a third purpose to this, right? Beyond being an antenna. So the first purpose, the real purpose, I mean, the legit purpose is being an antenna, a Wi-Fi antenna. The second purpose is a microphone, high gain microphone, right? And I think there might be a third purpose because of the positioning is so precise. I think what this is really doing is, and I did some research using AI to see if this could be the case, right? It seems to be possible. Um, so the AI said something along the lines that when you position Wi-Fi antennas in this specific L shape, if the distance and the angle between the antennas is precise and constant and well known, you could use the time of arrival of the Wi-Fi signal. I mean, the difference in the time of arrival of the Wi-Fi signals between the two antennas to pinpoint the origin of the signal or to pinpoint an obstacle in the middle. So you basically, to not make it too technical, what I'm telling you is that you could use two Wi-Fi antennas arranged in a specific way like this to create kind of a sonar or a radar, right? Where you can use this to create a map of the objects in the room, a person, the breathing frequency of a heart or of a lung, right? Or the pulsation of a heart. So, it's possible that what they're doing really with this, it's a sensor, right, that they can inject into your home to understand the layout, to understand where is what and who, right? Where are the people in the room, right? And this is important because they need to know when you sit on the computer. I mentioned this in another demo, right? Because when you sit on the computer, you are more likely to transmit a message. And their interest is in understanding what you're transmitting, right, at a scale. So, I don't know. It's interesting, right? And another thing I've noticed is that those screws that attach these antennas to this HP case are special in the sense that the indentations in the screws, like they're not really Phillips screws. It's a weird type of a screw. Like I didn't even have the tool, and I have a lot of tools to open computers and things like that at home, here. But in all my tools, I did not have that head. I had to really force the screw to be able to remove it. So it occurred to me that maybe that was done by design to discourage the removal of the device, right? Like if the target for some reason wants to remove them, it's hard, right? Like maybe you don't find the tool and you give up. But I'm mentioning this not just to plant the suspicion in your head, but because if this is the case, this could be a signal for detection, right? Like I would look for computers that have these antennas arranged in this specific way with precision positioning via the molding of the case, and have these hard to remove screws, right? So if your computer has these characteristics, you might be a target, right? I would think that could be those things could be used as a signal for detection of targets. So that's why I'm mentioning that. And looking at all these in retrospective, I understand because at some point, not too long ago, I took the extreme measure of burying the computer a little bit underground because it was the only way that I found that it was difficult for them to get the side channel for the audio. Of course, because if the computer is a little bit buried under, soil, um, the signal cannot escape as easily, right? So it's kind of a Faraday cage in a way. But like this observation and this information I got from this person that works in the Venezuelan Army intelligence, seems consistent with what I've had empirically observed before. So that's what I wanted to share with you about that. So now that I'm telling you that, that I buried the computer because you can think, this person is crazy, but like that's the length I had to go to try to get some privacy on my communication. When I did that, what they did in response is that they started scanning my house with different vehicles. They sent, somebody to knock on my door, and people trying to get close to see if they could detect the signal, right? And at some point, what they did is that they sent Suleima Villamizar, and I'm not gonna, if you look at the other declarations, you will see who Suleima Villamizar is. But she came and brought my son, and she was driving the Tesla, and she parked the Tesla in a very weird way that day. This was like 2 days after I buried the computer. The informant told me that what they were doing with that was using the sonar of the Tesla, the Tesla cars, and that car, I bought it myself. So that car is equipped with a sonar, and that's the way it can detect obstacles, like to avoid collisions and things like that. But it can also be weaponized in this way. So what they did is that they sent her to come here to bring the child, but then she parked the car in this weird way, and the objective of doing that was to basically do an 180 degrees scan of the garage to see if the computer was buried in the garage and the kitchen. Like those are the areas that they were suspecting at that time. And then after they did that and they didn't find the computer, then they moved to scanning the other side of the house. Right? So it's, I mean, this tells you how important it is for them to get that side channel. It seems to me from this observation, I mean, it's observational, right? What I'm telling you is anecdotal because I'm only one target, right? But it seems to me, because of the level of desperation they have in finding this side channel again, um, that this is a crucial part of the stack. Like without the side channel, it seems like it's too difficult, right? They need the side channel. Okay. Yes. So I think I've misestimated the amount of time this demo will take, and I need to do a couple of things today. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut this part. I'm gonna post it, and I'm gonna finish delivering this demo at the end of the day. Okay. So I'm gonna stop this one for now, but I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you shortly. Hi, so we're back. So this is the second part of Declaration 133. So let me share my screen again with you. So we go back to where we were. Just 1 second, okay? So before, yeah. So the last item we talked about was, that instance in which they brought the black Tesla to the office to scan the area with the sonar that it has on the back. The idea was to try to identify where is the computer buried, because they need to see the location, because like this device that they have that transmits. By the way, I didn't say this when I talked about the L-shaped array of Wi-Fi antennas / high gain microphones / sensors to map the environment. I didn't mention this, but and this is a theory I have. I don't know if this is exactly what they're doing, but I imagine, right? Because so think about it, right? Like the fact that the microphone and the antenna are combined in the same device and connected directly with a single wire to the Wi-Fi chip or card, right? That is very convenient because that is a network card. So I imagine what they do is that they sample the audio and then they hide the data packets in the padding of the. So in the TCP/IP transmissions, there are transmission windows. So the way the protocol works is that there's a certain number of bytes that you have to accumulate in the buffer, and then when that gets full, the network card sends the buffer, right? But it also has a mechanism that it allows to pad. Padding means that maybe the buffer is not full, but to not wait for a long time, you can fill the gaps with random data to fill the window and then transmit, right? So I imagine what they're doing is splitting the audio in small chunks that if you look at them individually, they don't look like audio. Like nobody will be able to recover the audio from a single transmission packet or from a single transmission window. So you can basically split the data in chunks that individually are meaningless. But if the other side knows that those paddings are not random data, but they're actually structured data and they can be put together, if you know how to, then they can recover the audio, right? So it's a way for the network card to directly transmit the audio without even having to process the audio using the CPU of the computer. So the computer might be unaware that this is happening. This could be done directly by this network card that I showed you before. So it's a very powerful thing, right? I mean, if that's what they're doing. If I was them, that's how I would do it. And I know this because I do something. I'm not gonna give them much details, but I do something that looks a little bit like that, and that's one of the things that I created for transport to be able to defeat them, right? And so they cannot intercept back there. Anyhow, yes. So let's keep going, right? So in the last section, in the last segment, we were talking about the weakening of the encryption, and I touched on this. Let's call it a hypothesis, right? It's my working theory at this point that Dr. Bill Gates is um, a very foundational figure, right? On 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 this and how all these um, technology companies have been compromised. Right? But something interesting happened recently that might be related. I don't know. So what happened was that in the last few weeks, the last months really, starting I think it was on March 25th, there was an escalation, right? Like where the people in this network started escalating their attacks in different fronts, right, against me, like to silence, basically. Um, and in response, I did several things that I documented already in previous declarations, but one of the things that I did is that I started filing disclosures with the OFAC. So the OFAC is this office of the federal government that those asset control of foreign asset control. So basically, tracking individuals or companies, or organizations that might be moving funds through the U.S. financial systems illegal. And there's nothing that would fit more that definition that this network, right? Because they have an entire parallel banking system to fund these agents and to bribe people, right? So I started filing reports with the OFAC. So the OFAC has or had a whistleblower portal that was free to access. If you had information about somebody doing financial crimes in these ways that I'm describing, you could go into the OFAC website and file a report. You could just write or attach documents and send it, right? It didn't require to sign in. It didn't require, identification and not even creating an account. You could just click on that link and file the report. And in this way, I filed several reports, like 10, right, of prominent individuals, including Larry Fink of BlackRock. And they were the guys from Vanguard, like all these I described before, right? But I filed those reports with the OFAC. So yesterday something happened that I documented, and I wanted to file a report for that about another individual. And I'm going to describe that in this part in this segment of the demo, hopefully. But without getting into the details of what the report said, what I want to tell you is that I tried to file the report. And when I did that, surprise, the OFAC portal for sending these reports had dramatically changed. Now, and this must have happened in the last 2 weeks, because I think the last report I filed was like 2 weeks ago with the OFAC. And so now it has changed dramatically. Now it requires you to sign in. And to sign in, surprise, surprise, you have to use a Microsoft account. So basically, you have to go through Bill Gates to be able to report somebody to the OFAC. They're within the right, but it's kind of creating a higher barrier of entry for somebody who's attempting to report the crime. I think it's counterproductive. But anyhow, I tried to do it. So the first thing I did is I tried to create a Microsoft account using the same email address that I used to file the reports before. When I enter the email address, it tells me you already have an account. So as I said, I had never created a Microsoft account with this email address. But that's what it said. Right? So I assume that they created the account for me on my behalf, the OFAC, because I filed the reports. So anyhow, I said, send me the code to my email and I'll try to sign it. So Microsoft sent me the code to this email address, which is the email address that I used in my 10 previous reports to the OFAC. When I sign in, I get a message that says, a message from Microsoft that says your account has been blocked because it doesn't comply with our terms of service. Which I never used this account before. How can I have violated the terms of service? So, but what this tells me is that Microsoft, not only they somehow created a situation in which now they are the gatekeepers of the OFAC, Microsoft itself. But also they took the step of blocking my account. my Microsoft account that I didn't even know I had, that they created for me. So they created the account and then they blocked me. So what this means in practice is that I cannot really even log into the OFAC to see what they said about my reports, if they said anything. I don't have even access to the portal. So I said, well, let me try with a different email address, right? So I have another Gmail address that it's, a personal email address, and I tried to create an account with that to then sign in. I was able to create the account, but when I tried to sign in, it says, it gave me a message saying that the account is not whitelisted. So what this is telling me is that now to find out the talk with the OFAC, not only you have to have a Microsoft account, which means that you have to have the blessing of Bill Gates, right? I mean, his company. But also you need to be whitelisted before you can report the crime. I mean, this is, I don't know if it's only me, but I see these and I see obstruction of justice. Like, this is like saying that to go to the police to report the crime, you first have to get permission from the police, right? Or from the company that provides the computer system to the police. I don't know. It feels like there's something terribly blocking. Right? But again, it's just my opinion. So that's the thing with the Microsoft account and the OFAC. Let me see if I can show you this because, so you can see I took a screenshot of this. And while I do this, I have to remind you that I have this bucket in Google Cloud Storage that is permanent. It's undeletable. Like all these objects cannot be deleted, any of them. And it's well structured. I mean, the way the folders are laid out, that encodes meaning anyway. And this probably is going to be useful, I'm guessing, right, for journalists or for investigative agencies in different countries. Because this is not specific to the U.S. As I said in the previous segment, this feels like a civilizational problem. So if you go to this folder that is called Court Evidence DOJ, within that there is a folder for BlackRock, and within that there is a folder for Bill Gates because he's a prominent part of this thing. No, I think I didn't put it here. I think I put it on the OFAC reports, maybe. So there is a folder that says OFAC reports, yes. So these are the two screenshots, right? So this is one. You see that my account, which is this one, KOL mobile b6 at gmail.com, is blocked, right, by Microsoft. This is a message from Microsoft. Sorry. And the other screenshot is the one that I'm describing, in which my personal Gmail address is blocked by the organization itself. So the U.S. Treasury Omni on Microsoft.com administrator has restricted which organizations can access their tenant. So it means that, they have to whitelist the account to be able to file a report reporting a crime. I don't know. It's, but anyhow, like those screenshots are in there and there's IDs, right? The quest ID, time stuff. I imagine this must be traceable by authorities, right? Who created this system and who has this system hostage, basically. They took the system hostage, but it's interesting how they did it because now it's hostage and nobody can access it, right? Like no citizen can access it without the permission of this 20. I don't know, it's concerning. But anyhow, the screenshots are in there, okay? In case if anybody like to ask that question to the right people. So now let's talk a little bit about the patent attacks. This is what I was describing to you a while ago, right, in the previous sector. And basically what happened was that, in this process, I've been, when I say this process, I mean years, right? So in the last few years, I've been creating these inventions. There are technologies that I created, or conceived, or designed. But I have never patented it before because, or never filed for applications before because I didn't want to do it because I don't have access to an attorney. And if I send it to anybody, because I know that they have, I mean, this network, right, the CCP, has me on the surveillance. I was afraid that they would intercept the designs and they patent it themselves, right? Because that's what they do. They steal the inventions of everyone. So, but at some point, recently, because I've been developing these technologies that allow me to circumvent the surveillance that in some degrees, right? To some degrees. I started creating these applications using the legal vaccine technology that I developed. And, I have to tell you, in this part of the demo, I'm going to mention things like this, thing, like the legal vaccine pipeline, right? That, if you hear that proper name, you don't know what it is, I would recommend that you look it up in the previous demos. Right? And I have one of the books is a compilation of all the transcripts, and we could use that to find it. Because like if I start giving you the definitions in this segment, this would be too long. Like I'm gonna talk about very different things, and if I try to define each one of them, this demo would be 5 hours. Right? But suffice to say that I developed a technology that allows me to draft legal documents, and I had to do this to be able to fight with them, to fight off their legal attacks for months, right? With the family courts and all these things that they're doing. But now that I have a technology, I used it to create my own patent applications myself without having to resort to going to an intellectual property attorney, which would have been a mistake because, well, the intellectual property attorneys are running the Brick Enterprise, at least in the US and other countries. And I explained this in the previous step. But now that I have this technology, I used it to generate myself the patent applications without the help of an attorney. And I filed them. Okay. And after I filed them, I realized that these patent applications could be used by me as a weapon to counterattack them. And let me give an idea how it works. Right? So in the previous declarations, I've documented extensively the crimes that are committing, and some of those crimes are. Because if I talk about the things that they do with the judiciary frauds and things like that, those are things that, I have proof. Like I have all the proof that you may ask. But those are things that require those proofs to be assessed. What I'm trying to say is that if I make those allegations, if I try to attack them with that puts the burden of proof on me. I have to prove that they committed those crimes, which I can do, right? But the burden of proof is on me, right? And they can block me in different ways. But with the financial crimes, it's different because, for example, in the case of this thing that they do that I described in demo, I think was D130, 31, 32, where, they take the 401k savings or the retirement savings of everybody, and then they buy stock in public companies, and then they vote on behalf of the investors, but they are the ones that are voting. And on top of that, they also buy stock on those same companies. So they have voting power that could be 15, 16, 70% on a single company, controlled directly by BlackRock or by Vanguard. But they don't declare themselves as insiders, which they should do because they're voting more than 10% of the shares. So this is a violation. The rules of the SEC are clear. If you control more than 10% of the voting shares of the company, you have to file a form and say, I'm an insider. And that has tax implications and disgorgements, and things like that. So, but you see, if I report that, it's a different situation because the burden of proof is on them, not on me. They have to prove that they are not voting over 10% of the shares, which they can do because they are in fact doing it, right? But you see, the thing is that set of allegations gives me a very narrow scope. So if I make the allegations about the financial crimes they might be committing, right? I have to send that to the SEC or to FinCEN or to the SEC. There's certain entities I could send that to, but they're all on the finance scale. And they may be influenced by BlackRock because BlackRock controls $30 trillion in assets. Right? So it's a very narrow scope that I have, a very narrow latitude that I have to move on that, right? So this is what I did, right? So with the patent applications, because I have at this point 52 different patent applications in different fields, from computing to encryption to data science to inventory analysis, like all sorts of things, right? Uh, well, what I can do, I can send a legal notice to an entity. It could be a company. So, for example, right? Let me tell you, right? So I have a patent application about how to communicate using light between two mobile devices. So I could take this patent application and create a legal notice saying to a company like Tesla, for example, hey, I believe you might be infringing this patent application that I filed. And I ask you to do due diligence on this. And at the same time, in the same legal notice, I attach the allegations about the financial crimes and the judiciary crimes. Because the intellectual property attorneys are required to process the notice because I'm making an allegation about intellectual property, potential violations. Like they have to they have to read what I say. They cannot ignore it. They will face the situation that they will read the allegations about the other crimes. And they have to take an action. I mean, not taking an, I mean, the allegations are so serious about judiciary fraud and things like that, that them being lawyers, reading these things, and then being also, many of them being former DOJ employees, officials, high-level officials, some of them. So if they read these and they don't take any action, I mean, that is serious. It's a serious, I mean, it's an omission that it's serious. It could have consequences. So this is what I started doing. I started creating these legal notices to all sorts of companies. And it was amazing. Like I got to a point where, you know, like when this thing I'm going to say, I want to be careful because I'm not, it's not coming about religion, right? But this network, they use religious temples as covers. Like they, I mean, I've documented this before. And it's not about the specific beliefs. Like it's not if, you know, whether the temple is of a particular denomination or not. Like they do this across the board without discrimination. They use the churches and the temples to protect agents. Like they, to serve as a physical shield to prevent the FBI from, you know, listening in. But these congregations and these temples accumulate a lot of acres in land, right? So it makes it difficult for an agent enlargement, like a elite, to, if they're interested, right, in eavesdropping or something, they can, because they can get close to the person, because there's a church with 20 acres in the middle, right? Uh, well, anyhow, to give it so short, I even found ways to send the legal notices to the churches that they're using, for example, in this area where this office is, in Lake Forest State, Katy, Texas. This neighborhood, which is full with agents of this network, is surrounded by 5 or 6 different churches. For this reason, right? Because the churches are an important piece of this infrastructure. So just to give an example, right, of an extreme example in which even a church, I could find a way to create a legal notice in this way to expose the attorneys of the church to this information. Right? I mean, I'm not, my objective is not to expose the pastor, because the pastor really may not, you know, may not have an obligation to report this, right? But the attorney of the pastor or of the church is an attorney, as is an officer of the court. And if he's reading that there is an allegation that silent technologies might be exploited to commit judiciary frauds at large scale to target children, they have an obligation to report that, because they're attorneys, they're officers of the court. They can't ignore it. Well, sure, right? They can do anything, but I imagine that if they ignore it, that might have a consequence, right? Down the road. So that's what I did. So you know, I've sent all sorts of notices, but yeah, after that, the notices do. I mean, it's not like I made things up, right? Like the notices are real, and the potential imprisonment of the inventions are real, and they really have to do the thing. There is a special segment on the. Let me tell you, like maybe let me take this opportunity to show you this. Right. So if you go to the BlackRock folder in the Google Cloud Storage bucket that I'm compiling, there is a folder that is called Reach Out Project. And if you click on that, you will see that it's split by things like media, regulators, law journals. Like these are categories of entities that I target in this way, right? That I send these notices to. Whistleblower firms, which are a big, big thing. Like this network, one of the things they do is that they compromise the whistleblower uh, legal firms, right? Like the law firms. I imagine, right, that it's just, so if a whistleblower tries to seek help, they can block the whistleblower that way, or shut them up in a way. Um, but in this one of the most prominent folders is this one that is called intellectual property law firms. Why? Well, because the intellectual property attorneys, especially the ones that were previously officials of the DOJ and are now partners in these intellectual property firms, they are a big part of this, right? They're running this enterprise. Um, yes. So the automotive industry. Yeah. So there is a folder here for vehicle manufacturers. Uh, this one. No, reach out project, automakers. This one. So this is a special case because in this one, in the notice itself, there are allegations of things that are illegal. I'm not saying that they're directly doing it, but definitely their cars are being used for this thing. And this is relevant to something we're going to talk in a few minutes about. Email to yes. I just want to show you the notice so you have an idea of what it looks like. Oh no, this is the actual receipt. So then, in these folders, I'm also saving the receipts that show who I sent this to and whether they open it or not. Right? And you can see that in there. So this would be the actual notice. Yes. So you can see it, right? That I sent this to Tesla, to Ribbon, to Lucid, to Ford, to Volkswagen, to BMW, BMW, Kia. And this particular one talks about a technology that this network has. I'm going to tell you even an example in a few minutes. And I described this in the previous demo, right? How the vehicles, in general, some vehicles have the capability of exfiltrating data from the car. It could be audio from the cabin or also telemetry from the car, like a speed of travel, direction, all sorts of via infrared communication. So the tail lights and the headlights of some vehicles come with this capability from the manufacturer. And then this network, the CCP and other actors exploit this feature to attack people, right? To steal information, to listen to what you're talking about in the car, for example. And I will show you even, what this looks like visually. But anyhow, I sent this notice to the manufacturers and to the manufacturers of the tail lights. Because those tail lights nowadays, they are a device that is encapsulated, it's packaged. It's a device that you cannot even open it to see what's inside. Like, 20 years ago or 10 years ago, I don't know, most vehicles have incandescent bulbs on the tail lights. But now there are like these assemblies that you have to replace completely if they get broken. And within that assembly, there's a lot of intelligence that is packed in that. And this has the feature that allows them to communicate in this way using infrared, which you cannot see with your eyes. You have a specialized camera to see it. And so that's why this is a perfect cover communication channel, because it cannot be intercepted unless you are in a straight line of sight, equipped with a camera that has a filter for this specific frequency. But anyhow, I sent the notice to the manufacturers, and I don't know what they're gonna do with that. I mean, to the lawyers of the manufacturers and to the CEOs, right? Because this is a serious allegation, and if they don't respond, but again, I'm framing it as I have a patent application to communicate with light, so you might be infringing my invention. Right? So they have to respond to that, but within the notice, there is an allegation implicit that somebody is exploiting this feature, and they have to make a statement that imagine, right? Like to their customers, to their investors, they have a legal obligation to address this. It's not something that they can escape from, I think. I don't know. It's going to be, um, interesting to see how that plays out, right? Um, but anyway, I kept doing this and I did this. I don't know. I sent more than 1,500 emails, more than 1,500 notices to key players. I'm talking about CEOs of public companies that are, or in the way I described before, God, like they have majority control of those companies via the technique that I described before. And I sent more than 1,500 emails in this way, right? With these notices. Register emails, and I have the receipts that they received them, and they opened them, etc. Right? But then something occurred to me because I was working at this point and this is where the thing really got nuclear, right? And they stop sharing for a second. So it occurred to me that um, at some point I started sending the notices to the defense contractor, to Lockheed Martin, to that company and True Technologies. I think it's called the one with the guy, the CEO is that guy that always wears the Hawaiian t-shirts, right, or shirts. And I started sending them the notices because that I have in those patent applications inventions about satellite communication, encryption technologies that are used in satellite communication. So they might, I need to tell them that I invented it. Right? If they do it, they would be infringing my invention. So I put them on notice that, right? But when I did that, something clicked in my mind. It was that I could take this to the next level, completely different field, right? And the way I did that was, well, I thought, like, everything what my thought, or not thought was that, well, if these defense contractors, right, imagine for a second, right, that they ignore the notice and they infringe the patent, or the patent application, like my inventions, my intellectual property. If that's the case, because they have contracts with the government, I mean, they have contracts with the US military, for example, or with the FBI, or with I don't know, right? And this is a small but big detail is that the US is the country with the highest military spending in the world. It's like, I think that the closest contender is China, and it's like a third of what the US spends in military expenditures per year. So the thought that crossed my mind was, well, imagine for a second that one of these contractors, I don't put a name to the contractor, right? But a hypothetical defense contractor infringes the patent, or one or multiple patents or inventions in this portfolio that I have. Okay. And they're charging a fee to the US government. So what this would mean is that they're making a profit for something that the US government could have gotten for free. And the reason I say this is because when I created those patent applications, many of them, in the application itself, I issued a statement of grant of a free perpetual use license of the invention to the US government. Meaning the US government has the right, the federal government has the right to use those inventions for free. I'm not going to charge them anything. And I did this, I explained this wildly, right? I explained this before. It's a way for me to protect the invention because I cannot be fighting with the Chinese government, of course, about this invention because they're going to crush me. They have more money than I do, right? But if I give a free use license perpetual to the US government, the federal government, now they have an interest in defending those inventions from the Chinese. So if the Chinese violate the inventions, the patents, intellectual property, the US government could potentially, that's what I'm hoping for, right? That they could step in to stop them. They would in a way protect my interest, right? Because our interests are aligned of protecting these inventions from the Chinese. That's what I'm hoping for. That's why I did that right in the patent applications. But the side effect that I did not compute or calculate, I didn't do this by design. Look the situation in which I need. Do I look like somebody with a plan? But the side effect is that now that the federal government has this free license, if a defense contractor is charging a fee for something that uses that license, that would be corruption. That would be because the US government already has the right to use it for free. They cannot be charging a fee for something the US government has the right to use. So this got me thinking, well, there must be somebody in the government that has this job. The job to check that the contracts are not stealing money from the taxpayer.
that there's no waste. Well, I don't know how to explain it, right? That the government is paying what's fair, right? And in this context, if the defense contractors are selling a technology or service that is using something that the US government could have gotten for free, that would be corruption, right? In the contract itself. So I started looking at this up, and it turns out, yes, that job exists. This is on the procurement side of the US military. And there is a form, an official form with the number, D137 or something like that. I can't recall the number right now. Actually, to do this properly, let me tell you the form. 1 second. Okay. So it would be on Reach Out Project, this one. So the form is called DFARS 227.7004. So I'm going to give you, for example, the one that I sent to about Lockheed Martin, right? So I sent these to, we'll see. Oh, no, this is the actual receipt. But you can see in the receipt that oh no, this is the email. Right? So I sent these to Mr. William Krish at the Army, Mia Steele at the Army, Tamara Jenkins in the military, Undra Robinson at the military, Emily Winard, also it's nga.mil, and Emil Michael, right? Because Emil Michael, who, is part of my clinical adversarial. I mean, this is, me forcing his hand. And by the way, he read the email. Like, he downloaded the patent application, so he cannot say that he wasn't aware. Like, he read the thing that contains the implication, right? The Declaration 132, which has the full breakdown of how the Bitcoin enterprise works. So anyhow, I sent the form DFARS 2277004, which is this form here. And in fact, we can download it. You can see how this works, right? I'm going to download them. Yes. Okay. And then I'm going to open the actual form. Yeah. 1 second. Because it's taking a while. Okay, let me switch the window to a different window so you can see that I'm showing you. So this document basically complies with the requirements of this form to basically inform the procurement department or the military that their contractor might be infringing the patent or the inventions. Right? The patent applications, the intellectual property. The patents have not been granted, and also informing them that the U.S. military has already a free license of use of most of these patents in this protocol. So, this is nuclear because this goes to all these email addresses in the procurement departments of the military. And those email addresses, by pure logic, have to be heavily monitored. Heavily. Like, I mean, I'm telling you this, I don't know, I've never worked in the military, but as a technologist and as a person before I was employed by Goldman Sachs as a managing director, and I worked a lot in the compliance side of things. So I know, if Goldman Sachs takes, what I'm trying to say is that if Goldman Sachs takes such extreme steps in assuring compliance, I cannot imagine what the military would do to ensure compliance, given that they have the highest expenditure in the planet on military procurement. So they have to go to extreme lengths to make sure that everything is logged, that everything is cataloged, that everything is undeletable, right? All the records. So I imagine that when I send these emails to the procurement people in the military specifically, these emails immediately gets ingested in some sort of undeletable record. Right? And now the Declaration D133, which has the full explanation on how the RICO enterprise works, is in all these places in the military database of the US military, right? This is something that is not going to go away. And I imagine it's going to trigger all sorts of alerts in their system, right? In their monitoring systems internally. I'm talking about the US military. Um, the procurement and finance system, like they must have gestion and analysis of all the things that get sent to them. And I imagine there must be alerting mechanisms on top of that that would route the communications or the data or the documents to the right people. Uh, so, this is really, I think it's a situation that they cannot really decide, right? They cannot block in the way they were blocking the reports with the OFAC. Like, Microsoft cannot come to the military and put a login screen. You know, so these documents don't get in. So I don't know. I'm interested in seeing soon, what's going to be the effect of this, right? I think I sent this like a week ago at this point. So I imagine there must be a response of some kind, right? An acknowledgement of it soon. So let me stop sharing that, and let's see where we are. Yes. So after I did that, the next thing that happened was, the next thing that happened is that they escalated with an attack against me. Like they started targeting me with the IRS, which they have never done before. So that's a long story, and I don't want to get too much into the details, but what they did is that I described this in one of the previous demos. I filed my tax return for the year 2024, for the tax year 2024, which I should have filed by March 15, 2025, because in this situation in which I am in that, they have my son kidnapped and they are, harassing me with the courts and like all these things. Like I didn't feel like I could file it in that time frame because I don't have access to an accountant. The times that I try to hire an accountant, they compromise the accountant or they inject the accountant. But anyhow, I filed it late and I had to file it in paper. But what they did is that when I filed it, I think it was late October or early November. I can't recall exactly, 2025. So on December 29, they sent me a letter saying, you haven't filed the tax return. So basically the IRS was telling me that I did not file. But I have to tell you, I did file it and I paid the tax that I owed and the penalties and the interest in full when I filed, right? But they were saying that I did not file. So when I started sending these things to the military, what they did is that they sent me a notice from the IRS now in Tennessee, because the one in December that said that I did not file was the one in Austin. So that notice came from Austin, where, correct what is, right? And this is relevant because, I reported him to the IRS last year. So anyhow, when I started sending this to the military, they sent me a legal notice from the IRS charging me $75,000 in additional penalties that I already paid. And this is contradictory for many reasons. First of all, they say that I did not, in December 29, they say that I had not filed. But now they are saying that I didn't pay enough. So implying that I did file. So they knew I filed, right? That they're acknowledging that they know that I filed. But importantly, in this document, they make some sort of, brief map. Like it's not even a map. It's like it's 2 lines of numbers. And then they say, you didn't pay enough and we're charging you $75,000 more in interest and penalties. In penalties and interest. But this violates due process in so many ways, right? Because for them to be able to do that, first they have to make a reassessment. This is what the code says. They have to first acknowledge that I filed my tax return, and then they have to tell me that I filed it wrong, that it was defective in some way, and then they have to tell me how they're reassessing my tax return, and then they have to give me 90 days to respond. So they jumped over all those steps and they went directly to the position of a payment uh, demand. They made that payment demand without even telling me that they were making it a reassessment. Um, but anyhow, I thought well, I responded to the badly. I did multiple things, but one of the things that was interesting is that within the IRS, there is a department in which you can report nonprofits that violate tax laws, right? I mean, this is the department that investigates these things within the IRS. But the interesting thing is that within this context, the IRS itself is an entity that would fall on the jurisdiction of this department. So because they're doing this and they're violating the tax laws because they violated all the procedures that they needed to do, and they just jumped all the steps and put this penalty on me. Um, this opened the door for me to report the IRS to the IRS. Right? So that's exactly what I did. And this is a form. It's an structured form that I think that the number of the form was, I think it was 13. You have the number. I can't recall the number right now, but I filed the form reporting the IRS director of Tennessee and Austin, who are doing this to harass me, to the IRS. So I reported the IRS directors to the IRS using this official form, which only purpose is to report wrongdoing of entities like the IRS or non-profit entities to the IRS, right? So I mean, this creates an explosive situation because they cannot ignore that form. The whole purpose of that form is to report that, and the whole purpose of that department that processes the form is to process that form. So how can they ignore it? So I don't know, but this, when I saw this, I said, well, but wait a minute, I've done this before in a way. I mean, not in this way because I didn't know that this form existed, and the people that I reported it for were not nonprofits or federal agencies like this, right? But in a way, this thing of reporting the IRS or people related to the IRS is something that I thought before, right? Uh, and this is kind of interesting. So I started looking at my record, and I mentioned this before. Last year in 2025, which is really what brought me to this point, right? After I got this database from Diosdado Cabello that was leaked to me, and I start seeing that there's a lot of people that are marked in this database with crypto payments, I started reporting them to the IRS. And among the people I reported was the former commissioner of the IRS. So, it's the same thing. It's me reporting somebody who, I mean, he's not the IRS, but he was the head of the IRS, reporting him to the IRS. But the most interesting part is that, and there's a one of them was O'Donnell, right, who was the head of the IRS in 2024 and 2025, part of 2025. And the other one is his last name I always have a problem to pronounce, Reddick. I think it's Rettig, I think it is. But the interesting part, I mean, and I have to tell you, these reports, it's not like I sat down and started thinking, all these reports were generated by a cluster of computers analyzing the database of Diosdado Cabello. And in a single report, in a single Form 211, multiple people would be clustered together. And what's interesting is that in these two particular forms that I was looking at, in which former heads of the IRS were reported to the IRS, in one of the forms, the second person was Greg Hour. And in the other form, the second person was Ken Paxton. So, I mean, it's interesting. And Robert Mueller, right? The former director of the FBI, who lives 300 feet away from this office in that direction. So I don't know, like it was just, it's bizarre to me that a cluster of computers clustered these people together in 2025, and the actors are the same people that I'm reporting now manual, right? Because like, if you think about it, like that book about the judiciary frauds that they've committed to, do all these things, Greg Abbott and Robert Mueller are two central figures in that book. So, like it feels like it's and I don't know how to say it, but it feels like this thing has gone full circle already, right? Because at this point in 2026, I'm reporting the same people I reported in 2025, and clustered in the same way. I mean, it's amazing. But I have to think more about this, about what this really means, right? But anyhow, also I thought, well, whoever thought of attacking me with the IRS must be crazy. I mean, I said this kind of ironically, right? Because they have requested psychiatric evaluations in court of, Oregon County, Texas, for me, right? Because that's what they do. When somebody blows the whistle, they discredit the whistleblower. I mean, this is a technique that has been used since the 1950s, right, in Russia. You call the person crazy, right? And you order a psychiatric evaluation and you medicate it, right? That way, you can tell the story that this is not true. This is just a delusional human being. Um, but when I see this, I mean that they are attacking me with the IRS, I thought, well, these people must be crazy because somebody should order a psychiatric evaluation of whoever made that call. Because last year alone, I filed more than 50 reports to the IRS, 50 different Form 211s, reporting multiple high-level people. And now they're doing this thing that opens the door for me to report the IRS to the IRS itself using an official form that is meant for this to a department whose only job is to process this form. And now all the 50 previous reports are going to eventually come to light. I mean, when this is investigated, I have no doubts that somebody's going to see the other 50 forms that I filed that were blocked by, Douglas O'Donnell, But eventually those forms are going to come to light. And they're going to be processed, I imagine. So I don't know, I feel like those $75,000 that they're, the penalties that they're double charging me on the IRS are going to end up being very expensive to them. That's the way it feels. But let's wait and see what happens. Yes. So the next topic I have is this slow running experiment, and this is something that let me see how I frame this. So it has to do with the patent applications. It's kind of an experiment that I've been doing, right? Because I have this portfolio of inventions. As I said before, I haven't taken action on filing the patent applications because I was worried that they could somehow intercept the information and then file the applications themselves before I could get there. So of course, when I started doing this, I didn't file all the applications at once because I didn't know if they were going to intercept it, right? So what I did is that I designed basically, I started filing applications. I divided the groups where each application was building on the previous ones. You can think about it that way, right? So for example, there are applications about a wide channel data bus that depends on the optical channel. So I filed the optical channel application first, the cable, right? And then a week after I file, or 3 days after I file, the wide data bus channel, which depends on the other one. Like the prerequisite is the other one, right? But as I'm doing this, I also experimenting with it. The reason I say this is because these patents, some of them, not all of them, but some of them build on each other or on previous patents. Right? So they're like, if I can put it in a way, they're like logical conclusions or logical extensions that any person, like without even technical knowledge, could draw from that. Like, for example, if I tell you, I have an invention of a cable that uses light to communicate and you encode numbers in different colors, right? A logical extension of that could be, well, if you're going to encode numbers, you could also encode functions. You could encode the prime number. So a color could mean this is a prime number, right? And another color could be this is the fifth number in that series, right? And with this way, you can parametrically encode more complex numbers. Higher. I mean, this is just a logical extension of the first invention. Like it's not something radically new but it's something that builds on the previous invention. The reason why I'm saying that this is an experiment is because anybody can draw this conclusion. And remember, this is a RICO enterprise that has more than 200,000 engineers working in all this. I mean, it's not like the 200,000 engineers are in the RICO enterprise, but they are employed by them, right? By the companies that they control using BlackRock, right? I mean, they control the companies using BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. And in those companies, they have at their disposal 200, 300,000 engineers. So they could have put any of these engineers to think about this after building the first problem, right? And they could have reached the same conclusion. And they have 200,000 or 300,000 engineers at least, right, to do this. And they didn't do it. So I filed the next application, right? And I repeated this process multiple times. The applications kept building for a month. And I started with something like 16 applications. And at the end, at this point, it's 52. And I still have more that I haven't filed. And I'm waiting to see if they can come up with these ideas themselves. But so far, they haven't. So this is the experiment, right? It's what I'm trying to see is if giving them a hint first, I mean, a partial, I mean, it's a hint because I'm telling them the first part of what's coming next, right? And if you can see what I have filed already, and they can see it almost real time. I have all these agents surrounding my home, right, and my office. They could, sit down and figure out what is the next logical step after you have this piece. But they don't do it. They haven't done. So, here I see two possibilities, right? One is that maybe they don't do it because it would be acknowledging my invention. So maybe it's a strategic move to not, create any record that could suggest that, yes, they're spying on me, right? Because supposedly I'm a crazy person, right? And I mean, it would validate what I'm saying, right? If they go and file an appeal, that could be the explanation. Another explanation could be that they just can't see it, that they can't see how this thing can connect to something else. And I don't know. I think that's probably the reason. But the reason I'm telling you all this, and I think I'm gonna cut this segment after this part, because the next segment is going to be more about a different type of topics. But I think it might be that they cannot see what's coming next. But I want to be very careful how I explain this, right? Because don't think that I'm implying that I'm smarter than them. It's not that. It's not at all. That's not the case. It cannot be the case because they have 100,000 engineers, 200,000. I don't know. Depends how you count, but it's in the hundreds of thousands, and they have to have a lot of smart people. I mean, just by pure logic. Like if you have 100,000 people, you have to have some genius. That's it. So it's not about smart. What I think it is about is how the knowledge is formed. I think that's really what it is. Like, and you have to tell you, it's like I'm out of my depth in this. I'm not a psychologist. I have no idea like what I'm talking about. But I just want to offer you this thought in case somebody out there knows about these things. Maybe they can take it forward. Like, I think this is what happened because the CCP has been dedicated I mean, I'm not dedicated on me, because if this is not specific to me, they're doing the same thing they're doing to me to thousands of people. I'm not the only target. But at least in my case, what I can see is that they've been exposing me to this harassment for 25 years. And in the process, I had to adapt to survive. I had to come up with things. And a good example is the encryption technologies that I created. I had to create them because otherwise I have no way to communicate with them without them reading what I write or reading what I receive. I had to create a completely new encryption system. That was the only solution. I had to do it. I was forced to do it. So I had to evolve in a way, right? But it's not about my personal evolution, really. It's about that, I guess what I'm trying to convey is that in that process, I had to create something, right? But the process of that creation gave me a knowledge, right? Gave me an understanding of the problem. The problem in this case, in this example, is they're intercepting my communication, how they're doing it, right? Like the experiments that I was describing in the previous part, more or less, right? And also understanding how they're doing it is that I can design something that can defeat that, right? So the invention, in my case, comes from a place of deep understanding of the problem because I'm living it. And if I don't understand it, they will harm me, right? In multiple ways. But because I have this deep understanding of this particular problem, because I'm forced to understand it, because otherwise they will harm me. That knowledge that I have is a knowledge that is more practical. It's not the same kind of knowledge as if somebody came and gave me the solution. Like if somebody, imagine like for a second, that the Venezuelan informant magically sends me a message and tells me, hey, this is a way that you can communicate securely and they won't be able to read your message. And he gives me a receipt, like a, like a formula, like, and he tells me what I need to do to communicate. If that is information, it's not knowledge. It's information or, but I'm not understanding the problem. I'm not understanding why this thing works. And because of that, I would be unable to make any further connections. I would not be able to foresee how the thing could be useful in other contexts. Because what I have is just information that somebody gave. But, and that's what they have, because what they've been doing is stealing the inventions from somebody else for 25 years, from everybody. Right? I'm talking about Bill Gates and his peers and right? Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and those people are really pupils of Bill Gates. Really getting the technology that they have is because they have gotten it from somebody else by intercepting their internet traffic, right? Because they weakened the encryption. So that makes it so that what they have is really a huge repository or collection of recipes, of things that they know that they work, but they don't really understand why is that they work. And because of that, they cannot make the connection forward. They cannot foresee how can I use this in another way. Right? But in the example I'm giving you, where I had to create this thing because otherwise, I wouldn't survive. I had to develop a deep understanding of the problem. I design a solution to the problem myself, and I understand the exact mechanics on how and why this invention solved that problem. And that type of knowledge that is rooted on experience more than a recipe is a type of knowledge that you can build on. I'm telling you all this because in the previous declarations and demos, multiple times I've said a phrase that I've said a lot. Right? I say it a lot. As I would say to people, when I talk to people, I said, when this comes up, right? I say, knowledge, I say something like knowledge is exponential. It's not linear, right? The more I know, the faster I learn. But it's not because I'm smarter. It's because the type of knowledge that I'm getting is based on experience. And I can connect two different inventions together and see how can I create something new from that. Because I have deep understanding of the mechanics on how they work individually. And this is something that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all their engineers don't have, because what they're doing is appropriating technology from other people. But they don't understand the problem. Anyhow, I'm telling you this not to put them down or to because I think, I don't know, right? Again, I'm out of my depth. I'm smart enough to know when I don't know, right? I don't know if this is the case. But one thing I can tell you is that I observe this, like it might be anecdotal, but one thing that I've seen that they do is that when they create these characters, like Elon Musk, right? And I'm talking the CCP, right? What they do is that they create a narrative attached to the character. For example, in the case of Elon, they said, and they drill this into every newspaper they can and article, that he is the richest man in the world because he's hard work. He lives in the factory. He works 100 hours per week. like all this stuff. Right? Wait, I can tell you, I met Elon in person. I talked to him about technical topics. I gave him, a, I pitched a technical idea to him, and I can tell you, I, I think he didn't grasp what I was saying. Um, but anyhow, um, in that narrative that the CCP always attaches to the frontman that they create, in that narrative, the meta message that they give to everybody is that to be successful and to be a billionaire, you have, and by the way, in that process, they equate the two things together. Right? To be successful means to be a billionaire. And to be a billionaire, you have to be a genius. Like, good. That's really what they're telling, right? And the same thing with Jeff Bezos. Like, if you read the history of Amazon, like the official history, right, is that he was a visionary and that he created this thing with hard work and ingenuity. And like, come on, yeah, if you have the CCP behind you and doing all this to everybody else, how can you not succeed? It's impossible that you don't succeed. Um, but I think, more than that, I think the more damaging part for society is that the meta message that everybody is getting is that you have to be a genius to succeed. So to succeed, that to defeat the system, to defeat this situation that they're presenting, you have to be a genius or you have to work 200 hours per week, right? Which is not true. And I think that is the most concerning part because that's what we're teaching our children. That they're geniuses that have something that you don't have, and you will never be able to get because if you were not born that way, you will never not be able to get to that level. And I think that's fundamentally not true. And in fact, I don't know if somebody knows about this topic and is interested in researching this. I don't know if this will be the case, right? But I mean, by pure logic, by what I'm saying, like, imagine for a second, I know I might be wrong in things, like in the things that I'm saying, but let's assume for a second that I'm partially right, like that there's different types of knowledge, and that the what you can build from those pieces of knowledge is different depending on the nature on how you acquire that knowledge. That's what I'm saying. Right? Assume for a second that that's the case. If that's the case, I think we as a society, this will be my contention. Right? I would, I would propose that we as a society concentrate more in finding the people that have been exposed to the harassment of the CCP for a longer period of time, or finding the geniuses. Because the people that have been harassed by the CCP for the longest period of time, naturally, by pure logic, will have built more knowledge. For closing example, the 52 patent applications. I created those patent applications not because of it, not because I'm equipped differently than you. I was able to create that because I had to, because otherwise they would have hired me. And because they exposed me to all these things, I mean, they employed me at Google, they employed me at Yahoo, they employed me at Goldman Sachs. I mean, they gave me opportunities that I would not have had otherwise if they had not been doing this. You see? So my contention would be that probably the people that are quick to make quick connections and push technology forward are probably the people that they're harassing. It's not about being a genius or having an IQ of 100 pages. Like it's not. I don't know the scale. Maybe when I love the scale. Like, but you know what? Like, it's not about having a high IQ. I think right. It's about how you develop the knowledge, and the people that probably have the knowledge that could be built upon faster are the people that they have been harassing with the court and kidnapping the children and all that. Right? Those are probably the ones that have that type of knowledge. Some just something, just some food for thought. I don't know if this is the case, but I started thinking about this, and it seemed like an interesting idea, right? I don't know, so I thought I should probably share it with you. So with this part, I'm going to close this segment, and I'll see you.
Hi. Welcome back. So this is the third segment of the declaration D133, 133. Uh, and let me share my screen with you again so we can remember where we were. So basically, I highlighted here with colors the things that we have already talked about. And in the previous segment, a big part of it was what I call the patent counterattack. There's one, because as I mentioned before, I perform this maneuver, let's call it, in different verticals, right? Like I send this to churches, I send this to technology companies, to chip manufacturers, to processor like Intel or Nvidia, um, um, companies like that, right? But I also sent it to the media, to different media outlets and the corporations or conglomerates that control those media outlets. Because, I've tried in the past to approach um, certain journals and things like that unsuccessfully, right? Like, because I imagine, right? Like my adversaries block me in those places, right? With key people, right? But again, um, I can use these legal notices as I described, but targeting those outlets, right? Like because they use encryption, they use computers, right? They use memory and data buses and things like that. And I have these inventions that touch on those subjects. So it's possible that they might be infringing some of those inventions. So I am within the right to notify them of the inventions, and in that process, I expose them to the information that I want them to see. Um, but I'm mentioning this because in that vertical of the media, there is an special case, and I put no, it's not this one. So I want to take the opportunity to show you here in the folder where that is, right? So that special case is the Wall Street Journal, and that is a special case because the editor. And again, when I do these things, please don't take it as it's not revenge or anything like that. But like if I know that a person is helping the network, and my goal is to defeat the network, of course I need to expose that person, right? Because that's the only way I'm going to get out of this situation. So in the case of the Wall Street Journal, that is an important entity for this network for obvious reasons, because they are focused on committing financial crimes. And the Wall Street Journal reports on financial matters. So of course, right, they have a deep interest in that journal. And like I've known this for a long time, so much so that I think around July 2025, so I'm talking about maybe 8-9 months ago, I published a book. And in that book, there's different people featured in the front cover of the book. And one of those people is the editor of the Wall Street Journal. Her name is Emma Tucker. So man, what I'm saying is that she appears in the front cover of my book since 9 months ago. So this is not news to me. I know that that she is part of the network. Um, but because I have done the research before. I mean, last year I know that that person carries certain liability because of legal documents that she filed. Um, So, I created this legal notice in a way that is special, right? So I'm not going to go into details into much details into the legal notice, but I just want to show you that it's in here. In case authorities, see this, I mean, this is kind of a, how do I say this? This legal notice, I designed it in a way that it would be an ideal entry point for an investigative agency. Let's phrase it that way, because. Um, Let me see. I don't want to spend too much time on this particular notice. Um, this is not this one. This is the so I sent her an investigative tip as well, right? But the thing that I want to talk about is the legal notice itself, which is somewhere around here. So this is in media, and within media, there's that folder for the Wall Street Journal slash Emma Tucker. This one. So I think this is the email itself, right? But in this email, there is this legal notice to the Wall Street Journal, the Mandarin Oriental, this Costco company, which is it's a shipping company, Chinese, and the Mandarin Oriental is that hotel chain is Chinese, right? And Emma Tucker lives in the residences of the Mandarin Oriental in New York. And there is a lawsuit that happened some years ago, initiated by Emma Tucker, I think, against the Mandarin Oriental. So, I mean, I'm not going to go into the details, but it's a very interesting topic. And this legal notice is designed in a way that it would be a tremendous entry point for an investigative agency that could, I think, lead to, quick and actual results. So that's why I wanted to. And this CGC is a conglomerate that builds railroads. So it's also an interesting, entity, right? So anyhow, I just wanted to quickly mention that, and that the notice and everything is in there, right? In the bucket. And of course in my email. So when I send these emails, I also see myself. So if, for example, an investigative agency investigates this, you could get all the notices from my email. I mean, a copy of the notices, even if the other parties delete them or disappear them. There should be in my email. Okay, so now let's transition a little bit more to things that are more, because until now I've been talking about, I mean, in the first two segments I talked about things that are more higher level, right? The things that affect everybody. Now I'm going to transition to some things that affect me or affected me directly, or targeted me directly. But in reality, these are, I mean, my case is just an implementation of the tactic, technique, or procedure, the TTP. But these things that they do are super standardized, meaning the implication of this is that they probably are doing the same thing to multiple people. I mean, to probably hundreds or thousands of people. So I'm not the only one, right? Like, and because and it's obvious, right? Because standardization, I talked about this before, standardization is needed so they can deploy these techniques, tactics, and procedures everywhere and attack everybody. That's the only way they can scale this RICO enterprise. So that's why they need to standardize it. But because it's standardized, then it leads to detection, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm going to talk about these things that happen to me and that I, know that they happen to me. But in reality, I'm telling you this not to complain or it's not to vent or anything like that. It's because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other people out there that has been or are being actively targeted in the exact same way. And my goal by doing this is to show you, right, what probably is happening. Because if you're aware of how they do it and what they're exactly doing, then it's easy to see. Right? I guess what I'm trying to do is to show you the door. Right? What you want to do with that door, that's up to you. But at least, the least I can do is to show you that the door is there. Um, Anyhow, so this is let's call it the speedy Gonzalez situation, right? And it's misspelled in that. I mean, that's the spelling that they used for this person or this alias, and it's an intentional misspelling. I think it's a reference to the cartoon. Um, by the way, when I have to, I wanted to kind of give you a kind of, I don't know if it's a disclaimer or a comment, but um, one second. I feel compelled to tell you that, like looking retrospective, right? Like I'm a very analytical person, and I look at all these, right? Like sometimes I try to, hear the things myself or read them, um, and I don't know, like it's a strange feeling, really, for me. Like I don't know if you've had this. If you would have something like this in English, right? But or I mean, in the English culture, right? But uh, where I grew up, there's a strong culture of what they call telenovelas, right? Like it's kind of soap operas, right? And there in that part of the world, these telenovelas are heavily, they're very dramatic, and then the narrative is very convoluted and complex, and it has many twists. Like it's a thing, right? Like I don't know if you have seen something like this in your culture, but where I grew up, like there's always this plot in these telenovelas of, like there's always like two siblings, and then each one gets like half of a medallion, and then they don't know their siblings, but then they figure out their siblings like 30 years in the future, like things like that. Well, these things that I want to describe to you, like they feel a lot like that. Like this, it's a very convoluted um, situation, so I want to. I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I'm going to take, when I describe these things to you in this demo, I want to take a very clinical approach. Like I'm not complaining or like criticizing what they did or how they did it or their motivations. Like my role here, or at least what I would like it to be, is more of an analyst, right? Like I want to give you a clinical breakdown of how it works, because it might be useful, right, for some people out there. Yes. So the sorry, one second. So let me start by telling you that I compiled kind of a brief. You can think of it as an intelligence brief. It's a short document that explains exactly what this TTP stands for tactic, technique, and procedures. Like I said, that this is a term that describes when something is standardized. It's usually used in the context of the military or in the context of intelligence agencies. But basically what it tries to describe is something, a procedure that is standardized and is applicable. You can deploy it in different theaters. Um, so this particular TTP is about creating an identity, like an alias, that is used by multiple agents at the same time or at different times. But so it's one identity, but it's used by multiple people, which it's counterintuitive. Like usually in this world of intelligence that they are playing in, is the opposite. Right? You have one person that has multiple identities, but in this case, it's the opposite. It's one identity used by multiple people, and there is a reason behind this. And it's heavily standardized, and I've myself seen it multiple times. So I want to tell you a little about that. But I created this document that I'm going to put the link in the description, that describes exactly how it works, right? And why they need to do this, which is, I think, the more important thing. I mean, the why. Yes. So I'm gonna tell you about what I observed. I mean, by the way, I got this information about that they were doing this. I think it was in December 2025. So I've known this for a while, for a long time, for months, almost 4 months at this point, or maybe more. But I did not take any action on this because I was waiting for a good moment to act, right? Where I could get bigger impact. And so I did something surrounding this week, and I'm going to tell you the whole sequence. But in my mind, what changed? I mean, what made me want to trigger my action on this was the fact that I already escalated this thing to the military in the ways that I described before. So once I did that, once I got an opening to email, I don't know, maybe 20, 25 high-ranking members of the U.S. military with this information. I mean, with the information about what this RICO enterprise is doing, I feel like there is no, for them, there is no way that they can suppress this, right? So it felt like a good moment to trigger my reaction to this information. So I'm just trying to think. I guess I didn't script this. I didn't prepare this. I don't prepare my demos or my declarations. So I'm trying to think what would be a good way to phrase this. So let me give you I'll do this. I'll give you a short narrative of what I experienced, like what was presented to me. Okay, and then I'll tell you that what in reality happened. Okay. So the situation was, and without getting too much into the details on exactly the ways they harassed me, but at some point, so I had a girlfriend uh, for many years, I don't know, 10 years or something like that, and we had a child together, and then at some point in 2025, uh, I mentioned to her that I was planning to report to the IRS two very prominent people, one being the governor of Texas and the other one being Robert Mueller, who was the director of the FBI and is a neighbor. He lives, 300 feet away from this property. Um, when I did that, when I told her that, the next day she left the house. Like she broke up with me basically, and she took the child, and they secreted the child. I mean, when I say they, because I know that she's not acting alone, right? But at that point, I thought, I mean, she did it alone, right? Like I didn't see anybody else, acting with her at that moment. So she took the child, and the child was secreted for something like 50 days. I didn't know where the child was. I didn't know if he was okay, if he had eaten, like nothing. Like they wouldn't even let me see him, right? Because it was a way to silence me. It was a way to distract me and harass me with that, so I wouldn't report the governor of Texas and Robert Mueller to the IRS. And I was going to report it to the IRS because they appear marked in this database that was leaked to me by Cesaro Cabello and the Venezuelan intelligence. Anyhow, after that point, a whole campaign, sustained campaign of legal harassment started. That so far has lasted for over a year. Right? They have sued me in different courts and created traffic citations and uh, requests for a psychiatric evaluation to call me crazy and have me committed, all sorts of things. One of the major vectors of attack is precisely my former partner, girlfriend, because because we have a child that gives this network an opening to use her signature to sue me for things like child support, anything like uh, psychiatric evaluation for the well-being of the child, things like that, right? Like it gives a tremendous range of potential legal weapons they can deploy, and they have been doing that for a year, over a year at this point. Like they have, done anything that you can imagine, right? In the legal sense, I mean, in the courts, using the courts as weapons. But they do it using really judiciary fraud, because in reality there is nothing to justify those actions. So they have to, because they, I mean, if there was a reason, like if I had been violent towards anybody, like they could make that argument. But I have no history of violence. They can't say anything, so they have to fabricate things, right? And that leads to them committing a series of judiciary frauds that I've documented, and I have the proofs and everything. But let's not get into that. But the relevant thing that I want to tell you is that at some point last year, she tells me that, and this is where the TTP starts.
She tells me that she wants to hire. I have multiple properties. Side note, right? Like real estate properties. I have, a house. I have some apartments that I rent. I have different properties. Uh, so at some point, she tells me that she wants to hire a gardener to tend to the garden of my home. And when I mean, she's going to pay for the gardener with my money. Like she's going to use my bank account to pay for the gardener, but she wants to, she asked me if I want her help. And if somebody, I mean, particularly in my situation, right, where I have all these people harassing me, if somebody offers me help, I'm going to take it, right? Well, I mean, that's what I did. So I said yes. Thank you for taking that out of my hands. I appreciate it. And she hires the gardener. And a few weeks pass, and she makes a joke. She tells me, "Oh, something funny. The gardener's name is Speedy Gonzalez. Gonzalez. I don't know. I don't know if this is a bad translation of the cartoon, but like there used to be a cartoon when I was a child called Speedy Gonzalez. There was a mouse that he was Mexican. I don't know if you've seen that, but but she makes the joke that this. I mean, a gardener whose name is Speedy Gonzalez is pretty funny, right? But she makes the joke that this particular gardener, the Speedy is not really a Speedy as in the cartoon. It's a misspelling. It's like a spirit in Spanish without the T at the end. So it's a really misspelling, right? But it sounds like Speedy Gonzalez, and she makes that joke. So now I have in my brain the name of the gardener. Okay, and I know this sounds like a lot of little details, but it's important. Bear with me for a second, please. So she gives me the name of the gardener. She makes that joke, right? I have to tell you, on the 10 years that we were together, she never gave me the names of the gardener. Like I never knew. I mean, only one gardener that worked for us for I don't know, maybe 5 years, and the name was Lazaro. But she gave me the name, right, of that one. But after Lazaro retired, supposedly Lazaro retired and moved to Mexico. And after that, all the gardeners, I don't know the names, right? Except Speedy Gonzalez. Now, and like I don't want to like rehash everything that I've said before about like she in reality is married. Like although she was posing as my romantic interest to me, in reality she's married to a man that it's an agent of the Venezuelan intelligence. That's how it works. That's how they trick the targets. That's how they spy on the targets that they have, right? They insert a romantic interest that is really married to somebody else who is an intelligence officer of one of these intelligence services that Bill Gates and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos employ. So what happened was on December, the Venezuelan informant, who is a person that supposedly works in the Venezuelan intelligence in the army in Venezuela, he warns me, he tells me that gardener is in reality her husband. So basically, the informant told me that the husband was the gardener. This is important, and then so this is what I observed, right? And when he told me that, I understood. I understood immediately why. I mean, why this is important, right? If you listen to the previous demos, you will see that one of the things that they do is that they have this covert communication system. It's like a parallel internet, and I've described this multiple times before. And the way it works is that they can send messages from device to device. The messages don't travel through the regular internet, but they make the messages pass from one agent to another. And then, one agent can take a car, drive a phone 100 miles and deliver the message to another phone. And, that way they route the messages across the entire planet. So, for example, when she is visiting, say, my home with the child, they need a way to send her messages, because if they need to do something, whatever it is, right? Like if they need to give her any instructions while she's inside of my home, whatever it is, they need to do this using this system that requires proximity.
So they need for the husband to be able to come in close proximity to the home when she's inside, so they can, exchange messages without them going through the internet, because if they go through the internet, they could be intercepted by the NSA or by the FBI. They can't have that. So that's why the close proximity is needed. That's why the husband has to be the gardener. Now, um, you may think, um, I mean, you may ask yourself, okay, but why does it have to be the husband? Why can't it be anybody else? There's a reason for that as well. It's because they've been married for so long. I mean, in their case, I think it's something like 25 years. Right? So they've been husband and wife for 25 years. And so obviously she is impossible to trick. I mean, because, like according to what I've read, right? I've never seen this in person, but from what I understand, the FBI or the Secret Service or these agencies do this thing where they could, uh, get somebody, an actor that looks very much like somebody else, and trick the person that they want to arrest, right? Basically, to not have to convince them to confess. What they can do is that they can, get an actor and, dress the person and, use makeup and stuff like that to make it look like like the real person, right? And then trick the person into saying something that incriminates themselves. But in this case, where the husband is the other party, because they've been married for 25 years, it's impossible to trick her. Like, she will recognize that that's not the husband, right? So that's why it is important for this network to employ in these high stake situations, right? When there is a risk that the FBI or the NSA could be watching them, they only employ family members or husband and wife for exchanging these messages. So they will, in this moment in time, in this conflict, they will not trust anybody else but either the husband or her parents or siblings to give messages to her with this communication system they have, because they see risk that the FBI could trick them. I could get somebody in the middle. So that is the other reason, right? But yeah, I'm just trying to see how I structure this, because it's a complex it's a complex sequence. Yes. So yeah, I'm just trying to see how I tell you this. Yes. So I mean, so far I've told you that they need the proximity, and they need the person to be able to be impossible to trick, right? By replacing the one of the parties of the exchange of the messages, right? But the TTP, I mean, this is not really nothing new. But what is new is that this identity of the gardener, in this case, Speedy Gonzalez, is an identity that is used by, in this case, two people at the least, right? One being the husband, and the second person is another person that looks very much like the husband, like the same height, the same skin color, the same physical complexion. But it's not the husband. It's a body double of the husband. And here's where it gets interesting, right? Because when the informant told me that, I thought about it and I understood. I think I understood, right? Because and this is one of the things that it's been in my mind for a while. Like, before this point, before December, I always ask myself this question. I ask myself, well, I understand that she's working for them, collaborating with them, right? I don't want to get into the details of the extent, but like, assume for a second that she's collaborating, at least collaborating with them. The question I have to ask myself, or that I have asked myself until December, is, well, what is her exit plan? Meaning, she's doing all these things with the courts and helping them, right? Lending her signature to harm me with the courts and all that. But she has to ask herself, what is going to happen to me? I mean, to her, right? If they succeed. Like, assume for a second that Greg Abbott manages to put me in jail or manages to have me committed to an asylum and medicate me. Assume that for a second, right? I'm out of the picture. So how does she get her life back? I mean, her real identity back? Because, her name is not Gloria Espina. Her name is, Suleima. So she has to ask herself that question, right? I mean, I'm guessing that she had asked that question to whoever is giving her instructions. How do I get my identity back? How do I get my husband back? Right? How do we reunite after this? Because if you say that Greg Abbott and Robert Mueller succeed at harming me in some way, even if I'm harmed permanently, they will never be sure that the FBI is not watching, right? Because the FBI could be watching all this situation unfold and then decide to not do anything and wait until they make a mistake, right? That would be a viable course of action. So even if I'm disabled, like if I am neutralized completely forever, they will never be sure that they are safe from risk. So this is why it's also important that the husband is the gardener. It's because that gives an explanation, that gives a possibility for them to reunite. How? Well, what she will say, if she gets questioned, right, by authorities, is that she fell in love with the gardener, that they met because he was tendering for my gardener, and she hired him to help me. And because I am such a crazy person and I made her so miserable, she, met this man, and this man is a simple man that offered her happiness, a simple life full of happiness, and she fell in love. Right? So I mean, it's a narrative that it's believable, right? And then they can continue their life together. I mean, in reality, they've been married for 25 years, but that's what they would present, right? And that way, they can remarry, and they can carry on their life as if nothing happened. Right? Uh, so that's in the case that Greg Abbott and Robert Mueller succeed, right? It also works, and this is why it's important to have the two people that look alike using the same identity uh, for the other case in which they don't succeed, but I succeed. So if I manage to expose them and contact the FBI and they get questioned, they will say, no, this is a gardener and this person is crazy. That's not the husband. They may look alike. Like she was married to a man that looked like that, but this is not that man. It's just a coincidence. She happens to like this type of man, right? And what this person is saying is crazy. He's paranoid, right? And that also serves to discredit the target. You see? So it's important to have these two people that look alike use the same identity because they can switch them depending on what's the situation. It gives them flexibility. If they succeed, then the female agent can marry the husband again. And if they don't succeed, then they can, say that the target is crazy, is jealous, is whatever, right? So I don't know. It was super interesting, right? So first, let me tell you, all this is documented in this document, and this document is full with links. Like it has a lot of interesting links, including videos of things that are related to this CDP. So what I did, now that I escalated this to the military, is that I created a situation. This is what I did. I was at my home, and I started cutting branches from the trees, like cleaning the garden, right? And I created like a huge pile of dead branches, right? And then I sent her a text message because I've seen the husband before when he was posing as a gardener in another situation. And I knew in that moment and that day, I mean, the first time I was close to the husband, the real husband, right? I knew that was the husband because the Venezuelan informant told me like 3 hours before he came to cut the grass in the neighbor's house. So this guy is always posing as a gardener, either my gardener or another, or the gardener of a neighbor who was really an agent of, this network. So the informant told me, and I knew that that was him. He had his face covered with with a face mask, like it was crazy, right? But I knew it was him, and I got close to him, and I observed him, and I record him. Right? So I have measurements of his dimensions and everything. So anyhow, what I did, because I already know who he is, and I have photos of him and everything. What I did it was in this week, I think maybe 2-3 days ago. I cut the branches, and then I told her that I needed help discarding the branches. And I asked her for the phone number of Speedy Gonzalez. The reason I did this is because I've been fighting with the Communist Party of China for so long that I know that I knew when I did this that they wouldn't resist the temptation. The temptation being that they could send me the body double. You see? Why? Well, because they're going to use that opportunity to show me the wrong person, right? So to kind of dissipate if I have any suspicions, that would dissipate them because they will show me the body double, not the real husband, right? So basically, I asked him for the phone number. She gave me the phone number. I texted him, and they sent the body double. They didn't send the real husband. And I know that because I know the husband. But interestingly, the body double is identical to the husband. I mean, I could see that it's the body double. You see? So I mean, for me, this is a confirmation because what are the chances, right? That I mean, me knowing this for 4 months, that the Speedy Gonzalez is really the husband. What are the chances that I do this and they send me a Speedy Gonzalez that looks a lot like the husband, but it's the body type, the height, like everything matches, right? So I'm pretty sure at this point the informant was right? Like that this is exactly the TTP. And this is exactly the reason, right? Like this was a way for them to remarry in the future after this is over, right? If they succeed. So anyhow, in this document, you have links of the incident that I described, the previous incident, right? When I was like 2 feet away from the real husband. You have another footage from an incident that after the first incident that I described, she started in a weird dynamic where she doesn't allow me to get close to the tail lights of the car. And this is because the tail lights of the car, as I mentioned before, are used to send data. And she's afraid that I might decrypt the data that the car is sending. Right? But this is interesting because this gives me, I mean, the opportunity to insert into this document all the legal notices that I sent to the car manufacturers and to the tail light manufacturers, because I mean, this is relevant to this document, right? So those links are also here. I'm saying this because this document is designed as the same principle as with the Wall Street Journal. It's a self-contained document that is designed in a way that it would be an amazing, I would think, right? I'm not an investigator, but if I was, I would think this would be an amazing entry point to, get a lot of people at the same time. So those notices are also here. Even with the read receipts of the car manufacturers and the tail light manufacturers. The links to the receipts that they read the notices are here. I mean, these receipts are, how do I say this? They could be accepted in court. They're compliant enough to be acceptable for court. Yeah, so I have footage of the body double. I have footage of the real husband, so you can compare, right? What I'm saying then in terms of the body type and everything. And in the attachment, you can see the body double. This is the body double, right? This is the real husband. this is a receipt that has the credit card number or the debit card number, well, the last digits, right, of the agent that lent the house for the husband to come and cut the grass the time I was close to him. Right, so this brings liability to the neighbor because they were providing safe haven to this agent to do this, right, to pass messages to harm me. By the way, the messages they were passing were about a sham legal process. So, and I'll tell authorities how I know that when I get a chance to talk to them. Yeah, so it has a lot of hard evidence, right? Photographic evidence and receipts, photos, faces, phone numbers. So it's and also importantly, at the bottom of this notice, there's also a couple of things that are more local to this neighborhood where I am right now, like Point Estates in Katy, Texas. And this is interesting. Let me show you this. Yeah, I'm just trying to read to see if I'm missing anything that is important. Yes, this is important, right? So, I mean, in this brief document that I mentioned, there are multiple people mentioned, as you can see. Some of those people, I know for a fact that they have voted in elections using their aliases, and that's fraud. And it's concerning because, well, looking myself, having a database of Diosdado Cabello, I can see the scale, the number of agents they have in the U.S. And of course, I cannot tell what percentage of those agents are voting multiple times. But, as you can see, agents can have multiple identities. So they can, potentially vote multiple times. So it's concerning on that sense. And it's also concerning in another way. Multiple of these agents that have these aliases, because I have developed software to do data mining at a scale, right? And in that process, of doing data mining, I found multiple instances in which the aliases make political donations. And these are reported, when you make a donation, you have to report it to, I think it's called the FEC, the Federal Elections Committee or something like that, or Commission. I can't recall. But these things, sorry. Sorry, the speaker I have here. So these things are recorded and published in the internet, right, on the internet. And using these automated systems that I've developed, I've seen multiple of these agents in these forms that are published making donations, right? So this is also improper, right? Because how can you audit the campaign contributions? I mean, this could be a distributed attack, right, on democracy, really, because if you create fake identities and you make all these donations under fake identities, really, you could be circumventing the limits, right, that are imposed that are supposed to be guaranteed by the fact that everybody should have one identity, right? But because they can have multiple identities, then they can circumvent the rules regarding the financing of the parties. So it's concerning. The other thing, yeah. So this is interesting, right? And this is kind of a complex. It's a complex sequence that has developed over. This thing that I'm going to tell you now. This sequence has evolved or developed over more than a year. And it's directly related to the situation I described in which this network removed my son from my home as a way to silence me and then harass me with the courts in Fort Bend County. Directly related. So let me on this one I'm gonna go back in time and I'm gonna tell you how This is about a lieutenant colonel of the army in the US. So he's, I don't know if he's still active, but he was active until recently. Maybe he's still active, I don't know. And he's also a neighbor. He lives 300 feet away from here. And his name is, the last name is Bernard, but the first name, Robert Bernard. And the address is 24910 Miss Lake Court, Katy, Texas, 77494. And his house is marked in the database of Teodoro Cabello. Like this, I have no doubts, right? And also in connection with him, there's also another person who is Mark Swisher from the 24902, I think, yes, 24902 North Point Place, Katy, Texas, 77494. Also a neighbor, like 300 feet away on that direction, right, on the other direction. But let me tell you, I'll show you, you know, the data points in a second. But let me give you the story of how this thing started, right? So what happened was, and you know, I'm gonna mention a few people, and this is what I was telling you at the beginning, right? That this is a very convoluted story. I'm gonna mention a few people. I'm not gonna go into details. If you're curious about who they are, like look at the previous demos, and you will find the names. So you know, I had a running partner. We were running. I used to run, to jog when I had the freedom to run outside. For the last year or so, I haven't been able to because you know they could harm me. But when I had the freedom to run in the park, I used to run almost every day with a running partner that I had. Her name is Penelope Suarez, and she's an agent of the network. In one instance, before I captured the database of Teodoro Cabello, before it was leaked to me, we were running, and she created a situation that I described before multiple times, in which she basically created a situation in which I was forced to be introduced to somebody by the name of Enrique Morales, who is an ICE agent. So he's a federal agent, and they made it clear to me that he's a federal agent. After they did that, the following week, then they started attacking my websites with a combination of Akamai and Liana Technologies and a law firm, Boris.com. It's a complicated sequence, and I'm not going to describe it. It's documented before. But of course, when they did that, and I realized that they were attacking me with these high-level people, my first reaction was to try to seek help and to try to talk to federal authorities. So of course, because they had introduced me to Enrique Morales just a week before, my first reaction was to go and knock on his door. And I went to his house and knocked on his door and eventually talked to him. When I did this, what happened in the following months is that he made me believe that he was helping me contact the FBI. Like he tricked me into believing that I was in contact with the FBI, right? But it wasn't true. Like he wasn't helping me. What he was doing was extracting information, right? But he had me in this state for months, where I would tell him things that I was observing, but he wasn't doing anything with that information. He was probably giving it to my adversaries, right? Anyhow, I'm telling you all this because during that time that he made me believe that I was being protected in a way by the FBI, right? I was convinced that he was helping me, right? So during that time, I moved to Lake Point Estates, right? My company purchased this property, and we moved here trying to escape the situation at Valleyside Drive, where I have my home. And when I moved here, a few weeks after, the database of Teodoro Cabello was leaked to me. And then the dynamic changed because now I had the database with the crypto payments. So I started reporting, I started responding to their attacks. I started reporting the agents to the IRS. Right? So when they did this, they pulled off the following rules, which is really what I want to tell you, right? In this sequence with Enrique Morales, at one point I was talking to him, because I'm very observant, right? And during this process, I already knew that they marked the vehicles, that the vehicles of the agents of this network have certain things that distinguish them and that have meaning. I know that, right? I knew that 2 years ago. So when I'm meeting with Enrique Morales in one of those opportunities, I ask him, because he's supposedly helping me, right? So I ask him if he could tell me how to distinguish the vehicles of the FBI. I understand that's a naive question, right? Like, I mean, he wouldn't tell me, right? But I mean, I asked him, right? And then he said, no, we don't. He told me we don't use any kind of markers on the vehicle, right? And I looked at him like, come on, like I have all these people following me, and I can see that the vehicles are marked. I can see them. I can see. So I took it as he doesn't want to tell me, like he's just deflecting, right? Anyhow, as I'm leaving, he made a comment, and I don't want to like tell you exactly what he said because honestly, I can't recall exactly the words, right? But he said something that I can't recall the wording, but it was kind of a hint, right? I took it as a hint. And I took it as if he was directing me towards the license plates of the car, like telling me that there's something in the license plate, something like that, right? Anyhow, fast forward a few weeks, I captured the database of Cesaro Cabello, and then in one instance, when they're following me as I leave this property, I drive through this street, Mist Court Lake, right? And this was like a week after the database was leaked. And in that house, there were multiple cars parked. And there were two cars that had license plates, one next to the other, right? The vanity plates. And one plate said RMY. And the other plate said not few. And this is, I mean, I have to give you context. This is because that day or the day before, I have a website where I used to post like journal entries of things that I was observing, right? As I was doing that as a way to try to deter them from harming me, like saying, I'm publishing this. If you do something to me, people will see this, right? So anyhow, in one of those entries the previous day, I wrote a line, something to the effects that I'm one person fighting against many, right? That's exactly what I wrote. That's what it said, like in one of the last paragraphs. So what they did is that they parked in this house these two cars. One said RMY and the other said not few, right? The way I read that when I saw that is that, well, this must be Enrique Morales people telling me that I'm not alone, right? That's what I thought. But I understand at this point that that was just a ruse to make me think that he was part of the FBI. I mean, that the person that lives in that house was somebody that was in the government, right? So I wouldn't report him to the IRS because if say that he's an undercover agent, I'm not going to report him to the IRS because then his cover would be blown and I wouldn't get any help. Like logically, I can't report him to the IRS. So that worked for a while. I didn't report him to the IRS at the beginning. But I'm telling you this to show you, right, an example of how they apply counterintelligence, right, to trick the target to think that they're being helped, but they're not really being helped. It's just a way to protect the important agents. But the important thing on this is that is probably one of the most important agents. Because, I mean, of all these agents in this neighborhood, including Robert Mueller, right, they could have done that to protect Robert Mueller. I mean, if they had done that with Robert Mueller, I would have not reported Robert Mueller to the IRS, right? And remember, Robert Mueller was the former director of the FBI, or I mean, he's a former director of the FBI. So, I mean, this guy has to be more sensitive to them. I mean, has to carry more liability or has to know more high-level secrets than Robert Mueller, because otherwise they would have protected Robert Mueller with these rules with the right license plate, and they didn't. They choose to protect this other guy, right? I'm talking about what's his name? Robert Bernard. So I mean that tells me that Robert Bernard is a very important person, right? For the network. So of course I understand that that's where I have to hit him, right? I mean, that's what I have to hit them. Um, Now, importantly, there was an incident on December 30, 2025, in which Robert Bernard was basically stalking me in front, like in that street. Like he was, at this point in the conflict, I was filing documents to basically fight off the legal harassment of G. Troy Pickett, who is one of the main lawyers that the Rico Enterprise of the judges is using to harass me with the courts. And as I was filing these documents, one time I went out, this gentleman, Robert Bernard, was basically tracking me visually from his home. And so what I did, and this got recorded in video because I turned left on that corner and I passed my car, which has cameras, next to him. And I recorded him like maybe a feet away of distance, right? So the quality of the image is amazing. And it's him because I saw the photos on the internet and that's exactly him. Now I have to tell you why he is, I think, right? Why he is sensitive. So he basically hit the Bill Gates trifecta. He owned software companies. He owned clinics, or yeah, I think they were clinics, like medical clinics, and is now in the military. Right? So I mean, the three things that Bill Gates and his team love. And if that sounds cryptic, I invite you to read my book, and you will understand why I say that. So he basically hit the trifecta. And because he's in the military, I mean that's not. Now, but this is interesting, and this is just a thought. I don't know if this is the case, right? But I can tell you, at least outside of the military, when it comes to courts in Texas, they have them all covered, right? Like they have. It's impossible for anybody to appeal anything that happens in these courts. But this makes me wonder if they took the precaution of covering the military tribunals, because the military also have their own courts that are not the civil courts. So it makes me wonder if they also took the military courts, because if they didn't take the military courts, this person would be, I mean, this person should be tried with, I mean, if he's a military personnel and he's part of this network, that's treason, because this is a foreign network. It's run by the Chinese and the Russians and the Venezuelans and the Iranians. So I imagine that is something that would be looked at a military tribunal. And I wonder if they have an equivalent to Judge Oscar Telfair and Richard Bell on the military tribunals as well, or if they don't. Because if they don't, that was a terrible mistake, because then this person is going to be tried. Right? So I don't know. It's an explosive situation. Now I have to tell you, back in May 2025, after they took my son, I reported this person to the IRS. And I have to, this is important, what I'm going to tell you. The way I did it is because I have the database and I built software to rank the people in the database by prominence. And him and Mark Switcher were the top two people in the neighborhood. Of course, at the time, I didn't know that he was a military person. I didn't know that. I simply reported him because he came on top. He came number 2 in the list of 60 agents that they have in this neighborhood. Right? And Mark Switcher came up number 1. So Mark Switcher is the top ranking, and he was the second one. So I reported them all. But this thing I'm telling you, I think is important because it shows you that my approach to this is unbiased. Why am I saying that? Well, because they already tricked me with Enrique Morales and Penelope Suarez into thinking that Robert Bernard was helping me, that he was working for the FBI, right? They already did that. And despite that, when I see that my scorer ranked him at number 2 in the neighborhood, the system reported him to the IRS. I mean, it's not a manual action that I take. The system generates the forms for me. So what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm taking, and I've been taking, a scientific approach to this since day one. Even being tricked by Penelope Suarez and Enrique Morales, I let my automated system report him to the IRS. So that shows you that I'm not applying any manual bias to those forms that I send to the IRS. And I think that's an important thing to state. Yeah, Mark Switcher, I mentioned this before, right? There is even a demo about him. He owns oil fields in Texas. So the leases, he operates oil leases in Texas, which is, of course, a front. And that's why his company is called Ambassador Petroleum, because it's a front for a political player, foreign political player. According to the data I see in the database, it could be Diosdado. Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I'm missing anything important here. Yes, well, this morning, I can't recall, yeah, early afternoon, I don't know, I went running and I got some messages from the informant. And he told me, he confirmed basically that, when they saw that I added the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard to that intelligence brief next to, all the harassers, they went into a mode of panic, basically. So, it's kind of a confirmation for me that he is as important as he seems. Like, I mean, by just going by the fact that they used that bullet of tricking me with the license plates to protect him specifically, not even Mark Swisher, who ranks higher than him in the database. They protected him. I imagine because, well, for them, it's a combination not only of prominence, right, or how much money they have paid him, but it's also the access that he has. I mean, imagine how difficult it must be to get somebody at the military and inject them at that level of lieutenant colonel. Like, it's not something that you can do easily, right? So I imagine it's about that. That level of access makes him hard to replace. So it's probably that. So I have other technical observations. But like, because this demo is already running pretty long, I'm gonna cut this segment here, and I'm gonna make a last segment for these low-level technical observations that I have left. Okay, so thank you so much for your time again, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Hi, good morning. Today is April 25th, 2026, and it is 10 a.m. US Central Time. My name is Reynaldo J. Aguirre Mercano, and I'm recording this declaration from my office, located at the 2302 Britton Ridge Drive, Katy, Texas, 77494. And this office is located about 300 feet from the house of Mr. Robert Mueller, who was the director of the FBI for several years, and is also located 300 feet away from the house of a gentleman by the name of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard. And it is also located about, I would say, 800 feet away from the house of Philippe Denning, who is the president of the Homeowners Association that controls this subdivision where all these important people live. And all this is going to be relevant to this conversation. These are not, random comments. And this is the fourth segment of Declaration 133, so D133. I've divided it in different segments because the full length of the declaration would be like 6 hours. So I split it in different parts, and also to keep them compartmentalized, right? Because different segments talk about different topics or different groups of topics with different level of altitude, complexity, and technicality. So to make it consumable by different audiences, I split it in that way. And I have to apologize because I've recorded the first 3 segments in a single day. I think it was probably the 22nd of April, so like 3 days ago. And I said I was going to record the 4th segment, but I didn't do it. It's because I've been a little bit under the weather. I think it might be COVID, or might have been COVID. I'm not sure, right? But I had the symptoms, like I had the sore throat, the lack of taste, a bit of a fever, all those things, right? But I think I'm better now. But I might go to CVS to talk to the pharmacist to see if they give me a shot. And of course, I will make sure to call United Healthcare for a pre-authorization. Of course, I'm kidding, right? I'm not going to give them all those opportunities. But anyhow, it's just a small joke. I mean, about the going to CVS to get a shot. That I was under the weather is true. Anyhow, but now that I'm better, I want to give you the fourth part of this declaration. So I have a list of talking points. Let me share my screen with you first as a first step, so we are on the same page. Yes. So I have these documents. It's like my raw notes, right? So I don't script what I'm going to say, but just to keep it structured and in certain order. I prepared these kind of talking points, right? So I have to apologize. Like I'm gonna put a link to this because it might be helpful. I mean, if authorities investigate this thing. But I have to apologize because the notes are like really intended for my own consumption, right? Like they're not clean, like the formatting. It looks like a messy document, and it has some statements in there that if I read them, I know what they mean. But if somebody else reads them, they might sound a little bit cryptic. But I'm gonna still post the link because it might have useful things, right? Just because of that. Yes. So for this 4th segment, I want to tell you that it's a lot of it's more on the side of technical observations, like things that I'm able to observe because I'm surrounded by all these agents. So it's more tailored, really. This segment, it would be more tailored, I would think, to somebody who works at the FBI or something like that, right? Counterintelligence, the counterintelligence division, or I don't know. I don't know exactly how they are structured, right? Because I've never worked in law enforcement. I only know what I've read, right? But this segment is more tailored to them, right? Like it would be more useful to somebody who has technical understanding, I guess, of these matters, right? And when I say this, I don't mean to exclude anybody or to sound condescending. Like it's not that, right? Like, but I'm gonna say things in this segment that if you hear them, you may think that they're part of the movie, right? That this is part of a script of a movie, or that this person is crazy or delusional, right? And that is precisely part of the point, right? Like, because they, if somebody wises up and goes and reports them to the DOJ and successfully, I mean, it's a lot of if, right? Because they block people at the DOJ level, right? Because they have these attorneys that are now part of their partners in the intellectual property firms that are running this RICO enterprise. They have the phone numbers of the people that work at the DOJ, right, at the high level people, and they have ways to influence key points in the DOJ to obstruct justice, right? I'm talking about the partners that at the intellectual property firms. But in the event, in the rare occasion that somebody wises up and manages to overcome all that
obstruction of justice that they put up, if that happens, then the narrative is that the person is crazy. That these things that this person is saying, they got them from a movie script, right? That's part. And yeah, I'm not guessing. Like I've seen this deployed. Like I've seen them doing this, right? To be honest, I'm on the fence about telling you the times I saw it because that's the point. But I know that's the narrative, right? Anyhow, so yeah, this is more of a technical session, right? I'm gonna say things that touch on things like information retrieval and counterintelligence and things like that. And because of that, it might be better suited for somebody who has already a technical background on these things. But suffice to say that if you're interested in this topic, please by all means go ahead and listen to this segment. And but I ask you to keep an open mind, right? Because some things might be not clear or confusing, or might sound like they're fiction, right? So anyhow, let's start with yeah. So what I'm going to do, because these notes are very dense, right? Because they have a lot of technical details. And I've observed that when I try to read them on the fly and parse them, sometimes I leave out things that might be important. So what I'm going to do for this one is a bit different. I'm going to read what I wrote. It might sound a bit cryptic, but then so that will give me the opportunity to parse slowly, if there's any interesting things in there that I want to make sure that are not omitted in a way. So that is the plan that I have. Okay. So the first thing, this is what I wrote. I wrote, explain the directional transmissions from the low altitude flying planes to the houses of important agents. Parentheses, I've known this for over a year and I have exploited it a lot. They seem to be ramping down now. Ask the question about the constant violation of the FAA regulations regarding the minimum altitude of flight. Mention the FAA office next to the Houston airport, the George Bush Airport in Houston, which is heavily targeted. Mentioned the notable female agent on the Volkswagen vehicle with plates 911, parked in front of the main entrance of the FAA facility, recorded on video. Okay. So I've documented this in a few demos before. They have this thing, the network, right? They have this, the CCP, the Communist Party of China, the Chinese Communist Party. They have this technique in which in suburban areas like Katy, Texas, that are hubs, right? Like, so basically what they do is that they concentrate their agents in a geographical area. And in that area, because they have, say 90% of the population, they control the 90% of the population directly. They control everything that is important, right? The clinics, the police, the courts, the attorneys, right? So it's a form of localized population control. So in that geographical area, it's like a small China, right? It's basically a communist hub, right? And so that's why the courts, they can do arbitrary things with the court. They can take your children, right? They can take your property. They can put you in a mental asylum. They can medicate you because they control all these key places in the society, in this society constrained by this geographical area. So the idea is, well, instead of, conquering a country, what they start by doing is, completely conquering small geographical areas, the hubs, what I call the hubs. And in those hubs, they set up this thing that is all standardized. It's basically a society that I imagine is mirrored on how they did it in China, right? And in Russia and Iran and Venezuela. But it's constrained to this geographical area. So within this area, they have full control of everything, right? Nobody can appeal anything because they have all the courts going up to, in this case, the Supreme Court of Texas. So it doesn't matter what you do, you basically, if you're a target, right? If you're a target, you are a person, a non-entity, a non-person, really. You have no rights, right? You have no right to due process. You have no right to protection with the police because the police is working for them. You have no right to appeal whatever they do to you in the courts. And, it's a form of population control, right?
And if you're not a target, but you're an agent, then you have to keep in line. Because if you step out of line, they will treat you as a target. They will, they, in the system, this hyper-local system they have, will start treating you as a target, and they will kidnap your child, or all the things that they could do to you, right? And they will get you out of the way. So that's the way it works, right? But in this, what I'm what I'm getting at with this is that in these hubs, they always have and I don't know, right? I have to do more research to understand if this. I imagine, right? This is something that must scale everywhere, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be a TTP. But I can tell you, in the US, at least, they have this highly standardized, and it is a series of neighborhoods that have a special feature. These are neighborhoods that the houses have hangars. So, I mean, the people that live in these neighborhoods are pilots, are people that own small planes. And in the US, at least, they use these planes for different things. Like for some of them are like they work for private companies that fly people around, like private, that you can lease a small plane for a while, a small jet, for example, right? Some other of these pilots are pilots that supposedly use these planes for agriculture, like to tend to agricultural fields, for example, right? Or to do aerial surveys of land, things like that. But the long story short is that they have these planes in these areas. Right? So if, for example, in Katy, let me see if I can show you where is the one that we have in Katy. So in Katy, we have this neighborhood that is called X09. Well, it has Covey Trails, right? And the airport code for that airport is 609, right? And they fully control this. I mean, they have all the houses. All these people in this neighborhood are in this neighborhood. Is just, I think it has like something like 40 or 50 houses. They all have, each house has a hangar and has one or more planes, and they have their own landing strip in the neighborhood. I think the landing strip is this here is this. I mean, it's made of grass in their case, right? But there are others in the US that have actual paved landing strips. So, I mean, and this is important because they use these planes for multiple purposes, right? To intercept signals from people that, could be targets that are using satellite connections. So, for example, if in my case, for example, right, I use Viasat because it's a single hub communication system. So what they do, they pass with the plane as I'm doing an important thing like filing a document with courts or filing it for a patent application. Then they will start flying these planes on the critical path, what I call the critical path of the antenna, which is basically flying a plane in a direction or trajectory where the signal, the downlink coming from the satellite to my antenna would spill because because of the Earth's rotation. If a satellite beams down a signal, a radio frequency signal that is directional to a satellite antenna, because the Earth is rotating, that beam has to be timed in a way that maximizes the chances of the antenna getting the signal. But because the Earth is rotating, what this really means is that the signal is going to spill on the direction opposite to the rotation of the Earth. So what they do, they fly the plane on that path, and that way they can isolate the signature, and they can start decrypting the traffic that they're receiving with the houses they have next door. I mean, sensors in the houses they have next door. So yeah, I've documented all this in the past, but this is one of the reasons why these airports, these small local airports, are important. Now, there is a second function of this, and I've also documented this before. I figured out over a year ago that many of the houses, so not all of them, but most of them, the roof on the houses is made of a special material that acts as an antenna. So the entire surface of the house, of the building, of the structure, is an antenna that is able to listen to radio frequency coming from the sky or even from cellular antennas, right? So the materials are engineered to act as a receiving antenna. And in some of the houses, the materials in some of the places in the roof are really engineered to act as a reflector. The idea is, you put the antenna below the roof, and so basically it's like creating an extension. It's like creating an extension of the dish of the antenna and making it huge. That's the idea, right?
And this is important because this allows their system, I mean, the mesh network that they have, that it's a hybrid network based on both satellite communication, cellular communication, and a mesh network of vehicles and cell phones. It allows for the satellite communication system that they use by bouncing things off the satellites to be more resilient to geographical or pointing error, right? Because so if you have a bigger dish, like the size of a house, then you can make a small mistakes as you bounce signals, right? But if you are like me, right, like that, I'm operating with a very constrained surface area, you have to have a super precision system, right? So that's why, in my case, I have to pre-compute what I'm going to do, because I need super high precision, because I don't have an antenna of the size of a house. But anyhow, I'm getting too technical, perhaps, right? But what I want to tell you is that one of the techniques that I've known for more than a year that they do is that they use these planes from these small airports to also route messages, as the same thing that they do with the cars, but they do it with the plane, and the plane is sending the message directionally, but from the plane towards the ground. And as they pass on top of the important house, then they beam the data, right? Or the house could be sending the data up as well. That I haven't been able to verify because I don't have a way to intercept the uplink, right? But I can intercept the downlink. So I know for a fact that they do this from the planes and they beam the data down. I mean, this would be the downlink to the house, right? And they do this for the important agents, right? I mean, it's not everybody gets the service of the airplane, right? Only the people that are handling information that is very sensitive. For example, the houses next to me, right? So if they need to send information quickly to these houses, they will bring a plane. And the plane will deliver the message to John Miko or to the Brenham, I think is the name of the other one, from a plane, right? And the plane could fly from. I mean, the planes are always flying. I mean, they have these planes circling Katy, right? At this point, at least in this conflict locally here, because they need to be able to route these messages quickly. They cannot wait for the pilot to drink coffee, take off, and then come here. Right? That would take 20 minutes. So they have to have these planes, circling around, right? With different covert tasks, I imagine, right? I imagine they would give them legit reasons to be flying around. But if they need to route a message, then they do it that way. I mean, an urgent message, right? Like, for example, Rinaldo is about to do something. He's about to send a document to the courts. He's going to file something with the courts. Then, they send the plane. Or, we believe Rinaldo is filing patent applications, then they send the plane, right? So that's the idea. But this is, of course, a weakness, because if you are like me and you know what they're doing and you have technology that you can decrypt what they're saying, then it's a gold mine. And I've exploited these because they're doing this to harm me, right? And they're operating this communication channel that is not FCC regulated, right? It's not. They're violating the FCC regulations, right? So I would contend. I'm saying this because I would contend that I'm within my right to decrypt this, because otherwise they will harm me. Right? This is self-defense. I'm not invading their privacy. I'm exercising self-defense. And I think it's important for me to make that distinction, right? Because I'm not spying on them. I mean, I'm defending myself. So anyhow, that's what they do. But now, when they do this with the planes, they fly at super low altitude. Okay, and this is important because there is a regulation in the United States, dictated by the FAA, that there is a minimum altitude that you have to fly when you are flying on top of a residential area, and they're of course violating that, right? Because they're flying these planes at 75 feet above a house, 100 feet. Like, it's not, they're not, and so it's a systematic violations of the aviation regulations. So why is that nobody's enforcing this, right? I mean, I think it's an important question to ask. Whose job it is at the FAA to make sure that they don't do this, right? That they fly at the 500 feet. I don't recall exactly what's the number, 500 feet, 250 feet, but it's a number that would make it not feasible for them to beam the data with security, because of geometry, right? So if you increase the altitude, And these systems of directional transmission have, I don't know what is the technical term, because I'm not an expert in radio frequency communications. What I've learned is because I had to learn it, right? Because otherwise I cannot defend myself. But these systems, if you ask me, I would call this aperture. I don't know if that's the right term that somebody that works in that field would use, but what I'm trying to describe with this is when you have a directional communication system, it's not a laser, right? I mean, if it's based in radio frequency, you can, cause interference to create something that is, that looks directional, but in reality, it's a mixture of different signals, right? And because of that, and the interference that you can create is not perfect, this will basically look, if you had a way to visualize it, this would look like a cone, right? Like a triangle. I mean, the way the signal is going out. So by pure logic, if you're doing this from a plane pointing towards the Earth, if you fly the plane too high, then the aperture will be such that, I mean, the aperture will make it so that the signal will spill to a wide geographical area, and that makes it insecure. Because there could be Reynaldo listening to this, or there could be the FBI listening to this from another place, right? So they can't be flying these planes at 1 kilometer of altitude. They have to do it as low as possible. But because of the doing that, this means that they're constantly violating the regulations, right? And the question I ask, or I would like to ask, is whose job it is to enforce this, and how is that they're circumventing that the enforcement that should happen by that person, right? Is there collusion, or is that they're turning off the transponders or doing something technical that doesn't allow that person to see that they're violating this rule systematically? But also, importantly, is a signal for detection, because if you are the authorities, one thing that you can do, I don't know if you have the technology to do this, right? Even if they turn off the transponders, but if you had a way to estimate, like for example, with satellite imagery, when a plane, I think this is possible, right? Yeah, it should be almost trivial, right? Because of the shape of the plane. And if you have satellite imagery and you can see, yes, if you can see it's easy to see. Because with satellite imagery, I think you can detect, the presence of the plane and the shape, right? And possibly an approximate length of the plane. But also, it is possible that you can detect the shadow of the plane. And because you know the time of the day and the inclination of the sun relative to the Earth, and you have all the data points you need to compute the altitude, right? So you have the estimated size of the plane. You have the estimated size of the shade. You have the angle of the light. You can calculate how high that plane has to be to create that shade, right? Obviously. So it's trivial. But this is important because if you could systematically measure these altitudes, right, of the planes flying on all the United States, for example, and you could scale these to detect, imagine a counter, right? How many FAA altitude violations occur in a grid of 30 miles, right? You split the country in areas of 30 miles, and you count how many FAA altitude violations occur per day. These will help you detect hops. Like this will help you detect the equivalent to the COVID Trails Airport, but in the entire country, right? You can also detect them because I have the database that was leaked by the team of Diosdado Cabello to me in 2024, and I've decoded that database, and you can find the airports in there easily. Also, the airports are marked with markers in the street names. Like, for example, the Kitty Hawk, and I've documented this in one of the books that I wrote last year. Kitty Hawk, that diagram is a marker that marks specifically the streets where these pilots live. And it's a longer conversation, but that kitty really has a semantic meaning. It's cat, which is a prominent marker like Mustang Cat, or the cat company for the equipment that the construction equipment. So kitty is really the combination of cat and junior, right? And that diagram, so it's combining that the kitty keyword is combining two very important prominence markers in their network into one single word. One being cat and the other one being junior. And I measure this statistically with data mining. So I'm pretty sure what I'm telling you here.
This is one of example of the things that I was telling you at the beginning, right? So this is very technical, and if you hear this, there's three risks. One is that you don't fully understand what I'm saying because it's technical, right? This is talking about information retrieval topics that are deep. Or the other risk is that you think that this is, this person is delusional. Like, what is he talking about, right? But I'm telling you this because if you know anybody who works at the FBI, please send them this video. I'm pretty sure that if they wrote this to somebody at the technical department, they will understand clearly what I'm saying. So anyhow, the thing I wanted to tell you is that they use the planes as mobile nodes to send data to the houses of the agents, and also that to do this securely, at least in Katy. Maybe in other hubs they're flying it above, right? Above, like meeting the regulations. But at least in this area that I can observe, maybe because they are in such panic, they are flying the planes constantly at low altitude. And that makes it so that they're violating the regulations, right? And also could lead to detection. So that's what I was saying. So now that I know that they're violating the regulation, I mean, not now, but like months ago, right? I don't know, maybe like a month ago, I went to do something. I can't recall what it was, but I planned the route in a way that I could stop by the FAA office or facility near the Bush Airport in Houston. And this thing is heavily. I mean, nobody knew that I was going to go to that place that day. Like nobody knew, right? But I got in, and I got into the parking lot. And if you saw the previous declarations, you will know that I have a system that, a recording system, camera system mounted on the vehicles that I drive. And then I use the video feed of that system, and I do, large scale data analysis with the feed, extracting features from the feed, like license plates, phone numbers that are written on vehicles, the company names on commercial vehicles, things like that, right? I extract all the data and I turn it into metadata, and then I do a statistical analysis with that. So anyhow, when I drive into this parking lot that nobody knew that I was going there, I didn't say to anybody, I didn't look it up in Google Maps, I just went, right? And I get there, and 85% of the vehicles are marked, are flagged, like are vehicles that my system knows for a fact that are driven by agents of this network. So this thing, at least the FAA that is next to the Houston airport, and also in the same trip I went to the service facility that is behind the airport. So this is a department, and I don't know, I think it reports to the government. It's a state government institution, right? So Texas, the state of Texas maintains this. Is a facility or a building where the people that maintain the airport work. So things like the air conditioning systems of the airport, or I don't know, the lighting system of the runways. Like those things are maintained by an engineering group, right? And that engineering group is next to the airport. And that place is also heavily under the control of this network. And the cars in the parking lot are marked. Are vehicles that are driven. Some of them are official vehicles, and they're marked as vehicles of this network, right? And this is interesting because when I saw that, one thing that I did, I sent, remember the legal notices for infringement of patent applications on inventions that I have, that I described in the previous segment. I sent one of those to the people that to the top people, the heads of this department that maintains the airport, which reports to Greg Abbott in a way, right? And I sent them within that the transcript of Declaration 132, which mentions Greg Abbott, right? I did the same with the Texas Senate and the House of the lawmakers, right? I sent them a notice for potential infringement of intellectual property, and I attached the Declaration 132. And I mean, their emails have to be monitored, right? Because these are people that are making laws, state laws, right? So they have in their email, in their inboxes, I'm talking about both, two entities that interact with Greg Abbott, right? They have this document that talks about these allegations against Greg Abbott, right? And I don't know what they're going to do with that. How can they hide that they have that, right? I don't know. It's interesting, right? But anyhow, the FAA is heavily under the control of these people, at least the one that is next to the Houston airport.
And in that one, when I went there, there was an important agent that my system picked up that was parked right in front of the door. And it was a woman, maybe 45 to 55 years old. I would put her at that range. Uh, and she was driving a Volkswagen vehicle, and the plate had an important marker that the system picked up that it is 911 as a 911. And I don't know, like she's an important agent, right? And she's recorded in my camera system. So if the FBI ever investigates this and seizes my camera system and my recordings, look for that instance, because you will see the car and you will see the agent, right? If I recall correctly, the car didn't have tinted windows, her car. So the face is visible. That's important. Okay, so I think that's that's pretty much what I wanted to tell you on that thing with the planes, right? By the way, I think this session is going to, this segment is going to be fairly long because I have a few things, and there's a lot of details like that. So I'll try to speed it up, but I think it might take maybe 2 hours, right, end to end. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the notice of wire fraud. Let me tell you what this is, right? This is a weapon that I've had in my back pocket for a year, right? And I haven't used it, and I decided to use it now because now that I've, uncovered, the involvement of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard, which is one of the most important agents here locally. And I know that because they choose to protect them in the way that I described in the previous segment, instead of protecting Robert Mueller, for example, who not only was the director of the FBI before, but whom I had already named verbally to my former partner and said that I was going to report him to the IRS. So instead of protecting him, they protected this person that works in the military. So that tells me that he's important, right? And because I have also sent that form that I mentioned before to the U.S. military, to like 25 different people in the U.S. military, I feel like it's a good time to deploy this. So this is what I did. Well, let me tell you first what is the weapon, right? The weapon is that I'm going to tell you a sequence of events. Okay, they may seem disconnected, but they are important for what I'm going to tell you. So the sequence of events is that when I moved here, and they moved me here to have me under tighter surveillance because I was already attempting to contact the FBI, right, in 2024. So they set up this situation in which they ended up moving me here, right? I'm talking about the network, right? So immediately after they moved me here, they started a harassment campaign using the HOA. And the president of the HOA is Phil Denning. Now, this is one detail, but it's important. They changed the company. When I moved, like the first week, I received a letter saying that they were switching the companies. And they switched it from a company that was there before as the company that manages the subdivision. And they switched it to another company called Post Oak Property Management. I believe that was a move to preemptively protect the real company. The real company is not Post Oak, it's the previous one, right? That's the one, because that's the one that has been the property manager of Lake Point Estates for 20 years. And Lake Point Estates was built for this purpose, right, for the espionage. And it houses all these important agents like Robert Mueller, the Lieutenant Colonel, Robert Bernard, Terrell Miller, Mark Switcher, Ackerman, Fekovich, like all these important people, right? So obviously the real property management firm is the other one, right? That is in the booklet that Phil Denning gave me. That was his terrible mistake. He gave me the booklet when I moved it, right? With the real names of the agents, right? And the real property management company. But anyhow, they changed the company. The first week I moved, right? I got a letter saying, hey, we decided, I wasn't part of that hearing, of that meeting, because I was just moving in, right? But I got like the, how do you call that? Like the minutes of the meeting, of the homeowners association meeting, in which they decided collectively that they were going to switch to Post Oak. But I believe that was just a measure to protect the real one, right? Anyhow, once I moved in, they started harassing me with the Phil Denning personally, right? Like he would, patrol the front of my house 10 times per day and, find supposed violations and take photos of my home and send me letters, like, to discredit me, right? So that's the first thing that happened. So in that process, right, at some point he called the police and filed a false police report saying that I was impersonating a police officer, right? Because I bought, because of the harassment collectively. I mean, not only the HOA, but like the entire network, right, has been doing towards me, targeting me. I bought an armored vehicle, and then that armored vehicle has white strobe lights to alert if you're being, attacked, right? Because if you're buying an armored vehicle, there's a reason, like you fear for your life or for your safety. So these vehicles are equipped with the strobe lights. But he made a false police report to the Fort Bend County Sheriff Office, of course, saying that I was impersonating a police officer, which is not true, right? I mean, the lights are white, are not blue or red. But that triggered a police officer to come to my home and inspect the vehicle without a search warrant, right? But this is part of the harassment, right, that they do. And all this is documented in the books. I have photos of the police officer inspecting the vehicle, all that, right? But anyhow, while Phil Denning was escalating this harassment campaign, at some point, because then he would do this thing where he would send me emails harassing me, right? Like calling me, implying that I'm crazy. So at some point, I told him, listen, I am going to ask you to not send me any more emails or communicate with me. If you have any issues, contact the company. That's what I told him. And he ceased for a while communication in that way. Okay. But then, as a way of harassment, and this is another incident of harassment, and here's what I'm going to explain to you what is the weapon that I had. They sent me a letter because they know I'm being harassed, right? Because I mean, they're part of the network, right? They're being paid to do this. So they sent me a letter, I mean, Phil Denning and the Homeowners Association, saying that they were going to replace the entire fence of the subdivision. Maybe this is a good time to show you what I'm talking about, right? So if you go to maps, to Google Maps, so this is, of course, a small subdivision, right? Because they have here all these important agents and one target, right? Me, I'm the target. So it's called Lake Point Estates in Katy. So you see, it's only like 90 something houses, right? It's a small subdivision, very high end. Like there's houses like the house of Terrell Miller, which is this one, which is worth almost $4 million, right? You have houses of important agents like the Lieutenant Colonel, which I was describing, Robert Bernard, at 24910 Miss Lake Court, which is worth a couple of $1 million. And you have houses of somebody like Larry Ryan, who runs Texas Water Utility Services or something like that is called, like basically utility. Yeah, so he controls basically energy and water companies. Imagine how dangerous that is. And his name is Larry Ryan, right? And that house is also worth more than $3 million. And there's something in the names that is important that I want to tell you in a second. This is interesting. Okay, so yes, and this is my house. You can see my house is the cheapest house in the subdivision, right? The most modest, right? Because of course I'm a target. I don't get the crypto payments, right? So yeah, that's what I can afford. But anyhow, so the veiled threat of Phil Denning back then, this was in 2024, like in the last quarter, maybe October, something like that, October 2024. He sent me a letter that supposedly he sent to everybody saying that they were going to replace the entire fence of the perimeter, meaning this fence. Let me see if I can mark on top of this. I think I can with. Let me see 1 second. I don't see the annotations. Maybe here. There was a button to like mark on top of this, but I can't find it. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this, trying to annotate this, but I wanna move my mouse on top of the area that I mentioned, right? So this perimeter fence over here, he said in the letter that they were going to replace it. Of course, when I saw this, I knew it was a veiled threat, right? Because shortly after, well, not when I received it, but when I got the database, right? When I got the database that was leaked to me by the Venezuelan intelligence, and I see that all these people are agents, right? And I start decoding the database, I understand that this is not true. I mean, they cannot possibly replace the fence, at least in the way that he would say, right? Because he said that it was going to be a replacement project for the entire perimeter. This cannot be true, right? Because if you're them and they know that I'm trying to contact the FBI or that I've made attempts, they don't know really, right? If I'm may be able to succeed, or if the FBI could be watching my communications. So if they remove the fence, what they would be really doing would be giving an opening to the FBI, to the counterintelligence or counterterrorism divisions of the FBI, to come and insert devices and agents on the back of those properties of people like Robert Mueller, like Ackerman, like Petkovich, like John Miko. So it would be giving the FBI an opening. They can't replace that fence. Right? But that's what they said. They said that they were going to replace the fence. And then Phil Denning and the Homeowners Association in that letter proceeded to demand payment for $18,000. And they sent that demand in a letter electronically over email. So basically what I'm telling you is they use electronic interstate communication means to send a demand for payment that is fraudulent, because I knew that they were not going to replace that fence. But in any case, I made the payment, and they offer a payment plan, like 3 installments of $6,000, something like that, right? So I sent them the $6,000 in a check by the company, I mean, on behalf of the company. The company made the payment, and they cashed the check. The company made the payment because it's the company who owns the property. I don't own the property personally. And they cash the check. So, there is, what I'm telling you are the prerequisites for a charge for wire fraud. They have a scheme to defraud the company from property, for example, the $18,000, out of which they already defrauded the company of $6,000, with a scheme that it has a fraudulent intent, because they're not going to replace that fence by pure logic. They cannot open the fence of Robert Mueller to the world, right? I mean, it's just logic. Or the other one, the Ackerman. I'm mentioning Ackerman because that fence of Ackerman, it's contiguous to the accountant. To what is the name of the accountant? I always. This one, right? Yeah, the law offices of San Pichard, right? So, I mean, replacing this fence would mean really putting in jeopardy the accountant that is handling the money, probably for Robert Mueller and for them, right? For the network, like maybe through shell companies. I don't know exactly the mechanisms, right? But the proximity and the geographical features and the markers in the database that was leaked, it makes obvious to me that this accountant is connected to Ackerman, to Robert Mueller, to Terrell Miller, and to the lieutenant colonel, right? So they can't open that fence because that would expose the accountant, and exposing the accountant is a horrible mistake, because that would open the door for the Financial Crimes Division of the DOJ to step in, right? So they can't do that. So that's why I know that it was a fraudulent communication. It was a scheme to defraud the company of property and money. But this was in 2024, right? I didn't do anything with that. I mean, I sent them the check on behalf of the company, and they cashed the check. And that was it, right? Fast forward maybe 9 months, and in 2025, in July, I think, Phil Denning sends a letter, an email, right? And this email is important. I think I'm going to show you the actual email.
Yes, this one. Yes. So you see, in the email, I wish I could annotate this, but I can't recall how to do it. 1 second. Let me see. Let me give it another try. No, I don't see it. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. How to annotate the screen share on Google Meet. Bottom right of the screen while presenting. Okay. No, I don't know. Well, anyhow, let me go back to the actual email. Okay. So you see, this is Phil Denning, right? His email is phildenning@mycci.net. By the way, CCI is Consolidated Communications. That is a company that is heavily under control of this network, and that makes sense because they wouldn't use a company that the FBI could infiltrate, right? So this is a company, I imagine, right, equivalent to the Control Networks company in New Jersey of Ramon. What is his name? Ramon Sanchez, I think is his name. These are small telecom companies that are heavily controlled by the network for the more secure or more sensitive things like this, right? So anyhow, you can see that he's emailing the company, not me personally, right? And this is important because he CCs also all the key people in the board of the Lake Point Estates neighborhood. And he acknowledges, the first thing that he says, he acknowledges my request to be removed from all communications because that was a move that I did to stop the harassment, right? If they can't communicate with me, they can't harass me with the emails and with the letters, right? So he's acknowledging here that I already told them to cease and desist all communication, but still he went ahead and sent this email, right? So he's saying, however, the matter below is of importance and will impact your property. So he's saying, I'm disregarding your directive to stop the harassment, right? That's what he's saying. But what's important at this point in 2026 is that he is acknowledging that I had given them that direction on behalf of the company to stop all communication to me personally, right? So if they had any business with the company, they had to contact the registered agent of the company, and this company is a Delaware corporation. So the registered agent by law is located in Delaware, is not in Texas. So they shouldn't be even talking to me, right? And he's acknowledging that. But also, importantly, he is here acknowledging this supposed plan to replace the perimeter, which, as I explained before, it's impossible that they do it because it would be opening the door for the FBI. And they are a RICO enterprise. It would be the equivalent of the mafia in New York in the 80s, removing the doors from the places where they used to meet, right? Like it would be crazy to do that, right? Well, it's the equivalent here. They can't replace that fence. One thing that they could do is target my fence only and replace only my fence. But then that would mean, if they do that, that would mean, yes, we are all part of the network and you are the target, right? It would be like, verifying what I'm saying, right? So I imagine they won't do that, right? But this email is important because of those two things. One is that he is confirming here that he had presented this thing of replacing the fence and he demanded payment and he cashed that check, right? And yet, in over a year and a half, he has not replaced that fence. So basically, he deprived the company of $6,000 so far, and he hasn't. He didn't perform the thing that he was going to perform, and he created this scheme just to create a veiled threat to harass me, right? and to defraud the company of money, right? Which is another act of harassment on itself. But more importantly, it's an act of wire fraud because he's using interstate electronic communications to deprive the company from money, right? From $6,000 so far. And this is a federal crime. It's called wire fraud. So that's why this email is important, okay? Now, the weapon is that I sent a notice, a legal notice to all of them, and I did this maybe 2 days ago. On the 23rd, yes. I sent them all. I mean, the Lake Forest States Homeowners Association, the board of directors, both Walters and the other guy, and Phil Denning, and the Tiffany Harper person that they have posing as the property manager, and all the attorneys and the partners, all the partners in that firm, which is the firm that they have been using to harass me. Because then what happened, after I had told Phil Denning and the HOA to cease and desist and stop all communications to me personally, what they did is that they created a sham process, a sham legal process, because of course this RICO enterprise is run by attorneys and judges. So, you know, the one weapon they have infinite ammunition for is legal processes. When they want to harass somebody and silence a whistleblower, then they, you know, sue them and, you know, request for psychiatric evaluations and things like that, right? So they created a process suing the company that owns the property, which is a Delaware corporation. But instead of serving the company in Delaware, they started serving me personally because to harass me, right? So it's a way to circumvent the directive that I gave them to stop communicating with me electronically or physically. It's a way to circumvent it because then they created a legal process on a court and they're serving me with documents, but personally. So that's what they do to send the process servers to harass me at my home, you see? Or at my office, or wherever I am. They put at my home in Valley Sides, they put some notices saying origin legal process, but they weren't addressed to me really. They had a different name they're not notices. They're like stickers, right? But this is an act of harassment. This is, I mean, sticking things on the windows of your house. And then they came here to the office and they did the same, right? And I described this before. But it's a sham process because they shouldn't be even talking to me. They need to be talking to the registered agent of the company, which is in Delaware, right? But they never did that. They served me, right? They tried to communicate with me, and in the legal documents in the court they named me, right? They're not. I mean, they put my name in the context as registered agent, but they know this is not true. Because if the company is a Delaware corporation, the registered agent by law has to be in Delaware. How can I be the registered agent if I'm in Texas? That makes no sense. But again, as I was telling you at the beginning, my comment about the hubs and how they function and why they function is precisely because of this. Because they can circumvent or ignore the law completely without fear of repercussion to them, right? Because they control all the courts and the judges, and they feel safe of doing these kind of things, right? And that's, you know, how they continued the harassment, right, for over a year. And then they create void orders in those cases, but everything is void again because they never serve the company. You cannot, if you're suing a company, at least in the US, if you're suing a company, you have to notify the registered agent of the company. You cannot, you know, notify any person that you want, right? So all those orders and all those things are void. And I already told them that because I went to one of the hearings that they scheduled, and I told the judge verbally that I was there in personal capacity just to tell them that the service was defective and that they had to sue the company again and notify the registered agent in Delaware. And despite me saying that to the judge and to them verbally, they ignored that and they kept going, right? And sending people to harass me, right? Despite the thing that I already told them a year and a half ago to cease and desist all communications to me personally, right? But now I'm going to deploy the weapon, right? The weapon of that Phil Denning and the Homeowners Association committed wire fraud because they made this representation that they were going to replace the fence, requested payment from the company, cashed the check, and didn't replace anything for a year and a half. So anyhow, I sent them a legal notice. That's what I did on the 23rd. And this is a combined legal notice that combines multiple notices into one. And I'm going to show you the notice. And I'm going to share with you a few things that happened in the process. So the actual notice is here. Okay. I may have to do this. 1 second. I need to, because it's not open. I have to open it. So to navigate here, what you have to do is go to the, to this bucket that I have, that is KOL-mobile-2024. Then go to court evidence __ DOJ, and within that there's a folder for what was it? Yes, Greg Abbott, right? Because I mean he's the one locally here doing this, right? And within that, there is a folder for our mwbh.com, which is this attorney's firm that they're using to do this harassment with the HOA. And within that folder, there is this HOA harassment legal notice. This is the document I'm looking for. I'm going to share it so everybody can see it. Okay. Okay. Yes. So you see, I sent this to Phil Denning, the attorney from this firm. This is the firm, Roberts, Markel, Weinberg, Butler, Haley, PC. This is the partner that signed some of the harassment documents that they sent to me with, improper service, because they should be serving the company, not me. To all the partners at the firm, at the law firm, and also to all directors at Lake Point Estates HOA Inc. Now, this is the case number of that sham case that they created, that I'm describing, right? The case number is 25-TCV-330324. And it's in Fort Bend County, and I think it's on the District Court 268th. Okay, so this notice contains 6 different notices combined. The first one is a notice of property ownership and defective proceedings. I'm just going to read what I wrote, right? So it says, be advised that the property located within the Lake Point Estates subdivision is owned exclusively by Haaretz Hamukafhat Corp., that's their company name, a Delaware corporation. I, Rinaldo J. Aguiar Marcano, am not the owner of the property. Defective service. Any and all legal proceedings, including case number 25-TCV-330324, are procedurally defective and void ab initio. It means that everything that you did in that case is void because you didn't serve the company. You have filed to serve the corporation's registered agent in Delaware. Void orders. All orders entered to date are void for lack of personal and subject matter jurisdiction. Continued pursuit of these orders against me personally constitutes malicious prosecution and administrative harassment. Then the second notice is a notice of wire fraud. And this is where it gets interesting because now I'm sending them a critical federal criminal statute, right? This 18 USC 1343. And I go on to say that in Q4 2024, Philip E. Denning utilized electronic communications to demand $18,000 for a purported subdivision-wide fence replacement. Payment under pretext. Based on these representations, a payment of $6,000 was issued immediately, and it was cashed by them. Non-performance. As of April 23rd, 2026, zero progress has been made on the fence. This constitutes wire fraud, as electronic means were used to deprive the corporation of funds under a false pretense. Harassment. This demand is identified as a veiled threat intended to signal your ability to remove protective barriers exposing the property of the RICO enterprise previously identified. What I'm saying here is that this was a veiled threat to me because what he was doing was threatening me with removing the fence. And he knows that I'm being harassed by this Rico enterprise because he's part of the enterprise. I'm talking about Phil Denning, right? So by telling me that he has the power to remove the fence that protects my house, I mean, at that point, I was living in this property, right, in 2024, because I moved to this property, escaping Valleyside. So he was telling me, I have the power to take away your fence, right? That it's a threat, right, to silence a whistleblower. Yes, so the third notice is a notice of unauthorized access and criminal trespass. So it reads, the HOA and its council have repeatedly authorized security breaches at the gated checkpoint to facilitate harassment. On April 16, 2026, an unauthorized individual gained entry through the security gate, trespassed onto the private property, and jumped over a locked interior gate. This incident was recorded on a high-resolution video and has been submitted as evidence of criminal trespass. Misuse of process servers. Your firm has utilized process servers to bypass neighborhood security to harass a protected individual while ignoring the mandatory service requirements for the actual corporate owner in Delaware. The fourth notice is a notice of RICO enterprise and foreign subversion, and this has to do with the things that I talked about before. And basically, I'm putting them on notice of the incident of December 30 in front of the house of Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard of 24910 Mills Lake Court, Katy, Texas 77494, and also of declarations Declaration 132 and 133, which I attached to this notice. Like if you scroll down in this notice, you will see that this thing has 116,000 pages, because the transcripts of these two declarations specifically, in which I do a breakdown of the entire RICO enterprise forensically. Like this is a clinical analysis of what this RICO enterprise is doing from top to bottom. I attach this to this notice, right? So I mean, this creates an explosive situation, because now these attorneys that are doing specifically this harassment to silence the whistleblower, and me, right? Let me give me just a second, because this is the timer kicked in. This law firm, right? The Robert Marcus Weinberg Haley PC, they are receiving this legal notice that contains these allegations about Phil Denning, and not only Phil Denning, Robert Mueller, Mark Swisher, the Lieutenant Colonel, right? They can't ignore this, right? And more importantly, in Declaration 132, I break down how this network, the attorneys like them, right, use Tyler Technologies, which is the company that runs the electronic record systems of the courts in Texas, to create void orders and to hide them from the DOJ. This is describing that, right? So they're officers of the courts. I mean, the partners of this firm, they're officers of the court. When they read this, they're obligated to, by law, right? They're obligated to report Tyler Technologies to the authorities, which would really mean reporting them to entities that report to Greg Abbott, who is also part of the network, right? So, I mean, of course, they're not going to do it, but by not doing it, by not acting on something that they're mandated to act, they are incriminating themselves, right? So it's an unescapable situation for the partners of this firm, I would contend, right? Now, this is where it gets interesting. I sent them the notice, right? Let me see. I think there is another thing on that notice. Oh yes. So that's a notice of RICO enterprise. The next notice is a notice of avoidance of legal service. This is because when I attempt to send them the notice, right? And I think I mentioned this before. When I send these legal notices for the intellectual property things, or for the legal things, I usually send them via something that is called RPost. This is an email system that is certified, meaning that you get a receipt when the person opens the email. And this company functions in a way that these receipts are acceptable in US courts, meaning if I send them an email via RPost and they open it, that receipt is acceptable in court to show that I served them with this legal document, right? It's an acceptable legal service receipt.
It's like sending something by registered mail, something like that, right? But electronically. So I sent these to different people, right? Phil Denning, Bud Walters, and the other guy. The name always escapes me. The other director. There's three main directors in the Lake Point Estates Homeowners Association. To the three of them, to the attorney that signs these documents that they're harassing me with in the 268th court, and the partner that attorney reports to, somebody by the name of Spira Boyd, I think is the name. Yeah, Spira Boyd, Spiraboyd, and she's a partner, right? In fact, well, I think it's a woman. To be honest, I haven't looked up the. Let's see. Oh, this is funny. Yes, this one, right? But why did it say admiralty law? Oh, this is super interesting. So apparently, I mean, according to Google, right, there might be a relationship between Spira Boyd and Arnold and Itkin, who is a firm that specializes in admiralty law. I mean, the litigation revolving, vessels and ships and things that operate in high seas, right? So I mean, the interest of the Zaro Cabello and the Chinese, right? I mean, this is a pretty interesting connection. I'll dig more into that, right? But so I sent them the notice, right? But what happened that was interesting that I want to tell you about is that when I sent them the notice, I start getting rejection or bounce back emails from the emails of the attorneys. So they emailed to Phil Denning and the directors of the people, right? The persons, those went through. But the emails to the firm, they got rejected. And let me show you. When like, for example, here's an example, right? I think it's this one. This is the actual rejection that I got, right? I got this from our post. What is this? Let me just open it, okay? 1 sec. Okay, this is a button. Okay. Okay, so you see, it says, this was the email to S. Boyd, right? To Spira Boyd, the person that also works for that admiralty thing. And she's a partner at this firm that is harassing me. I mean, Phil Denning is using to harass me, right? To circumvent the directive I gave him 1.5 years ago to not talk to me. So the rejection reason, it says, rejected due to security policies, right? So what they did, these attorneys, right, is that they set up their corporate firewall on their email or their email security policies on their Outlook server, I imagine, to reject emails, and I imagine they tuned it to reject my emails, right? So if I try to serve them, they don't get the service, right? And then they can say, oh, we never received this, we didn't know, right? It's a way for them to create an out when they inevitably get interrogated by the DOJ. So that's what they did, right? But this is actually, I don't know what this would be called, right? But this is a violation of the rules of procedure, like avoiding legal service. Like it's like, if somebody's trying to sue you and you start hiding, right? I mean, this is a violation. You are intentionally avoiding to be served. Right? And they've done this before in multiple ways. Like, for example, a while ago, I was trying to serve G. Troy Pickett, another of the attorneys that they're using to harass me, but with the family cases, right? I tried to serve him a document that I was trying to file with the Supreme Court of the United States in Washington, D.C. And he sent me an email saying that he could not click on the link because his firm policy was to never click on links. Like, so he was basically rejecting service, right?
So I know that one of the things that they do is that they sue everybody and harass everybody with the courts. But when somebody wants to sue them, then they do anything that is possible to avoid service. They, transpose the digits on their fax numbers. They, change the addresses in Google Maps, like things like that, right? I've documented this multiple times before. So much so that I created a technology to detect the transposition of the fax numbers, and I applied for a patent for that technology because this is a thing that they do at a scale. A notable example is the People's Bank of China in New York. They intentionally transpose the fax numbers of the digits on the fax numbers of their legal department, so nobody can serve them via fax. It's the same thing, right? It's creating a condition that you cannot meet as a litigant, and so you cannot serve them, right? And if they're not served, they can always say, "Oh, we didn't know about this," right? But anyhow, so that's what they did. But I don't think it was a good idea, because then what I did in response is that I went to Tyler Technologies, to the website, that the Texas courts website, that is really powered by Tyler Technologies. The system that provides that service is really Tyler Technologies. So I went there, I created an account, and I filed a document in this sham process that they created. I'm talking about the 25-DCV, what is it? Yes, this one, right? 25-DCV 330-324. Yes, this one. So I created a filing to serve them, right? So I created a filing that contains this notice. Why? Well, because that way the email goes out through Tyler Technologies. In reality, the front end of this email would be the Texas court, and they, being Texas attorneys, they are obligated to accept this document as service. They cannot say that they were not served, because the document is coming from Texas courts, right, from that entity, and they're obligated to receive it. So basically, I use Tyler Technologies to deliver them, instead of using our post, which is what I tried to do initially. I used Tyler Technologies and the Texas courts electronic record systems to serve them with this notice that says that Phil Denning and the HOA are both committing wire fraud and also harassing me with a sham process that shouldn't even exist, because they didn't serve the company. They started serving me, right, personally. And I sent that to all of them. And that's the notice that I'm showing you, right? Now, also, here's the receipt. Where is it? The receipt. Okay, let me show you the receipt. One second. I think it's this one. Yes. So you see, this is from efiletexas.gov, and it's a notification of service for the case 25-DCV-330324. And you see that I serve all the partners, the attorney of that firm. You can see that by the email addresses, right? rmwbh.com, and notably Spira Boyd, whose name appears in those harassing documents. And I also serve Phil Denning, right, who is the person that directly committed the wire fraud. So, now they are aware of an allegation of a federal crime that was served to them using the official Texas court system. I mean, they have to respond to this. They cannot ignore it, right? So now, and in this document, importantly, it's attached. If you click on the document, right, you will see, I will click on this link. See? It's attached the email from Phil Denning confirming that, that he made these demands. And in the other, in this folder, I have the two, right? So that's one, and the other one is this one. This is the service for the actual notice, right? Again, the same recipient. And if you click on that link, over the next 45 days, you will see the harassment notice, right, that I'm describing, that includes even the avoidance of the legal service. So it reads, multiple attempts to email this notice to the partners of Roberts, Markel, Weinberg, Butler, Haley, PC on April 23rd, 2026 resulted in continued rejection of the emails by their email service. For this reason, I'm sending this notice via Tyler Technologies, the e-filing provider of the Texas courts. Note, Tyler Technologies, the company, is explicitly mentioned on Declaration D132 attached to this notice. So now they are forced to read the Declaration D132, which is attached right here, right? It's below, right? If you scroll down, you will see it. And in there, I explained how they use Tyler Technologies, which is controlled by BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, to commit all these judiciary, or to enable the judiciary actors like the judges to commit all these judiciary frauds in Texas, to target people and kidnap children. And also in the header of this notice, if you click on this, it will take you to the website where I document all these judiciary crimes committed in the Texas courts, going all the way up to the Supreme Court of Texas. And you can listen to the podcast right here. So, it's a 2-click system. In 2 clicks, you will be exposed to the entire book that describes all the judiciary crimes, have all the evidence, and has the podcasts. Right? And you have here the data analysis of the crimes and the cases with the children that they're targeting in 2025, that they were targeting in 2025. So this analysis that you see here, this data analysis, is of 2025. So I mean, this is an explosive situation that they created with this fence, right? So I don't know what they're going to do with all this, right? It's interesting. Let's see what they do. So let me see if I'm not missing anything important here. Yeah, this I talked about. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So yes. Okay. So I'm gonna read that. So okay, I'm gonna just move forward, right, with the next talking point, which is related to these attorneys and to Phil Denning, directly related because it talks about Andres Salvador Mendez, or Agent Mendez for short, and it talks about the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard, and Mark Swisher, right, and the others. So let me tell you what I wrote. So this part is about Mendez, okay? So my note says, it's a question, right, that I have to ask myself. Is something that I've noticed in the phone number that they use for Speedy Gonzalez, and I described who Speedy Gonzalez is in the previous segment, okay? Speedy Gonzalez is an alias, an identity that they use for multiple people to create confusion, to switch them when they need. So the question I ask myself is, if is this the case that the double bigram hit of the same 2-digit prime number in a phone number could be a marker of risk, of something that this agent is a risk for the Communist Party of China. And I use as an example here the phone number that they assigned to Speedy Gonzalez, which is 832-665-3538. Now, if you look at the middle of the number, it has this bigram 53. 5353 is a number that is a prime number. So prime numbers are rare and are special. Like they have a special property. I don't want to get too much in details of the properties of the prime numbers, but believe me that they are something very interesting in nature. And they're rare, right? So this phone number, if you look at it, if you remove the dashes, right, this phone number has the number 53, which is a prime number, which is rare, and it's repeated immediately, one occurrence after the other in this phone number. I mean, this is a statistical anomaly. This is something, I mean, it could be a coincidence, right? But I mean, knowing that Speedy Gonzalez / Agent Mendez, right, carries such an immense liability for all these people, and they gave this, alter ego identity to him, and it has this prime number repeated twice in one after the other in the phone number. It made me think that it might be a marker of, this is a risk. Like this agent carries risk to us. I mean, to the RICO enterprise, right? And this is important because let me tell you how I think they probably use this, right? So say that this agent goes to Walmart to buy something. He will enter his phone number, right, in the machine when he's paying, for example. And now Walmart knows that this important agent is in the store, right? And they, like, whoever is handling, the security in that store knows that they have to be watching if he's being followed, right? So it's a way to mark the person, to make sure that nobody's following them, right? That the FBI is not surveilling them. So this is why I think it's important, right? Or if one of the attorneys gets a call from this number, right? The system, the app that they have on their phone will tell them, listen, this is a tier 1 risk, right? Or tier 0 risk, and they will act accordingly. So it's a way to share information of sensitivity across potentially hundreds of agents without even sending one text message, right? It's just by encoding the information in the phone number. And in my notes, I also say that, well, this is the phone of the agent, right, of that identity, and the vehicle that he was driving that day that I got close to him physically. I'll explain more in a little bit what I mean by this. It's kind of a funny thing that I want to show you. But he was driving this Ford pickup truck, white, and the plates are Texas, Papa Romeo Honduras 1364. That's the plate of the truck that he was driving. I mean, this identity, right? Yes. So now that I'm telling you about this license plate, I also take the opportunity to give you a correction, an errata. In the previous segment, one of the previous segments, I said, right, I described these rules that they did with Penelope Suarez and Enrique Morales to protect, really, I mean, that was used for many things, but among them, to protect Colonel Robert Bernard from me reporting him to the IRS by tricking me into thinking that that colonel was an army person working for the FBI. And I described how they did this, right? So when I described that, I said that they used 2 vehicles with 2 vanity plates. This is not correct. I checked, and one of the vehicles had a vanity plate that said not few, right? And I described in that segment why they did that. But the other vehicle said Army, like the prefix on the license plate was RMY. So that was not a vanity plate. It was a regular plate, but the sequence of characters was picked to spell Army, right? And this is important because they need to tell people on the ground, right? Like, so for example, if there's somebody from the Venezuelan intelligence, they need to recognize that this agent is an agent that works for the army, right? That this is a military personnel of the US, right? So they can, I mean, he's part of the network as well, but they need somebody that needs to be protected, right? Above all cost. So the vehicle in Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard's house in Lake Point Estates, where Phil Denning is controlling this subdivision, the same place. The full plate is Texas RMY 1424. So that's the errata. It's not a vanity plate; it's a regular Texas plate, but that has the trigram Army RMY. Yes. So now I have to tell you here something, right? And I've described this before. This is a TTP. In reality, when you see this name, right, Robert Bernard, this is a TTP that I've done a statistical analysis on this. Like, I'm not going to get into the technical details here because it would be too long. But I've done extensive research on this. So the TTP is that they assign to the agents a name that is the full name is composed by 2 words that could be first names that are very common first names. Like, I'm going to give you examples, right? For example, Robert Bernard, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of people whose first name is Robert, and there is a lot of people whose first name is Bernard. But this full name is Robert Bernard. So they're saying that the last name is Bernard, okay? Which could be a last name, yeah. But the TTP really is that they also have another agent who the name is the transposed version of this. So Bernard Robert. So they have a person that the name is the first name is Bernard and that the last name is Robert. And the person happens to look alike like this one, right? So if this person, the lieutenant colonel, right, gets in any kind of trouble, what they will do is that they will bring the body double that also has the transposed name. and they will make it look like that one was the one that committed whatever was committed, right? So that one gets in trouble, but the lieutenant colonel gets protected, right? And then, of course, they will free the other one with the courts, right? Like they because they control the courts, they can make sure that that person gets the appeal goes through, right? Or the person might have to be in jail for a few weeks, or I don't know, right? Depending on what happens, right? It might be more, might be less, but they will be able to switch to freedom, right? And compensate them for the time that they had to be in jail. But the important agent never sees one time in prison, one day, right, in prison. That's the idea, that their reputation is not tainted because that person has access that is not easy to replace. But what I wanted to tell you really is that if you think about this like philosophically, right, what it really is another implementation, another flavor, really, of the same thing that they did with Agent Mendez and Speedy Gonzalez. Is this thing of switching the agents, right, of replacing them if things go south. In the case of Andres Mendez, I mean, the names didn't match, but the physical characteristics match, right? And the phone number was used by two people, right? In this case, it's a different flavor, right? What they do is that the first name of one is the last name of the other, and the last name of one is the first name of the other. And then if they get in trouble, then they bring the transposed name agent that looks alike, and they make it pass like it was him, right? It was just that the person that took the name got confused and thought that was the first name, but it wasn't the first name, it's the last name, right? Something like that. But of course, this is a signal for detection. So what you have to do is find first names that are common in English and look for people that have, so you can find the pair with this, right? You can find the actual important agent and you can find the unimportant body double. Because you know that the name will be the transposition of the name of the other one. And both will be marked in the geo-index of Diosdado Cabello, right? So it's easy to find them. So now you have the two. And then if you see that the physical characteristics also match, I mean, if it walks like a dog and talks like a dog and, looks like a dog, it's probably a dog, right? So, I mean, you can get two agents for the price of one, is what I'm trying to say, right? And you have all the ingredients to get them all in the entire US, right? Now, in the previous segment, I talked about sorry, my dogs are barking a little bit. In the previous segment, I talked about the possibility of, the thing that I've observed with the donations. It makes me wonder if this thing of having the two identities with the transposed names could also be used to vote. I mean, with two agents, with two identities, right, that are the transposition of each one, perhaps you can set up something where you can vote 4 times, right? Because you could have, I don't know, let's talk about, another instance of this type of naming for the agent is Larry Ryan, who lives, I mean, it's a coincidence, but I mean, I think it's a coincidence. Like it's a weakness in their design because they probably didn't think of this, right? But they made a situation in which this lieutenant colonel who lives here and has this characteristic of the first name and the last name being two common first names in the US, lives right on the back of this other agent, who is Larry Ryan, who also have the same characteristic. I mean, Larry is a common first name in English, and Ryan is also a common first name in English, right? And his name, Larry Ryan, and he controls, this one controls the utility companies in Texas, in a particular area of Texas, right? And the utility companies are a weapon, as I described before, for multiple reasons, right? They can harm people with the utilities, with the water, with the, or they can use the telemetry on the measuring equipment, like the consumption of electricity or the consumption of the water, to track where people are within a house, right? And he has the same characteristic with the name. So I imagine, his name is Larry Ryan. There must be somebody that is called Ryan Larry, right? The transposition of the two components. So imagine that you have Larry Ryan and Ryan Larry. You have those two identities. Well, maybe you can register Larry Ryan and Ryan Larry and use that physical person to vote in 2 different places, right? Saying, oh no, this is really my last name, right? And you can use the other one, Ryan Larry. I mean, the one that really is Ryan Larry, and to use the two transpositions of the name to vote in two other different places. So maybe you can get, I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know if this is what they're doing, but it's possible, right? That they're registering these people in multiple places by transposing the names and the two. Yeah. And because they look alike, I mean, they can even use the same ID. They can use the ID of the other one. So they can use the real ID of Ryan Larry to make Larry Ryan vote in two places. Right? For example, right? I don't know if they did this in this case, but it's possible, right? I don't know. I would probably, but even if they're not doing that, it's easy to demonstrate that they're part of the network, not only because of the design behind their names, but because their houses are marked in the geo index of Diosdado Cabello. And they also happen to look alike, right? I mean, what are the chances that all these groups of people, all these pairs of people, share all these common characteristics? Right? Obviously, there's design behind that, right? Yes. Okay. Yes. So this is another. I'm going to move on from that. I'm going to tell you about this other observation, right? So in one of these days, recently, like last week, I went out and they were like following me in a certain place, and I got this. I got an opportunity to get into a gated subdivision, like pretty much like Lake Point Estates, that I've always wanted to get in because that's the place where my son's pediatrician lives. But it's a gated community that it's always locked. Like I've never been able to get in, right? In this gated community, sometimes somebody goes in, the gate remains open, and you could get in and drive and see the subdivision, right? Or if you're going to go see a house that is for sale, things like that. But in that subdivision, it's interesting to me because the pediatrician of my son lives in there, and also one of my former partner, which I know now, whose real name is Suleima Villamizar. One of her friends, who is Chinese, lives in that subdivision, and the name of that lady is Diana Doria y Chavez. Right? And she's documented in the books, like she's prominent. She's a very prominent Chinese agent. But I've never been able to get in, right? But I got in recently, right? So I started, recording the plates and all that. And because I'm not driving the Tesla, but the armored car for obvious reasons, right? This week, because I'm doing all these higher level escalations, I have to be careful, right? So I start dictating the plates because I don't have the system, the technology in that car to do certain things, right? So to make sure I get them right, I dictate them to have two inputs, right? I have the video and I have the system that I use, and I also have the voice recordings. So it's less likely that the plates are misread. But anyhow, as I'm doing this, I notice a house that has a BMW M5 parked outside. And it catches my attention because another incident that happened with a BMW M5 recently at a Shell gas station that is next to the FBI headquarters in Houston. So I pay attention to the house. Right? In that house, there is a vehicle that the plate is Texas X-Ray Ramos Sam 2910. Okay, that's one of the cars that is parked there. And I dictate the plate. And then I because I see the BMW, I dictate also the address on the house, which is 2910 Sundance Summit in Katy, Texas. But when I say this verbally, I cannot help to notice that this is a tremendous coincidence, right? I mean, the 2910 number on the house and the 2910 number on the car. I mean, what are the chances that your house number matches your car number, the license plate of your car? Think about that, right? What are the chances of that happening? I mean, you buy that house once in your life, right? And you put that plate on the car once. And the two things happen to match, right? I mean, I could do the numbers for you, but the probability of this being random is probably in the orders of 1 in billions, right? So when I see this, I suspect there's design. That's the first thing that happened, right? So, I document this and the audio. When I recorded this, I'm including it here. If you click on this link, and I made it public already, you will be able to hear me dictating these numbers, and you will hear the log, right? The audio log that I recorded, with my own voice that day. Now, I noticed this thing, right? At the same time, like a few days before, I had already created the recording about the Lieutenant Colonel Bernard, right? Robert Bernard. And if you remember, if you go to Lake Forest Estates and you see the house of this lieutenant colonel, which is obviously very important because they choose to protect him over protecting Robert Mueller. Like that tells you how important this person is. And you see the house number is 24910. Now remember, the phone number and the house number and the license plate of that other agent where that prominent Chinese agent lives and where the pediatrician of my son also lives, that is always locked and I never can get in that house that has the marker, right? That the house number and the card number are the same. The numbers were 2910. So, I mean, this is even a more concerning coincidence. I mean, if you look at the house number of the lieutenant colonel, it matches that number exactly, except that it has a 4 inserted in between the 2 and the 9. So the Levenstein distance between the house number of the lieutenant colonel and the house number of that other important agent that I know is important because first is in that gated community that is always locked. And secondly, because the house number matches the card number. This is an even more incredible coincidence, that the Levenstein distance between these two important houses is only one edit character. So it occurs to me, what I'm trying to get at is that I think what this really is that this engram 2910 is what we call in information retrieval, what we call a jackpot engram, okay? I don't want to get too much into that, but I want to remind you that, or tell you if you haven't seen the previous demos, that I used to work for Google in search ranking. So I am a person that has training on complex information retrieval systems, right? So this is coming from a technical place, what I'm telling you, right? So in these information retrieval systems like Google search, there is a technique that, some people call the jackpot engram. What it means is that when you have a distributed system that you can for sure tell that an engram is of low frequency of occurrence, you can use that fact to also signal things that are super prominent, because things that are very rare are very easy to find, right? So for example, let me tell you how to translate this into this world. Imagine that you are the Communist Party of China and you make the arbitrary decision that the numbers 2910 are going to carry an exceptional importance. Like it could be a military person. I think it's something related to the military, okay? Because this is a lieutenant colonel. And because that other guy, I'll tell you that in a bit, right? But I think it has something to do with the military, right? It's something that signifies probably military. I would think that would be my first hypothesis, right? Of course, I don't have the access because I don't work for the FBI. I don't have a way to check if all these people are military or not, right? But I have a few data points that suggest that this could be something military. So the idea is, you're the Communist Party of China, and you decide, well, anything that is marked with 2910 in that order, removing maybe one character, right, in the middle. But if it contains 2910 with a Levenstein distance of 1 or 0, then it means this is a prominent military person, right? Imagine, right? But because and then you make sure that no house gets this number, right? Unless it's a military person, right? Or a person with a certain feature that you want to mark, right? So the idea is, if you have a retrieval system like Google Search that is looking at billions of documents in a fraction of a second, when this token is seen, you immediately recognize that this is something important, right? So this is basically the technique. So that's why it's called the jackpot engram. So anyhow, conclusions or hypotheses that I can draw from this is that person at that neighborhood, by the way, that neighborhood is called Ironwood, and wood is a prominence marker as well, right? So this person at the Ironwood gated community, that the house is 2910 Sundance something, and the car has the 2910 engram full match in the license plate. This tells me that person is probably an on the ground operative. Like this is a person that moves around in that car. And that's the reason why the car has to be marked in that way. Because the app of the Chinese, when the license plate readers that they have mounted behind the windshield, for example, or using the rear view mirror cameras, when one of those cameras sees this plate, this signals immediately to the entire system that this important person is in this position, right? In this, sorry, that that this important person is specifically in this geographical position, right? Or traveling on that direction. So this is important information. But the fact that they mark the vehicle with the jackpot engram tells me that this is a person that moves around in that vehicle. Yeah, which would be consistent with somebody like an operative, like a military person, right? High level, of course, because they're not going to mark. If they marked every military person with this marker, then the marker would become too common, and then it would defeat its purpose, right? So this would only work for high-level military people, like the lieutenant colonel, that they choose to protect over Robert Mueller, or this guy. So this tells me that this guy is probably as important, or maybe more, because this guy has the house and the car. So this, of course, he carries more risk because he has to move around. And because he has to move around, he could be followed or he could be eavesdropped on. So that's why they have to mark the car. But then I took it a step further, right? So well, I say, well, let's assume for a second, I'm not the FBI. I cannot verify, right? I don't have access to databases of the government to verify this. But assume for a second that what I'm telling you holds. That the 2910 engram is a jackpot engram. Well, what you can do, you can go to the property records and see in this hub, which I know it's a hub because I've been living it for 10 years, right? I can go and look and list all the properties that match 2910 in the street number, right? And then I can sort them by assessed value of the property, and I can find the most expensive ones and the least expensive ones, because probably both are important, right? They're going to use a low value as a marker and a high value as a marker. So this is exactly what I did. There's 500 properties that share this characteristic in Katy, meaning that the street number is 2910 or contains that engram. It could be, like for example, 52910, or could be 2910, or could be 24910. So there's at least 519, and I suspect that all of them are important. Now, I checked a bunch of them, and they're marked in the index. Right? So they're for sure part of the network. Now, the question is whether they're important to a level that would justify putting the marker, and whether they're somehow related, or some of them, what percentage of them are related to military things. Those will be my two first questions. Right? Now, when I do this, the first thing I do is to sort to find the cheapest, because I know they're going to hide an important agent on a cheap property. I know that, right? Because I know them. It's like... because I've been observing all this for too long, right? So I know how they think. So I know probably one of the most dangerous agents is marked in a cheap property, right? So this is what I did, right? I sort them by that. So in fact, let me do that here live with you so you can see exactly what I did, right? So I go to Google and I go to Fort Bend. I search for Fort Bend property tax search. And this gives me this website. Right? Now, here, I type that number, 2910. Right? And then I sort by the price value. They already removed it. It's amazing. Wow. I mean, I saw this like an hour ago, and they already removed it. Huh. Well, I have the records. I'll show you, right? So before, right now, like an hour ago, there was a property. Let me show it to you, okay? 1 second. So this would be on the folder on their court evidence, DOJ, BlackRock, and then Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard. I put it in there because these all share the same characteristic that he has on his house, so the 2910. Right? And then if you click on this, all properties, no. Yes, this one. So it's a CSV file. Sorry. I'm just trying to see if I can find it this way. 1 second. Yes, I found it. Okay, so the property in question, um, let me share that with you so you can see what I'm looking at. So in that folder, I exported a CSV file that contains all these properties, okay, that I'm describing, that have the 2910 in the street number. And I sorted them by value. There was one property until 1 hour ago. They already removed it. And you saw that because I showed you the website and it doesn't show up anymore. But it was in the CSV file that I recorded because I downloaded the file. So, I have proof now that they're manipulating these tax records almost real time. Within an hour, they remove this property. But anyhow, I know the address, right, because I have the CSV file. So this property had an assessed value of $19. And of course, when I see this, it looks like an error, right? Like somebody made a mistake entering the number. But because a property cannot be worth $19, right? It doesn't matter how small it is, it cannot possibly be worth $19. The price is too low for a real estate property, right? And it's registered to Village of Diamond Bay Homeowners Association, right? And the address is this one, 29, and there you can see the match, right? The jackpot engram, the 2910. So the address is 2910 Mason Glen Lane, Pearland, Texas 77584. Now I'm going to switch back to the browser to show you what you can do with this, right? Okay. Okay, so back to the browser. Okay. So if we go to Google Maps, and you look for that address, right, you will see that it's really, well, you will see two things, right? One is that if you look at the street view image, is a wall. And this is a prominence marker. This is a prominence marker that has to do with military. And I identified this more than a year ago using data mining, right? There is a property in the border between Russia and Ukraine that has the highest score in the database that was leaked by the Venezuelan intelligence. And this is important because of the war in Ukraine. And that property is marked with this same street view marker. That, it's too much of a coincidence, right? That it's a military conflict zone. The score was super high, like 19 million, and the photo in a street view was a wall made of bricks. Right? And now in this other scenario here in Katy, we find a property that shares a marker with Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard, meaning the 2910 marker, the jackpot engram. And we go and see in a street view, and the photo is also a wall made of bricks, right? So, but it seems obvious to me that this is an important defensive military person, right? That's how I would read that based on my understanding of their network and their system so far. But if you look at the map, this is what happened, right? And this is where it gets more interesting. If you zoom in, you will see that, and it's better if you look at it this way, right? So you see, the 2910 is really the property. In the survey, right? Is really the easement. So this corner that is basically part of the city is what has that number, the 2910, right? But then the house next to it, which is really the property they're marking, really, right? It has something that is very strange. It has two different numbers in Google Maps. It has both the 210 and the 2908. And the 2908 also has the wall, right, in the Street View photo. The same with the 20. Now, these are two different streets. You see, so this is really 2908 Ivory Terrace Lane, while this other one is 2910 Mason Glen Lane, which is really the easement, right? But the important thing is that they put the easement, they duplicate it, and I know this because I worked at Google before, as I mentioned, and I worked there very closely to a team called MapFacts, which is the one that is charged with maintaining this data. I mean, the database of entities in Google Maps. It's called MapFacts. So when I see this, it's obvious to me what they're doing. What they're doing is that they're creating a second entity that is the one that holds the marker, but then they move it in MapFacts to be inside of the property. You see, so I mean, what they're doing is putting the prominence marker in the easement, but then they duplicated the entity in MapFacts and they put it geographically, like the coordinates of that clone of the easement inside of the house. That's why this has two markers. And if you see, the house next door also has this property. The same house has two markers, one being 13297 Windward Bay Drive, and it also has a wall in the Street View, and the other MapFacts entity inside of that property is 2906 Ivory Terrace Lane. I imagine the real identity of the agent, I mean, it's an identity. It's probably not the real name of the agent, but the identity is really tied to this, right? What they're doing with this other one is basically it's like smearing properties from one MapFacts entity to the other. This is to avoid detection. This is to avoid the detection of my system because they know that I can detect them if they don't do this, right? So they're evolving, is what I'm trying to say. What you're seeing here is an evolution, and it's not only an evolution, it's a direct response to what I've been doing for the last year. That this is what this is, right? They're responding. This is the response to what I'm doing. Instead of stop committing the crimes or moving the agents, what they're doing is hiding them by manipulating my facts. But if you think about it, and this is what I see this thing, and I tell you, I know how they think. If you think about it, this is the same thing again as the thing of switching the agents, of switching Mendez and Speedy Gonzalez, or switching Larry Ryan and Ryan Larry, or Robert Bernard and Bernard Robert. It's the same. It's switching, right? So what they're doing is smearing properties of one thing to the other. It's the same thing. Fundamentally, philosophically, it's the same thing. And that's what they're doing here. They're cloning one entity in MapFacts, and then they're moving the clone and putting it inside of this property geographically, right? I mean, the coordinates. But this leads to detection. All you have to do is get a copy of MapFacts, of the database, and find entities that have two MapFacts entities within a bounding box of 50 feet. Right? And that will give you a list of the most prominent properties. And then if you filter that down by the ones that have the 2910, jackpot, right? So you have the most prominent, probably military, I would say, foreign agents that they are concerned about protecting, right? Because they smear the MapFacts entities in this way. So, it's I think it's an epic fail. But again, I want to remind you that all of this was possible because they pulled that ruse in 2024 with Enrique Morales and Penelope Suarez to protect Robert Bernard, right? Where they tricked me with the license plates. If they had not done this, I wouldn't have found any of these 519 agents. I wouldn't, right? Because I wouldn't have recognized this, right? But they made that mistake. So I think that's what I'm going to say about that. Yes, I also want to tell you, this thing of the house number matching the license plate is a thing. I checked my system, and there's multiple instances of this. This is not the only one. I'm talking about the 2910 Sundance Summit and the car Texas XRS 2910, the 2910 being in the car and the house. So this thing of that double match is a thing on itself. That's a prominence marker. And it happens with other numbers that are not 29, 110. I'm mentioning this for two reasons. One, because of course it leads to detection of prominent agents, but also it could lead to detection of another vertical, right? Because it seems to me like the 2910 is the military vertical, right? So this is the jackpot engram for military, but there might be another jackpot engram for medicine, another one for, I don't know, clerks, core clerks. Like there's a hierarchy inside of each vertical, right? And this could be a way of marking the jackpot inside of each vertical. So one thing that you have to do, or you could do to try to find other verticals that could be marked similarly, is to look for houses. Start by looking for houses that have the house number matching exactly the 4 digits on the plate. In Texas, for example, right? And see what is the occupation of the people in that household, to see if it's something sensitive, like medicine, courts, law enforcement, or attorneys, right? Or teachers, right? The school districts. And then if it is, then see if that is the jackpot, right? So if you can find, if you search for houses in Katy, Texas, for example, that have that full match on the street number, if you get a disproportionately high number of doctors, or a disproportionately high number, depending on what the vertical is, right? But this could lead you to take this a step further, that I can't take it because I don't have the access to those databases. But you can find the other verticals, and you can find the jackpots in the other verticals as well, by using this as an inspiration. Let's call it that way. Okay, so in this audio log of that day, when I saw this the first time, I mean, with that house in the Summit, what is it called? Summit, Sundance Summit street in that gated community. In that audio log, there's a bunch of license plates of important people that live in that gated community that for years I've been trying to drive inside and I haven't been able to. Yes, so that agent that lives next to the easement that have the dual map fax entities inside of the house, the name of they're Chinese, of course, and the name is Xu Xihua, and the male seems to probably be, I would guess, Eastern European, right? Lowell Stouter is the name. Now, within this set, this is something that is more hyperlocal to me, right? But within this set of houses that have the magic or the jackpot engram 2910, there is a house that is a bit concerning to me. To me specifically, right? That's why I say it's hyperlocal, because there's a house that is marked in this way that says Ray and Mary, okay, as the owners. I recognize these engrams because they're related to my family. The Ray is the nickname that my mom gives to my dad, and Mary is the nickname that my mom gives to my sister, to my older sister. And this might sound weird, right? But I want to give you a bit of detail of why this is a thing, right? So they also mark, in these property ledgers that are public record, they not only mark the agents and the ways that I'm describing, but they also mark relationships to the targets. And they do this by registering creating the identity of the agents, or where they're going to register the houses, for example, the properties of the agents, using names that match filial relationships of the target. Right? And this is important. I'm not telling you this to talk about my situation, but to tell you, because this is an important thing, right? I mean, for how this network works. So let me tell you what the problem they're solving with that is. Okay? One of the problems they're solving with that is that they cannot allow, I mean, they have this app, right? Like, think about it as, and I described this before, it's like an Uber, but evil, right? The whole purpose of this version of Uber is to attack everybody that is a target, right? Using these agents and these hubs that they have. So one of the things that this app has to never allow is that a target like me inadvertently crosses path outside in the world with one of the harassers. Like, so each agent has the harassers assigned. Like, for example, in my case, Phil Denning is a harasser, right? or Suleima Villamizar's parents, right? So they cannot allow that I cross paths with her parents in Katy, because the narrative they presented to me is that her parents are in Venezuela, right? So if I'm at the grocery store one day and the father goes to the same grocery store by mistake, and I happen to see him, I will understand that this is a scam, right? So they can't allow that to happen. So the app has to have knowledge of, where are the targets and where are the harassers at all times. So the app can make sure to route the harassers away from the target if they happen to come into close contact. Automatically, all this happens automatic, right? So, but they cannot have a single database to have these relationships recorded, because if that database is compromised, or somebody leaks the database, then everybody will know what they're doing to everybody else, right? So they can't allow that. So what they do is that they encode these relationships in the ledgers, like in the public records. So for example, if they register a house to somebody that has the names of my family members, right? Like my mom. So this house has the name of my dad and the name of my sister, right? I mean, this is something that is very specific to me. And this house happens to have the 2910 marker, which I know now that it's military and it's important. So I mean, it's concerning, right? I mean, so I don't know who lives there yet, but it's somebody that could have a direct relationship to what they've been doing to target me for years, right? Now, if I look at that house, which, what is the name? Yes, so this house is registered to Ray and Mary, right? So Ray Thomas, and note how the last name is also a potential first name, right? I mean, the same TTP, I imagine they have a Thomas Ray, right? That will switch this person with if needed. So this house, if you look at it in Google Maps, it has all the geographical features that I described in the books and before for over a year, that I call the immune geoentities pattern, right? If you see this house, yeah, they also altered this. Like this morning, this house appeared to be this house. See? And they removed the it's amazing. Yeah, they're reacting real time to what I'm looking at, basically. But if you look at this house, I mean, this morning, this house, and you can see it here, right? So it says 2910 Forest View, right? You can see that this is the address. But now, if I do that search, it will send me to another, nearby place. Oh, no. Okay, it sent me here. Let's put it back. Okay. But anyhow, what I wanted to tell you is that look at the buffer zone of this thing, right? Let me. Yeah. So look at the green area that surrounds this house. It's at least 2 miles in each direction, right? Like I measured this. Like you cannot, if you are the FBI and you want to eavesdrop on this person, it's impossible, because you cannot get physically close, right? And to do RF interception, you have to get physically close. And even if this is a gated community as well, you cannot get in. But if you manage to get in, you won't be able to pull off the trick of the drive-by to isolate the signatures, because it's on the in the curve, right? Like you have to reduce your speed, so it's impossible to travel at constant speed, which is a requirement to do that technique, to pull off that trick. So, this is probably one of the best protected houses in Katy, right? And knowing the level of risk that they see on this situation that they have with me, and they put these markers that, the names in the registration of the house, this house, that match the name of 2 people that are close family members, first degree, family members to me. This suggests to me that this house is really the safe house of one of the important people, one of the people that carry liability on the Suleima Villamizar or Mr. Mendez family, right? So this could be a brother, or this could be the father of Suleima, right? The man that was presented to me as Nelio Espina. Maybe this is where Nelio Espina lives, like something like that. I don't know exactly who lives there, but I imagine it's somebody related to her, right? Because they mark the person with names that are, contextually relevant to my family, right? with the exact spelling. That's how my mom spells the nickname of my dad. So it's possible, right? That's why I say it's concerning. I cannot prove it, but at this point, like to give you an example, right? The house of Alvin Cantero Mina, who is the romantic partner of Penelope Suarez, the person that tricked me in connection with the lieutenant colonel, right? Alvin Cantero Mina's house was registered to an alias of the name Johnny Aguiar, like my last name. So they marked the house of the boyfriend of Penelope with my own last name. And this is important because this is what tells the app so this evil version of Uber that they have, this is what informs that app that Alvin Cantero Mina is to never cross paths with me. See, and that the app will route him away from me if I, by any chance, get close, right? And they're doing this using the public records. They're not creating any database that could be seized by the FBI. So this gives deniability, right? Because nobody will figure out that they're doing this, right? I mean, you have to be an engineer with a lot of experience in things like Google and Uber to be able to figure this out, right? So it's security by obscurity in a way, right? And deniability as well. Yes, so now I'm going to show you, this is kind of funny, right? So the comment I was making at the beginning that, when I intercept their traffic is because I'm doing this to protect myself, right? And this network they're operating is not, regulated by the FCC. So, and they're doing this to commit crimes to specifically target me, right? So I feel like I have the right to defend myself. So in one of these instances where they sent Mr. Mendez to deliver messages in person to Suleima Villamizar at my home, right? So they could harm me with the courts and with the other things. That day, what happened was that this person that gives me information, and this person supposedly works supposedly because I haven't met him in person. I don't know his real name, right? But he passes me information, and this information has literally saved my life multiple times. Recently, I think it was on April 16, he told me that they were sending Mr. Mendez to deliver important messages to her and to John Miko and Joel Gray. About a sham legal process they are advancing to harm me, right? Specifically. So he warned me about that he was coming over to deliver the messages. And he told me that like 3 hours before Suleima, who I formerly knew as Gloria Spina, came to the home to bring the child so I could see him. I was warned that he was going to come disguised as a landscaper, right? So as Speedy Gonzalez, right? But he was working on John Miko's house, the house that is next door to this property. So he was working at the 2310 Britton Ridge Drive, Katy, Texas 77494. So I'm warned, right? So when I see that there's landscapers next door, like half an hour before she arrives, I go outside and record them, right? And then I went with my phone, which has software that allows me to intercept the traffic of radio frequency if I manage to get in the middle, because what they're doing is short range, right? It's phone to phone, short range. I explained this before. It is important that they do that with him because he is her husband and he knows her very well and she knows him very well. And the FBI will not be able to trick either one of them by replacing them with an actor, right? For example. So that's why the fact that they're husband and wife is important, because that is what assures the secrecy of the communication, because they will not be tricked, right? But when I see the situation, I see, well, this is my opportunity. So I took my phone out and I did something that I could have done before, but I never did it because I was never sure when was the landscaper and when was him. But this time I was warned that this was the real one, right? So I got in the middle at the exact moment of the communication, and I was able to intercept the packages, the packets of data traveling between their devices at the exact moment. Like I was able to pull that off. I mean, this is something so incredible. I mean, to be able to get in the communication of short range communication between two foreign agents that have been married for 25 years and are working together, and get in the middle and intercept the communication. I mean, this is, I think, I don't know. I must be the first civilian in history to do this, right? I don't know. So when I'm telling you this, not to brag or anything, but when I did it, when I saw that when I got the signal that it worked, my reaction was to, it's kind of funny, right? My reaction was I did kind of a victory dance in front of her. You know, it was, I see this got recorded by the camera system that I have outside of the home, of the property, and it's kind of funny to watch, right? Yeah, but I want to ask you to not turn this into a meme, because I'm afraid that you know, that this might turn into one of the kind of those you know, what is that they call it, the cartoon dance situation, right? I mean, it's funny. I couldn't avoid doing my victory dance when I managed to pull that off, right? And of course, she became pale. Like her face when she saw that I got in the middle, and his face, like, I mean, I couldn't see his face because he had it covered with a face mask. But his reaction, like his body language when he saw, I mean, both of them, they didn't know what to do, right? Because you'll see the video in a second. She was traveling right towards the property, and she cannot turn back, because if she turns back, she's basically acknowledging that she is into it, right? Like she is in the scheme, right? That she's relaying messages and accepting messages. And also, he could not abandon either, because if he abandoned, he would also be saying, yes, I'm Mendes, right? So they had to go ahead, and I managed to get in the middle. So I don't know, I'll show you the video. You know, I didn't want to show it because I did that victory dance at the end, and I think it's yeah, it's a bit ridiculous, but I'll show you, right? So it's in this YouTube channel, which is KOL-Mobile V6. So this is a channel I have where I post basically like day-to-day logs, right? Like observations, something like that. I mean, it's meant for people that work in that field of counterintelligence, right? Not for like the general public. But here you will see the video, right? What I mean. Let me see if, yes. Right. So let me see if I can increase this, right? Right. So this is me. This is me walking, right? You can see. This is a white truck that I described. This is Mr. Mendes on the left, right? So I pass next to him, and he makes it so that he's picking up some equipment, right? I come back to make time, but I see the car. So this is the black Tesla. I own that Tesla, right? And I let her advance, and see, here I run and I get in the middle, right? That's the point. That's the moment where I managed to do that unlikely event of interception. And then I come back running, right? As she parks the car. And this is the part that is kind of funny where I do the victory dance, right? I don't know, it's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, uh, it was a dream of me to get in the middle between those two devices, right, for over a year, and I did it that day. So this was 8 days ago. Anyhow, that's what I wanted to show you. So I'm going to move on from that. Yes. Okay. So okay. So now I'm gonna. These are smaller observations, I think. Yeah. So let me do something. I'll cut this here, and I'll make a fifth segment for these small observations, because you know, this is driving too long, and it could crash the recording. It has happened to me before. So I'm gonna stop this one at this point to protect the recording, and then I'm gonna make it the last segment, segment number 5. Okay. So thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Good afternoon. So welcome back. So this is the 5th part of the Declaration 133. I think this is the last segment of this declaration, and because it's pretty long at this point. I think if I add them all together, I don't know if I would be able to add them all together and post them in YouTube like that, because it would be like 6 hours. I think it would exceed the limit. I think the maximum is 4. But anyhow, it's a pretty long piece of content, right? So for this segment, I'll try to keep it short. I'll summarize by just reading my talking points and adding a couple of clarifications what I feel like I need to. But I think that the objective of the declaration is met, in the sense that if this reaches the authorities and they see this last part, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to offer details in person. But I think like going too deep into these little things will just extend the duration of the declaration too long, and it will just be counterproductive. So I'll do that. Okay, so let me start by sharing my screen again with you. Okay, right. So yeah, so the last thing that we talked about was I showed you that demo of the interception event of April 16, I think it was. Which triggered other things down the road. One thing I wanted to tell you is that when I described, so in the previous segment, the segment number 4, about this law firm that goes by the abbreviation RMYBH-PC, the Robert Markel Weinberg Butler Haley PC. And the avoidance of service, right? Which is a pattern that I know that they do, right? Like all these entities of this Rico enterprise, for obvious reasons, they avoid service when it's a legit process, right? But so I described the instance in which they tightened the security settings of their email servers to reject my service. But there's another instance that I've noticed. So when I went to the Texas court's website to send them the notice, which they cannot avoid service of because it's coming directly from texascourts.gov, when I did that and I created the notice, like the envelope, it's called in Tyler Technologies, that you would then send, because they have been filing things in this case, in this sham case that they created. And I explained why it's a sham, because they didn't serve the company, they served me, right? So everything that they did is invalid, it's void. But anyhow, the attorney that did all that, I mean, I don't think he's very prominent because of the signals I see in the database of, I mean, he's marking the database of Tesoro Cabello. He's a part, he's working for Tesoro Cabello directly. But he's not very prominent. I mean, he's a low level. His name is Alex Ogundare, Ogundare. And the reason they do that, they put somebody in front, like the same thing they did in the family court case, right? They put Morgan Heibner as a front woman, right, of the case. But in reality, it was William Kyle Adams / Terry Adams, the Chief Justice of the First Court of Appeals, and G. Troy Pickett, in combination with Oscar Telfair. Like those are and Richard Bell, very prominently, Richard Bell, who was the one that really signed the order to kidnap the child. So they were the main actors, right? But they put Morgan Heibner as a front woman to put, like, I don't know how do you call that in English, but like the one that will take the blame, right? If things go wrong. So it's the same here. They put this person here, but the real ones is the partner, Spira, what's her name? Boyd, I think is the name, right? And the other part. Sorry. Those are the ones that are really running it. But anyhow, they created, because they've been filing things in that. So the name of the attorney, in this case, Alex Ogundare, is automatically populated by Tyler Technologies. Now, this is what I've noticed. When I tried to send the notice, and I manually created all the other entities, when you do this, the system asks you for the name and the affiliation, meaning which party is this person representing or acting on behalf of, right? And it gives you the option, the plaintiff, the defendant, or other. Now, I know this from experience because I've used this system before when I was filing things to try to fence off Troy Pickett, Oscar Telfair, William Kyle Adams, Morgan Heibner, and Terry Adams. When you select other in that field, the person does not get served. I know this for a fact, because I got a warning multiple times when I did this months ago, and it told me that the warning said that if I select other, the entity would not receive any communications. So this is what they did. Because they already have filed things in this case, this entity of Alex Ogundar gets automatically populated if I try to file something in this case. But it gets populated with the default option of other. And this, I think, it was manipulated because this is not the default behavior. So I think what I don't know, right? Because I don't work for Tyler Technologies, but as a user, like from what I can see as a user, it seems to me like Tyler Technologies provides a facility for them to set their attorneys as other. And the reason to do this is so they don't get service. So if you are a litigant and you don't know this particular implementation detail of Tyler Technologies, by default, this attorney will not get service, will not get the legal service. And I think this is probably what happened when I filed that document. I filed a document in this case before, what I mentioned before. I filed a notice explaining to the judge that this thing was void because, it didn't serve the company. The response of the judge was that because I was not an attorney and this was a company defendant, I had not the right to represent the company because the company in Texas has to be represented by an attorney. And therefore, he would not even read the notice. So that was just a long way of saying that they're going to disregard what I filed. Right? So because what I've told you before, like they treat the targets as non-entities. So in these corrupt judiciary circles that they have, the targets don't have any rights. You don't even have the right to file a document with the court. They can harass you with the court. They can enter void orders. They can take your child. They can take your property. They can take your money. They can do anything with the courts. But you don't have even the right to respond. Because if you respond, then they're going to do this. They're going to find some interpretation of the law to say that they're not going to read what you say, or just ignore it, right? As Oscar Telfair has done for a year. So, yes. So I digress. But what I wanted to tell you is that I think Tyler Technologies provides to them a facility, and this is important because Tyler Technologies is the main platform that enables the judiciary corruption in Texas by not marking the documents with their index number. And I've described this in multiple demos before. So this is what allows the corrupt judges and the corrupt attorneys, like this Robert Marcus Weber Butler Haley PC firm, to switch their orders and hide them from the DOJ because they're not marked at the top as Pacer does with the index number or the docket index number. Then they can say that the document is whatever they want to say. Right? So they can hide the orders that way. So this is but it's important because Tyler Technologies, which is owned and controlled by BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, the big three that are running the financial scheme on the same RICO enterprise, seems like Vanguard is providing this facility that allows the attorneys of the RICO enterprise to avoid service, even if you file through the e-filing system of the court. So I don't know, it's something to look at, right? It's just a hint. Or a hunch, I guess. So I wanted to mention that explicitly. Okay, so now these are going to be more like very hyper-local observations at this level, like more states close to me. And I'm just going to read the notes, right? Because if I start giving you the story, the background story of every single point, this will be hours, right? So this note I wrote, the informant told me that the network on the Diosdado Cabello side, are puzzled about why they can't see where I go inside of my house when I use the computer. I explained in several demos before how they monitor where I am inside this property using M-Wave or similar technologies from the 3 houses surrounding my office, 2302 Britton Ridge Drive, Katy, Texas, 77494. Yeah, so this is self-explanatory. They basically have a 3D mapping technology that they use that is based on M-Wave or Wi-Fi. And They use that to locate where I am, and that's important because when I'm in the computer, they need to position the reception devices to get the keystrokes from the keyboard close to the device. So they need to understand where is that the computer is. What they haven't understood is that a few weeks ago, I developed technology to decouple the two things. I can have the computer in one side of the house, and I can be in the complete other side of the house. And they don't know where the computer is and when I am. I mean, they don't have to match, right? I could be somewhere else, and the computer could be somewhere else. And the computer is buried, so they won't be able to find it. Well, now it works because now I updated the Wi-Fi, weapon that they put in these computers. Okay, the next note says, this was from probably last week, after I gave actual knowledge of the crimes to the city authorities, the legal representatives, and the police, who have a duty to report, the high liability entities started downloading the notice. Yeah, so this is what happened, right? I explained how before how I sent more than 1,000 different attorneys that work for different companies and government departments in different states, legal notices about the potential infringement of intellectual property. That I am applying for patents with the US PTO. And one of the strategies that they've been doing, I mean, the network, right, is that when I send these notices at the beginning, nobody was downloading them, right? Or opening some of them, like the ones with the highest liability. And I know who are the ones with the highest liability because I have the database that Tesoro Cabello gave me. So I can tell that the ones with the highest liability don't open the emails, right? Or don't download the files, the notice. And this is a way. It's a way of avoiding service. It's a way for them to say, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see the email," right? But yeah, that's not really an excuse. And they had these emails with these notices pending in their inboxes for weeks, some of them. But there was an instance, there was a turning point, like a week ago, and it was that I used the same technique of notifying of potential intellectual property infringement to the police. So, for example, I sent these notices to the chief of police of certain cities, saying, looking at the geographical data, it seems like your police department might be infringing this, and copy to the attorney, to the state attorney that would represent the police. So the state attorney has to read this notice that contains the Declaration 132, that contains allegations about Tyler Technologies, who is the electronic systems that runs the courts in that state. So that gives that state attorney the duty to report Tyler Technologies to the, to the highest authority in the administration of the courts. But these people wouldn't download the notices, you see, to avoid service, right? But when I included in my list of emails or email recipients the police departments and the attorneys that represent the police departments, then the important intellectual property firm partners that are former DOJ officials, only at that point they opened the emails and started. Some of them even downloaded the notices, right? So it felt like an inflection point. Like they saw, well, this is impossible for us to hide anymore. And at some point, I'm going to be asked, why, did you see this email, right? And if I say that I ignore it, it's going to look suspicious. So now I'm going to open it, right? So it felt like that. Because the moment I started sending those emails to the police departments of different cities and the state attorneys, some of them, in that moment, the important prominent partners in these intellectual property firms that I described before started downloading the notices. So. Okay, speaking about intellectual property attorneys, this is a question I have for the person that gives me information in case, because like we had a conversation the other day, and he said that he was going to retire. Like we basically said goodbye already, right? So I don't know, but I wanted to ask him, if you're listening to this, whether you could come back from retirement, even for the last time, and give me the answer to this. So there was an incident in which Arnaud Weber, I was on paternity leave. Arnaud Weber was my boss at Twitter, and he reported directly to Elon Musk. And I was on paternity leave, and he calls me one day saying that the team of Luke Simon, another agent of this network that was at Twitter, his engineers were making the allegation to the legal department at Twitter that I had supposedly brought intellectual property from Google, that I stole from Google to Twitter. I mean, it's crazy. I didn't do that, but that's what they said, right? Well, that's what Arnaud said that they said. And he said that the intellectual property, the head of intellectual property for Twitter, wanted to talk to me with the lawyers. So I mean, this is legal harassment with the lawyers, but with a different angle. But you see, it's the same thing, because the RICO enterprise is run by attorneys and judges. That's all they do, right? Harass people with the legal system. So Arnaud calls me, and I was on paternity leave because my son had just been born. And he took me out of paternity leave. He asked me to come and meet with this head of intellectual property of Twitter and the attorneys. And I met with them. Like, that's not what I want to tell you. But in this process of sending these notices to these entities, one of the people that I came across with was a gentleman by the name of Tony Lin. And that, but he's now, I mean, this person is I think he's the general counsel for Kelsey-Seybold. And Kelsey-Seybold is important because, there's been multiple incidents with that I would think would carry high liability for this RICO enterprise that came from Kelsey-Seybold. Anyhow, the question I have is whether this Tony Lin is the same attorney, the intellectual property attorney that was the head of intellectual property at Twitter, because the name sounds very familiar. Yeah, I can't recall exactly, and I can't find the email that I had with him, but it could be the same person. I don't know, right? So I wanted to ask my informant if you could tell me if this is the same person, right? Because it would be interesting if it is. The other note I wrote on April 13, 2026, and it says regarding PAM, and this is I'm not going to give much details here. I offer to the authorities that I will be more than happy to give you all the details, but I don't want to give much details here because I don't want this to be turned into a political thing. But this PAM refers to Pam Bondi. There was the one that the lady that was the Attorney General until recently. And this is what I wrote in my note. I wrote, regarding PAM, note to Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton, I have waited for a year and a half for this moment. And this is because that day I sent her, Pam Bondi, and her deputy, and a couple of people below him, a formal service to the DOJ with all these allegations. And I said I waited for over a year because I reported Mrs. Bondi to the IRS more than a year ago. And this was around the time where I reported Ken Paxton. I think they may even be in the same form. Ken Paxton, Greg Abbott is on a different form, I know that, but I think I can't recall exactly if Pam Bondi is in the same IRS report that I made about Ken Paxton. Of course, they ignored them and they blocked them, and they've been harassing me for the last year, and they took my child and all that. But I imagine this is going to come to light now. And I imagine I might be able to get some degree of justice. But I also want to tell the authorities that in that batch, there's also 3 other important political players that I also reported for the same reasons, because their houses were all marked in the database of Tesoro Cabello. The database that Tesoro Cabello leaked to me. And these are important political players. I'm not going to get into the details of who they are, but they are documented in my website. I filed the IRS forms that are sworn, and I signed them and I sent them, and I also have copies of those forms in this bucket, and they're posted in a link in this website. So if you go to, in the YouTube channel, if you go to the YouTube channel that I described before, YouTube/@KOL-mobile or mobile V6, there is a segment in the header that says links. Yeah, show more links. So if you click, where is it? It's not here, but I'll put it here. I'll put here a link. In fact, let's do that right now, so we don't forget. So let's go to let me tell you what it is. This also will help me tell you what it is, right? So if you go to, sorry. If you go to the bucket, right, to the storage pocket that I have, and you go to court, so court evidence, DOJ, I think is on the IRS. I think I have a folder here called IRS. Could it be this? No, it's not this one. No, it's not here. Let me see. Hmm. Hmm. Where could it be? Let me see. Oh, it's not this one. Let me see. I have to find it. I can't recall what I put it, but I have. Yeah, there is a zip file that contains all the forms, all the. So during the year 2025, I filed in total something like 51, I think it was 51 Form 211s with the IRS. Of course, the network ignored them all because they had people inside of this department of the whistleblower department, the whistleblower office, it's called, right? And this is documented even in the books, right? But in that zip file, I included all the 50 forms, and I'm gonna put a link to it in the header of that YouTube channel, so you can download all the forms with just one click. Okay, so that's why I made that comment when I wrote this, that I waited a year and a half for this. Okay, this is no longer relevant. Okay, so this information is about that IRS penalty that they double charged me with. I already described it, but I think there was a detail that I did not say that is important, and I'm going to say it now. It is that when I found out, I mean, the way I found out about the existence of that action that they were going to trigger was because the informant warned me. He told me, right, via a message that he sent me, using my encryption technology that the RICO enterprise cannot decrypt. So he tells me that they're going to trigger something with the IRS. And so I think this was on April, I think I have it here, the date. Yes, so he told me that on April 14, okay, around noon. Immediately, I come in and into this property, and I logged into the IRS website. And I go into there's a section in there that you can log in and you can see if they have sent you any letters. I log in, and I never logged into this thing, only once in my life. And it was when I opened that account, that online account in the IDMe system that allows me to log in into there. But this is not a thing that I use. And this is important because authorities could check, right? That what I'm telling you is exactly like this. I've never used that IRS system for anything. But because the informant gave me this information, I went specifically and logged in and downloaded the letter. And surprise, surprise, it was true. They had triggered that thing with the IRS, and they are demanding payment for $75,000, right? Of something that I already paid. But this is important because it shows you two things. One, that the information that this informant is telling me is accurate. Like, how could I have known about this incident, about this letter, the existence of this letter, less than 24 hours after it was created? Because the letter, if you read it, it says that it was printed on April 13. So it could have not possibly arrived to my hands by mail, right? Because it takes more than 24 hours for a letter to go from the printing facility of the IRS to the house of the recipient. So how can I possibly have knowledge of the existence even of this letter from an information that came from the Venezuelan intelligence, really? So what I mean, this is important because this shows that this IRS in Austin is heavily compromised at the very least, right? And I think this warrants an investigation. By the way, I sent the committee that has oversight over the IRS in Congress. I sent them this information, asking them to investigate this. I haven't received any responses. I mean, to investigate how is that the IRS in Austin is compromised to a point where somebody who works at the Venezuelan intelligence in Venezuela told me that they were going to use the IRS to harass me in this way. Right? So I think that's why it's important. Yes. I have another note here. It says the interest of the Rico enterprise in the music industry. It's it's obvious why, because there's a lot of money in that industry, but also there's other implications, right? Important entities that I've identified that are heavily under the control are, for example, Macintosh, the company that produces high-end audio equipment, Wilson Audio, and there was a notable ruse that they pulled with that to target me years ago. Gibson Guitars, and Spotify. And Spotify is more on the analytics. I mean, the other ones are like, hard musical companies, but Spotify is analytics. It's an aggregator, really, because with if you know, right, what somebody is listening on their internet connection, you can use that as a cryptographic anchor to decrypt their traffic and also to identify them, right? Whether you can tell by what they're listening to, whether it's the head of the household or one of the kids, for example, right? So these companies are really vectors of attack. In this category, there is a person by the name of Cesar Gay Kiang, and he's the CEO of Gibson Guitars since recently, 2018, I think. And he's married to somebody by the name of Amy, I think, Amy Church. Note the church, the notable religious marker, right, on the name Church. And their house is heavy marking the index, and I put a couple of links in these documents where you can see the markers in the Estado Cabello's database on their house. You can see even there's an image of a satellite imagery where you can see, one of the notable antennas in the image next to their home. And he's interesting because I think he has a political background. Like before, being becoming the CEO of Gibson Guitars, he has some political connection. And also, importantly, this town or this city where he lives in Nashville, Tennessee, is a notable hub. Like it aligns perfectly with a specific place in Iran where there is a secret bunker that was identified by my system more than a year ago, using solely the database of Gustavo Cabello, the database that Gustavo Cabello gave to me, and satellite imagery. I was able to find a secret bunker. Imagine that, right? And don't take my word for it. I said to authorities, look at that location and yourself, using the tools you have, try to tell if that is a secret bunker or not. And if it is, what that will tell you is how accurate this database is, right? And how sensitive, right? Yes, El Caballito. So this is kind of funny, right? So this refers. So this is what happened, right? At some point between 2021 and 2023, I have a spine injury. Like this is small, like it's nothing serious really, but it's a weakness, right, that I have in my physique. And because they're an intelligence service and they know that it exists, what they did is that they started targeting my injury with different things. I'm not going to get into details, but basically what they did was to apply pressure in the injury in different ways. So at the end of this process, what happened is that I lost the ability to walk. I was bedridden at some point for something like 4 months because they were targeting my injury. Right? So during this process, Penelope Suarez, who is the same person that with Enrique Morales and the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Bernard worked together to trick me to not report the Lieutenant Colonel to the IRS. Penelope Suarez recommends to me a lotion for the pain, right? And she tells me that what I want to tell you might sound a little bit crazy, but I ask you to please, bear in mind that I was a person that was desperate for some kind of relief because the pain was unbearable. I was crying from the level of pain I was experiencing. So she tells me of a lotion, right? That can alleviate that pain. She explains to me that it is really a veterinarian use product that is used for horses. That's why I call it, I mean, this thing of El Caballito, it's a nickname that Penelope and I had for this thing, for this lotion. And El Caballito, so it's a lotion for veterinary use that they use on horses. So I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is true or if it's one of the ruses, right? Maybe this product is made up and it doesn't really exist, but they put something in there to, make the pain go away. But in reality, it was something intended to harm me, right? But anyhow, this is what happened. So she tells me about this lotion. Is a lotion that supposedly is a pain reliever for horses that they sell on Amazon, and that the physiotherapist, supposedly, this is what she told me, that the physiotherapist of her own mother, recommended it. Right? And I was surprised when she said that because I know how stringent the regulations are in the U.S. Right? Because, like, veterinary products cannot be sold. I mean, if they're really strong, they cannot be sold without a prescription. The same with pharmaceutical products. But Penelope tells me that this particular product is available on Amazon. The Amazon sells this thing, and she procures one bottle. And she applies it on my injury, and yes, I was able to even walk a little bit for a few meters, right? So it does really work. I don't know what it contains, right? And remember, Penelope is a trained nurse. So, I mean, in my mind, I'm trusting, even if she's not licensed in the US, right? She's licensed in Venezuela, but she has the knowledge, right? So in my mind, I'm trusting a trained nurse, a trained professional that is telling me that this product is legally sold by Amazon and that it works and that her mother uses it and it helps her own mother. So of course, I'm trusting the thing, right? So anyhow, she uses it, she applies it on my injury, and I'm able to walk a little bit. After that, I go on Amazon and buy one bottle, right? And I was using this thing maybe for like 2 weeks, right? And it's a very powerful painkiller. It's topical. You don't drink it. You just apply it on top of the injury. But it does work, right? I don't know what that thing contains. Anyhow, in one of the instances, by mistake, I leave the bottle. I don't know. I was like cleaning my car. The car was parked outside of the Valleyside property. And by mistake, I take the bottle outside and put it outside of the car, and I go inside. But for like, I'm not exaggerating here, maybe for 2 minutes. Like, I went inside for 2 minutes. When I come back, the bottle is not there. It's gone. I was never able to find that bottle again. Now, the informant told me that what really happened is that bottle contained that product that was sold by Amazon directly to me, contained a very powerful painkiller that it should not be sold without prescription. But they manipulated the supply chain somehow, and they sent me that, right? And it was designed to really, this is what the informant told me, to discredit me, right? Because if I start using this thing and I get addicted to it, then they will say, right, and if there is a lawsuit, if I contact the FBI, they will say that I'm a person that is using veterinary grade products on myself. I mean, I must be crazy, right? That's the narrative. They're not going to, of course, say that they are, exacerbating my injury and they got me to a point where I could not even walk, right? They're not going to explain any of that. And that they were blocking any attempts I did to get medical attention using United Healthcare from Twitter, right? They're not going to say any of that. So, but I think so the informant long time ago, months ago, he told me a few times to bring this up because he says that this is probably high liability for Amazon, right? Because this came from the supply chain of Amazon. How can this product, this illegal medical product, be sold by Amazon to a target of Amazon, right? Of Jeff Bezos. I mean, it's they're asking for it, right? So that's why I'm saying it. Yes, and the other agent that was involved in all this sequence was Marjorie Broussard, because she was from Kelsey Civil. That's why I was making the comment about that lean gentleman that is an attorney for Kelsey Civil. Marjorie Broussard was my medical doctor, and when I told her that I had lost the ability to walk, instead of sending me to pain management, what she did was to send me to physiotherapy, where the exercises actually made the injury worse. Right? And this, of course, was so to force me to use the El Caballito, right? Like that thing that Penelope gave me, and then caused me to buy in Amazon. But all these things at the end were really coordinated by Mr. Mendes, right? The husband of Suleima. And so it was Mendes, and the other ones were, the other ones that helped him. Sorry, set up the situation that could lead to this were Marcos Castillo, Jaime Bustillo, all of them working for the Venezuelan intelligence, right? Daniel Parra and Francisco Castillo. It was a team effort, right? Team project that they had to basically take away my ability to walk. So I could not compete with Travis Kalanick and Piero Midyar and on the medical side of things. I'm talking about the startup that I had on health tech that was competing with WebMD. That was the reason. Yeah, I made this note. It's kind of a reflection, right? They're so concentrated in trying to, get my the communications that I'm having or was having with the informant. I was kind of recommending that instead of doing that, because it's pointless. If they read the patent applications that I filed, they should understand at this point that it doesn't matter what they do, they won't be able to figure it out, right? They won't be able to decrypt that because of pure logic. It's logical that it's impossible. So I was suggesting to that they should spend that time and energy in spying for Diosdado Cabello, because I don't know. This is just a random thought, right? Like, I don't know, but maybe, right, the leaks are coming from him. Right? Maybe he struck a deal with somebody, and he's creating the leaks himself, right? To get his out. I don't know. It's possible. But instead of concentrating on me, I would concentrate on him. That way you will find the leak faster, because the leak is definitely coming from him, right? Or from somebody that works for him. Yes, so the next one is interesting, right? So I think recently, last week, I went to Micro Center, the computer store, and bought one device. I think I have one, it's something like this. Let me see if you can see this. 1 second. It looks like this. So this is a network card that connects via USB-C. But and when I go there, I pick up a few things, different things, and one of them being this device. And this is important because this is what connects the device, the computer, the phone, whatever it is, to the internet, right? So, and this device has a MAC address, which is a unique identifier unique to this device. So the Communist Party of China needs to know that MAC address so they can, it gives them a cryptanalysis anchor. So it makes the decryption easier to find a viable decryption key. So when I'm in my Micro Center, I pick one of these devices and I hide it in my card. It's not visible, right? I pick up a few things, and when I'm going to pay, in front of me, there was a Chinese couple, and they only had one item in their hand, and it was the exact same make and model of this USB-C network card that I had picked. They had one exactly equal to mine. I cannot prove this, but seeing the situation, right? I believe that this is a low-tech method of transmitting to the network what is the type of device that I'm buying. Well, first of all, because this is a very critical piece of information, right? Of all the things that I bought, this is for them, this is the most important thing, because it could allow them to decrypt the traffic faster, right? And they need to track this device to see if I'm using it, right? The way I think the communication works is, instead of sending a photo of what I bought, which is what they would have done a month ago, right? By like taking a picture or walking next to me with the phone, whatever, right? What they do, they send agents to buy the exact same thing that they're interested in, right? So, and then they take a photo of the device when the agent leaves that store. Maybe they'll go to Walmart or they go somewhere else, and some other agent comes and photographs what they have in their hands. And that gets sent to China. And that way, it's context, because it requires some shared context. Like that way, the Chinese would know that I bought this particular network card. without really having to transmit a photo of me holding the network card, right? So it creates deniability. But it's too much of a coincidence that these two Chinese people right in front of me bought the exact same card. But I'm not saying this to complain. It's because it could be a signal for detection to to detect these two people. Wow. Well, all you have to do if you're the authorities is to look at what time and day and time I bought that network card recently in April 2026 at Micro Center, and then look at who was the transaction of the person immediately before me in the cashier's line that also bought the same network card. And that transaction has to be attached to a credit card or a debit card, something, right? You will have footage of the two Chinese agents. So, I mean, could be an easy way to identify them. That's why I'm saying that. Okay, the next item says, they flagged my post in crypto exchange. And here's the link. So this is, they even deleted it, right? So this is what happened. As part of this campaign, right, or this conflict, like this journey that I've been through, one of the things that I've been doing some research on prime numbers, because prime numbers, I'm not going to get too deep into this here, but prime numbers are a very important piece on breaking encryption. Like if you want to intercept the traffic of the illegal network that they're using to attack you or to harass you, one thing that you need to do is to find prime numbers fast. That's a prerequisite. So I've been doing some for months, right? I've been doing some work on this area. And I created kind of, it's not a white paper, but it's really like an engineering roadmap, something like that, that I wanted to share with mathematicians. And I, side note, I believe that to really advance in this field, you need to combine, I mentioned this before, right? I believe you probably need to combine a mathematician with an engineer, because this is not a problem of pure mathematics, and it's not a problem of pure engineering. And I think the two fields separated will not progress fast enough. And this is probably what the Chinese did, right? This is probably how they're how they broke encryption for everybody 8-9 years ago. But anyhow, so I created this. I don't want to call it a white paper because it's not really a mathematical proof of anything, but it's more like a roadmap, like a series of technical observations from an engineering standpoint, but that tries to bridge that gap between engineering and mathematics to see if I can, get the attention of a, world-class mathematician to look into this, to see if there's, something in here that they can use, right? So I created a post on crypto exchange and math overflow and like different websites on these topics of encryption and mathematics. And of course, because they're all controlled by Stack Overflow, that platform, they blocked all the posts, right, and marked me as a spam and things like that. So just wanted to mention that in case that could get them some attention, I guess. Yeah, so this is important. So there's been this is another question for the informant in case he wants to come out of retirement for a little bit. One of the questions that I've had in my mind for a long time that I don't know the answer to is why in Katy there are so few blue vehicles. Like if you look statistically, there are almost no blue vehicles in Katy. Like they're very rare. And I imagine this is by design, right? Like there must be a reason for this. One of my lead hypotheses is that maybe those cars are used for targets, right? So because they need to isolate the things by color so they can encode them and identify them quickly at a large distance, right? So if there were a lot of blue cars, it's harder to tell exactly where the target is, right? Or whether that's a target or if it's something else. So I imagine, right, they give the blue cards to the targets, and then that's why they're so rare, right? But if this was the case, it could be a signal for detection not only of targets but also of hubs, right? Because if you see geographical areas where the number of registrations of blue cars is statistically significantly lower than the rest of the country, that means that place is likely a hub, right? And then you can zoom into that. I also wanted to tell you that during the last 10 years, I myself had 3 different blue vehicles. The first one was a blue Malibu that when I met Suleima Villamizar, at that point she told me her name was Gloria Espina, she told me that was the vehicle of her former husband, now divorced, she told me. who had moved to Venezuela because he was crazy. He had a psychological problem and he had to move to Venezuela. But he left behind that car, and she, gave me that because when I came to visit here, I didn't have a car. I was living in New York, so she let me drive that car if I needed to go to the store or something, right? But and now I think that it was a way to mark me, right? Because the car was blue. But basically, that car, the color was picked by Suleima Villavizar / Mr. Mendez. The second car was a BMW X6 SUV that I bought as a gift for who I thought it was Gloria Espina, which is really Suleima Villamizar, in 2019. She picked the color and it was blue. And the car was purchased by my uncle in Florida, and he shipped it to me. I mean, the dealership shipped it to me. But again, in the second instance, the color blue was also picked by her. And the third instance was in 2020, I think it was. She told me that she proposed, why don't you buy a Tesla to see if you like that car. We went to see a Tesla. We went to the dealership. They offered me one car, but it was blue. Right? No, sorry. They offered me two cars. There was a blue, and I think the other one was gray, if I recall correctly. And she picked the blue. So again, on the three instances, she always picked the blue car. And again, the blue cars are statistically significantly low frequency in Katy. So I mean, it sounds to me like maybe there was design behind all that, right? So that's why I'm mentioning. Yeah, so the next one is the thing of the number on the house matching the number of the plate, and we talked about this in the fourth segment already, so I'm not going to repeat it. Yes, so there was an incident with RPost recently, last week. RPost is this system that I use to send legal notices, right? So one day, after I sent the notice to the police departments of certain cities and the state attorneys that protect or work for those police departments, RPost sends me an email. Somebody by the name of Olga, what's her name? Olga Flores, right? And there was already an incident with Olga Flores before where she wasn't responsive to a request to increase the number of credits in my account, so I could not send more legal notices, right? So there was already an incident. But now this time, she sends me an email, and she proactively says, I'm not asking for this. She's out of the blue emailing me, right? And she says, we notice that you have multiple RPost accounts. We're going to consolidate them and move them to a new account. When she says that, I immediately reply saying, please don't move them because these accounts hold the legal services for all these notices that I've sent, and these are going to be used in court. She replies, trying to persuade me. She says, but that has nothing to do. We're not going to delete the receipts or anything. We're just going to move the account. To which I reply, yes, but when you move the account, you're going to create a new account. That account will get a new account ID, and that account ID will not match the IDs in the logs that you have of these receipts. So if I take this to court and the judge orders an audit to prove that these are the real receipts, the IDs will not match, and the receipts could be challenged. So this could give all of them a way to get the receipts toasted on a trial. So I can see that this is just a way of the RICO enterprise planning ahead how to defend against the receipts, legally speaking, right? Which is good for me because it means that they move past the mentality of let's suppress the whistleblower and eliminate him to okay, how do we defend in court against what the whistleblower is saying? So it seems like I'm making progress, right? But anyhow, Olga Flores was the person at RPost that did this proactively without me asking, right? And I had to send them even a letter, a cease and desist that I created on a support ticket so they would desist on the idea of moving the account. At the end, they said that they wouldn't move it, right? But if they move it, and then these attorneys of the RICO enterprise move for dismissal or rejection of the receipts based on this, I mean, it would just prove what I'm saying, right? Okay, so the last two things I have is one is Detective Kim from the Montreal police. This was something that happened probably 22 years ago, right? What happened was I moved from Venezuela to Montreal, and then, they targeted me with, her name was Judy Murillo, it was her name, Judy Murillo Cadena. She was a former That's what she told me, right? That she was a former police intelligence agent in Colombia, right? But she was retired. She left and she moved to Montreal. And we started dating, but then and at the same time, I was asking for asylum, right? And I was making serious political asylum. I was making serious claims against the Venezuelan government. At some point, right? I mean, and I understand now that she was an agent, that she was one of the early versions of Zuleima Villamizar, right? She was the iteration 3 or 4. Um, um, so what they did is that at that time, she created a legal process, like an allegation that I was spying on her, something like that, unfounded allegation. But this opened the door for this detective Kim, who was Chinese, to come to my home and seize my computers. This was just harassment using the police, which is the same thing that they're doing in 2026, right? Using the courts and the police. That never, I mean, I was never charged. There was no trial. I never went to court. Like there was nothing, but they seized my computers and they had that pending over my head, like holding that over my head for like 4 years, right? Where I was in a state where I could not recover the computers. There was no charges, and I didn't know what they were going to do with that, right? Anyhow, obviously, right, looking at everything in retrospective, I understand that this is just the standard procedure of this RICO enterprise. If you go to a foreign country and claim, ask for asylum, they will, if they can, do something to create, like, inserting a romantic interest or something like that, create a pretext to create a procedure with the police to harass you, or with the courts, or whatever they need, right? But it's the same thing, it's the same thing they're doing in 2026. But at the time, I wasn't even developing internet technologies. I mean, I didn't even know how to write software back then. I mean, I had graduated from college already, but I didn't have professional experience as a software developer. But I was making a claim for refugee status, naming Diosdado Cabello. But still, they applied the same technique, right? So I guess, right, what this shows you is that the RICO enterprise is really, the technologies front-men of the Communist Party of China and the politicians, right, that are working for the Communist Party of China, like Diosdado Cabello, right? And that they've been doing this, in my case, for over 20 years, right? They've been targeting me with this for over 20 years for different reasons, but it seems like I always end up being targeted by them. So I don't know, maybe it's destiny, fate, I don't know how you call that in English, right? But maybe we are where we should be, right? I guess that's the reading. And the last thing is just an observation. I'm not going to go too deep into this, but there is a couple of observations. One related to a company that used to be called Cable, in Spanish, Cable Col, right? It's a cable company in the that would be the western, the eastern part of the Zulia state in Venezuela. It was a cable company around 1998, I think, and I think that was one of the vectors of espionage that I first saw. Right? I mean, looking back, I see the things in that company, and it resembles very much Comcast. Right? Like it's the same thing. It's the same. It's the same thing. But there was another earlier instance in Monagas, in the state of Monagas, which is another oil field area, right, in Venezuela. This was in year around 86. And the observation there is that neighborhood, that it's like a compound, like a company compound, was built probably in the 80s, right, in the early 80s. And if I look at the map today of Morichal, of that area, the design of the area looks very much like Katy. The way the buffer zones are laid out next to the church, for example, of the compound, or next to the schools, right? Or, where the parabolic antenna was located. We had at that time a parabolic antenna, which nobody in the country had at that point. I don't know, I see too many similes between the two things, and they are separated apart for over 40 years. So I don't know. Long story short, I think what this means really is that even back in the early 80s, the Iranians were already infiltrating the oil industry in Venezuela. So this thing is older than it may seem today. I think this thing dates from the 70s, right? And I have a lot of details, but I think they're so granular that they will not be relevant to almost anybody except for the authorities, right? So what I'll do, I'll offer that I'm at your disposal, and I'll be happy to tell you all the details I can remember about this setup from the 80s in Morichal and from the 90s in Zulia, in the state of Zulia in Venezuela, which I also have a lot of observations about this setup with the cable companies and the geo features that they use to protect the important places. So with that, I'm going to close this segment. I thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Yes, hi. So today is April 20, I think, 2026. Yeah, this is not actually a demo. This is just serious observations, I guess. But I want to record just I don't forget, because I will forget. So this just happened. I came to. So I described this in one of the demos before. There is this store that sells used electronics, like computers, and there's a bunch of stuff, right? It's like a pawn shop, but for electronics. And they have, like very old stuff, things that would be like 20 years old. So, before the Chinese did all this, right? So I came here to buy a couple of things, a computer, like an old computer, and a couple of old monitors, because, like they have the hardware, these HP computers that I bought at Micro Center are heavily bugged at the, at the motherboard level. So, even if I install different OS, like it doesn't matter what I do, like, they have a tremendous advantage, and the monitors are bugged too. So they basically can take snapshots of my screen on certain frequencies, right? So when I arrived there, and 2 seconds after me, a Venezuelan guy, I think he's Venezuelan, he arrived 5 seconds after me. And he was following me, right? And I know this because he has followed me multiple times. I recognize him. Like that guy I've seen at least a dozen times in the last 6 months. So, and I don't know, I didn't speak to him, but I look at him and he looks a little bit like me. Like, I think he's Venezuelan. But anyhow, the thing is that I changed vehicles this morning, right? So now I'm driving the Suburban, because the Suburban is older and it doesn't have these tail lights or LED-based headlamps that they put in the vehicles these days. I mean, the Chinese, right? That's how they communicate that's how they send data between vehicles. Because the tail lights that are integrated now, like these are devices that you cannot replace yourself. Like if they get damaged, you have to take it to the dealership. Precisely because they have a lot of intelligence and engineering inside of those machines, right? So those tail lights and those headlamps is the way that the cars send infrared in between each other. So, this is not specific to my car. Like, many cars have these capabilities, not all of them, but like many cars have these capabilities, and they just turn it off or on depending on whether the vehicle is occupied by a target or not, right? That's what they do. So the vehicles are enabled, or are capable, but they have to enable them by software, right? And they do this with a cell phone, like remotely at short range. Like, don't think that they have to take it to the dealership to enable it, right? Now, because I know this, I switched vehicles because this vehicle is 2011, and the lamps, the headlamps and the tail lights are based on incandescent bulbs, so they don't have the capability of transmitting any infrared. So they can do anything, right? So when I'm in this vehicle, they have to follow me. They have to follow me visually. Manually, right? They're still with an app, but they have to update the app to tell the app he's passing over here, right? It's not as an efficient system as the car, as exfiltrating telemetry from the car, getting information about, the speed of travel, the direction, they can get everything, right? With the infrared. But now they have to observe where I'm traveling, right? So this leads to a loss in precision. And this loss in precision now allows me to get to the place I'm going before the agents. So when the agents arrive, I can see them. Right? So the biggest weapon they have is the advantage in time. I can tell you that, like, because if they arrive to a place before you do, you have no way of telling who is following you, right? But if they arrive before you, well, you know the people that were there before, so the organic people, and you know the people that arrive after. So it's easy to identify the ones that might be following you, right? So anyhow, in this incident, I recorded this guy that was following me. He was driving a very expensive car. I think it was a Hummer or something like that. Or I don't know. It was a very expensive SUV. And he has followed me in other vehicles before. But anyhow, so what I did, he got into the Sherwin-Williams store, which is next door to the place where I was going. So what I did, I got into the store, and of course I took my phone out and I started recording, and I like the same thing that, I didn't harass him or anything, but the same thing that they do, right? I had my phone out in my hand, and the phone was recording, and he got recorded. So now I have the plate of the car that he was driving, and I have his face, right? So that's good. Yes, and in this place where I was driving after that, there is a Chinese cultural center / ICC immersion school. Looks like a language immersion school, right? And from there, a Jeep came out that was also following me, and the plate was Whiskey January, and I can't recall the numbers. I have them in my camera system here. But the interesting thing is that like 5 minutes after that, another vehicle with the same prefix, Whiskey January, started following me again, but a different vehicle, right? Like 50 feet away from this Chinese school. And the plate of that one, I think it was Whiskey January 8777. And I remember because it had the trigram 777, which I associated with the Chinese because of the 7, right? So I don't know, it occurred to me to maybe look up in the system that I have whether there might be correlation between, vehicles with the bigram 77 and houses registered to Chinese agents. It could be, maybe it's a thing, right? I don't know. So I just wanted to put that in here.